This is Boxing, aka Mr. Moon John himself. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it's doomsday. Yes. Oh man, it's gonna get real, realer than real. First and foremost, God bless each and every one of y'all. Happy Sunday. God bless to all my distant relatives, distant brothers and sisters. Yeah, man. It's going to be positive, negative. It's going to be some perspective. Might be people that just don't get other people. But you know what? It's doomsday. It's either truce or it's either war. Truce or either war. Smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Smash the like button. Let's go. Tired of the BS. Not just me. A lot of people is tired of the BS. There's some people that don't give a damn. There's some people that don't think it's serious. But it is. And I'm going to break it down slowly, even though I talk a little fast. What's good, France? What's good, Glenn? What's good, Real Phil? What's good? Guido, what's good? Smash the like button. If you immature, I guess, man, this is not your conversation, man. Got to move on to another channel. But right now, or to another content. But for this one, it's serious. It's serious dialogue. If you're too immature about it, it's not your place. What's good, Xavier? What's good? Smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody out there, man. Shout out to all the YouTube boxing content creators. Whether we agree, disagree, all I know is that I understand the grind. I understand the sacrifices. What's good, Ron? We put in the work, whether to our followers, subscribers, newcomers. Don't mind the family in the back. It's Sunday. Ah, man. Let people time in. It was great. It was great boxing. Well, I'm not even gonna say it was great boxing because it was a boring time in boxing yesterday. It was actually, King Tug. That fight was Erickson Lubin. Thank you for General Bruce Ennis. Bruce Ennis with a spectacular knockout. Shout out to Michelle Rivera. Shout out to everybody, man, that's giving me the honor to interview them. Michelle Rivera. Shout out Bruce Ennis. Congratulations. What's good, Lisa? What's good? Shout out Colazo. Shout out Peter Quillen. Shout out Teofimo Lopez Sr. Shout out Bill Haney. Shout out Henry Garcia. Shout out all the fighters out there, man. Shout out Keyshawn Davis. Shout out to everybody out there, man, doing their thing. War or truce? Truce or war? Now, let me set the table up. Again, God bless each and every one of y'all. Let me set the table up. New media versus old media. Let me set the table up, y'all. Old media. Y'all already know what's old media. Mass media, the ESPN, the BT, the Sky Sports, the Boxing Nation, Nation Boxing, whatever it is. Mass media, CBS, all these mass media, they got all the money, they got all the funds to spill out narratives, to hype fighters up, or these promotional companies that they're dinosaurs, man. They're done. They are done. The dinosaurs are done. They can't promote fighters. They don't know how to promote fighters. They don't know how to promote a fight. They don't know how to build fighters. They don't know how to marinate fights. It's done. These promotional company has taken all the money that the networks and the stream has given them and has given the boxing fans nothing, nada, nothing, no momentum whatsoever. I'm gonna tell you like this: if boxing ends today, if they say no more boxing, ain't no fighter gonna fight, I'm gonna tell you like this: in the Northeast in America, ain't nobody gonna miss boxing. That's how horrible the promotion has been. That's how horrible the momentum of boxing has been. But who has kept boxing alive? Who has kept the conversations alive? Who has kept these boxers that put their life on the line for pure entertainment alive, still could get a paycheck? Who has kept it alive? Not mass media. Not high traffic sport networks. They ain't kept boxing alive. Y'all know and I know. Fox ain't kept boxing alive. ESPN ain't kept boxing alive. No. Univision, nothing. No, they ain't kept no boxing alive. The YouTube circuit, independent media, independent blogs, vlogs, has kept boxing alive. We have kept boxing alive. It's us that sacrifice our time, our kids, our family, our wife, our significant other to come out with content, to share light. They don't give a damn. We give a damn. We the one that argue. We the one that have dialogues amongst each other, and then it spill out to, you know, personal things. And we're gonna be talking about that too. That's why I come up with this, you know, war, truce, invitation to everybody. Salute boxing. Boxing time. Salute. And this is what I gotta say. Like, again, I'm gonna set the table up. This is what I gotta say. We got a responsibility, whether you want to believe it or not. We got a responsibility out there to push this narrative, and also not to push the narrative, but to educate the boxing fans, to share light boxing fans. There's a lot of people that work that can't see a fight, you know, they can't keep up. They might be busy, but you know, we are the ones that brings them the news, raw and uncut, unfiltered. We're not paid to bring us some narrative, in which there are groups out there that's being paid to bring us some narrative, but you have a responsibility yourself. We in a position they can't buy us. They can't buy realness. They can't buy truth. What's good, lady? We boxing content creators has a responsibility, whether or not. Whether you think you just have a responsibility to your subscribers, but I think we have a responsibility not only to the subscribers, not only to the followers, but the people that's also walking into the sport of boxing and rely on us to give them the truth, because we know that old media ain't doing a goddamn thing. Excuse my language. Sorry, Jesus. Toby was good. And if we don't get it, if we don't clean stuff up, now I'm gonna tell you like this, man. The debate circuit is good. This is boxing. We do it for bragging rights. Us fans, you pick one fighter, I pick another. We come with some type of prediction. We come with some type of prediction. We come with pound for pound rankings. We talk sports, all of us, cool. But then it trickles down to disrespecting one another, just because I feel like about a certain fighter, you may feel about a certain fighter, you may feel about a certain fight, or you may feel about a certain situation. Now, me personally, this is my favorite sport. What's good, Horace? Horace, my fault. G Garcia, what's good? This is my favorite sport. And if you are watching boxing content, if you're here today or you go to another channel, you love boxing, you're not going to spend some time out of anybody in your family, your friends, to look at some YouTube video. It's because you're interested in the sport of boxing. You're interested in what's happening. You're interested in some different people's perspective, and that's the beauty of it. The beauty of it that we all different perspective and deliver our content in a different way. But yet, there's an audience for those type of this different perspective, different personalities, and that's great. It's almost the beautiful thing of boxing. Boxing translates to life itself. You may have Lomachenko from Ukraine, may have Teofimo Lopez from America with Honduras culture. We may have Deontay Wilder from Alabama. We may have Caleb Plant from Tennessee. We may have Mike Garcia from LA with Mexican culture. We may have Manny Pacquiao from the Philippines. We may have Felix Verdejo from Puerto Rico. We may have Naoya Inoue from Japan. We may have Richard Comey from Africa. We may have Amir Khan from the Middle East, UK, Ireland, all these different type of cultures, and people are going to break things down a different way. And yes, there's going to be people that's going to be rooting for their countrymen. That's cool. That's okay. That's cool. Pride, going for your countrymen, cool. Beautiful. What's good, World Combat? What's good, my brother? But then it gets to a point when we're not talking about sports anymore and we're trying to talk about us, each other, going at each other personally. This is boxing. And for the people that got a problem with somebody else, today is the day. It's an invitation. To anybody got a problem, you got a problem with me, you got a problem with somebody, you call them out. This is boxing, right? This is a gentleman's sport. Let's be gentlemen about it when we deliver our content. I'm not talking about gentlemen being conservative. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if you do got a problem with somebody and we love the sport of boxing and we love the mano y mano type of element, let's bring that mano y mano type of element into the YouTube content circuit, but not personally. Meaning is, if you got a problem with this person probably got an email. He probably got an email. He probably got Instagram. He probably got Twitter. He probably got Facebook. How about if you are man enough or woman enough to go after another woman, or a man goes after another man? We love the sport, mano y mano. If you want to go to war and y'all can't deal with things in a respectful level, in a mature level, get each other's, and you got your own channel, get each other's information. Give us the date. Give us the time. Give us the place. And the better content, instead of talking shit about amongst one another. If it's real beef and real personal, you set a time. One buys a plane ticket or a bus ticket, or y'all from the same city, and y'all give us that content. Y'all stream, y'all physical fight, because this talking back and forth type of stuff is kind of wimpy, you know? It's kind of, it's getting out of hand, right? We got to clean it up. If we're going to be a combat type of fans and we love combat sports and we degrade fighters, calling them out their name, there's people out there that call these fighters bums, that call these fighters pussy, that call these fighters all the derogatory name that you could goddamn think of. Yeah, at the end of the day, you will not have the heart and the grit and the determination and the sacrifice to do what these men and women do. To step inside that ring, rank number 1 to rank number 10,000. To disrespect these men and women. Yet you claim yourself that you're a boxing fan. You a fake or phony, and you shouldn't even watch this sport. Because these men and women put their life on the line for own pure entertainment. Shout out to Pachado Colon, still paralyzed by getting in the ring. Shout out to Adonis Stevenson, who had to retire for what happened to him in the ring. Shout out to Patrick Day, who died in the ring. And I'm sorry, the other gentleman from Russia who died in the ring as well, in which they had to call his wife and give her the bad news. My condolences go out to the family. My condolences go out to their loved ones. My condolences go out to their friends and family and their kids. Shout out to Wilfred Benitez. These are the type of fighters that you go out your way and deliver content and call these fighters bums and call these fighters scared. We immune to the respect level. We becoming inhuman every single day, especially in this airwave, and to the point that everybody, I'm talking about everybody in general, is becoming disgusting. It's becoming disgusting. And I'm saying this, and I'm coming with this concept because we have an opportunity right now. Each and every YouTube boxing content has an opportunity right now because we have power right now. Like I said, Mass media don't even know about boxing. You got Max Kellerman asking people to tell him what to talk about in his live stream because he don't follow boxing as well. They don't know nothing about no damn boxing. They don't love this sport like we do. Now the fighters are coming to us. Now the trainers are coming to us. They giving us the opportunity to share light on them, and we could take the baton. We have the baton right there in our hands almost, but what? We're not taking advantage of it because what we're doing, we're actually burying one another. We don't need to come out with no fake narrative. We was the real, we was the raw. You lead that to old media. There's people out there that call themselves new media, but yet you doing what old media is doing. Why? It's the reason why people tune in to a Punch Drunk Boxing, to World Combat, to a Ring IQ, Speak Your Mind Sports, to a Johnny Boy, to the LDBC channels, to all the other channels out there in different type of countries and languages. True Sport Boxing, the Boxing Jedi, a lot of boxing channel. Black and Brown was good, my brother. Two Hands, IBT, Unravel Boxing, and I keep going and going. I love you all. The ones that I missed, y'all my people, y'all already know, man. We have to deliver the realness, and this is why people come to check us out, because of the realness. There's people that's trying to be bought. Shout out to also what's a good channel out there, man? Showbiz. Shout out to Showbiz. Shout out to Sean. Sports Advantage. Shout out. There's a lot of people out there that are doing a good job. Sidestep Boxing was good, my brother. TBV was good. Was good. Ness and the crew. A lot of people doing good boxing out there. But then there's people out there with the false narratives as well, in which me myself, I don't agree with. But that's okay. There's a perspective out there that's within a group that is a large group in which they get credit. And they got a lot of subscribers. What's good, Ron? Good looking out, my brother. Good looking out, man. Already respect to the gladiators worldwide. Let's go. Good looking out, my brother. Thank you for your support, man. I appreciate that. There's perception of a certain group. And shout out to the people in the LDBC that do good things and out there. Of course, I'm gonna say the truth. There's certain channels I might not like the certain contents out there. But y'all doing what y'all need to do. But there's a perception out there of them when it comes to a division difference. Now they may care or not, but there's a perception which is not good. And I hope that we could air it all out today. Anybody from that camp, time in, and we have a dialogue. Not about just me, but what the perception is out there. That is not healthy. Even if you don't care or you care, you should care. Martin, salute. There's false narrative, there's race narratives. Also, there's bully points. Now, the other day on my live show, we was having a conversation, and there was these two gentlemen having a conversation, and one was using the N-word, the other one was using Peckerwood, and the other one was using this and that, trying to use bully points. What's good, John? What's good, Johnny boy? What's good, Franks? Now, let me tell you like this, because people may see me and just look at my color, right? They figure I need to pick sides. The only side and the only person I answer to is God Almighty himself. No, I'm not black. No, I'm not white. No, I'm not Hispanic. No, I'm not none of that. I am what God will see me when it comes to my judgment day. And I've been the gates of heaven. Either he tell me to boot, get out of here and go to hell, or will you welcome to the kingdom of heaven, my son? I'm just going to be a man. I'm just going to be me. God is not going to say all the black people on this side and all the white people on this side and all the Latin people on this side and all the Indians on this side and all the Asian on this side. We got to cut that crap. We're one race. And I don't give a damn what you say. We're one race. One race. And yes, the culture is what make this one race a beautiful thing. We a buffet, baby. We a buffet. Now I'm going to tell you like this. I don't give a damn about anybody's history right now. Because everybody has oppressed and an oppressor. In every corner of the world, every race has gone through it. Nobody has a green light to be racist in my book. Nobody has the green light to be racist. No race has the green light to be racist to another race. Now, we're real brief. I want to talk about this N-word right quick. Because there's too many hypocrisy, too many contradictions, too many using that N-word as a bully point. I don't give a damn about the word nigger or nigga. It shouldn't have been used anyway. We have to develop some type of sense that there are so many words in a damn dictionary to be fighting over one word for decades and decades and decades. If a person has a problem with one word, because I'm gonna tell you like this, I don't give a damn if you had your background and you was raised speaking this way. How about switching it up and speak another way because there's other ways to speak? Or acknowledge that some people don't feel comfortable with the certain word that has an origin or whatever people want to call it, because then people are going to be, oh man, guys, it's a pass, it's a pass, it's a pass. But don't tell another man not to use one word while you use it yourself. That's hypocrisy. That's contradicting yourself. That's you using that as a bully point to try to embarrass somebody and things of that nature. Let's not play dumb here. Let's not be stupid. A white man or a Latin man can't use the nigga word and stuff like that. Then stop using it your damn self. Black people, stop using the damn nigga word. Stop using it. If you don't want nobody else to use it, then damn it, stop using it. Point blank, period. Pick another word. If I'm surrounded by people that can't speak Spanish and me and my other homeboys speaking Spanish, that's like a sign of disrespect. If a dude say, yo, my man, why you speaking Spanish? You talking about me? Nah, I ain't talking about you, but why? I can't understand you. You know what? Let's speak. We all know how to speak English, then let's speak English. So he won't feel like he's left out, or he won't feel like they might be somebody trying to disrespect him in some other way or talk about him in a different language. You know what? I'll speak English. And I know English. I will speak English. Why am I talking about race? Because there is narratives in boxing that they bring race into the equation. But I just want to knock out this type of, oh my God, because I hear it all the time. Oh, this person said nigga. Oh, this person said nigga. He racist. Oh, this person said nigga. Yes, sir, this person nigga. But the same nigga that said nigga, use nigga. And the same nigga that says that he don't want nobody to use nigga. Make up your fucking mind. Is that put that word into the garbage, go and put it in the garbage. Talk about it amongst your friends, but there is somebody in the civility, if there's somebody in the group or in the panel that don't feel comfortable, that damn it, you know what? Do what's right, have some respect, and don't use the damn word. Use bro. Use something else that doesn't feel derogatory. How many days and how many nights and how many months and how many years and how many decades, how many centuries are we going to be talking about one word? Like if there's not so many million words to describe each other, some brotherhood. But we're trying to erase the, you know what I'm saying? We're flipping it around. Fuck the flipping it around, excuse my language, and stop using the damn word. Stop making it cool. And then you want to pick and choose when a dude could be cool or not. Stop. Stop with the bully point. Stop it. The nigger and the nigga word should be in the damn garbage. Put it that way. Creates too much chaos, too much confusions, too much fights, too much narrative. So many words out there, y'all. So many words. And of course, later on, I'm going to send the link and we're going to be talking about it. But in my book, there is no justification. There's too many words. There's too many words. Now, again, we have a responsibility as YouTube content creators or vlogs or independent media as well, because they are coming to us. The more they see this as a zoo, and I'm going to tell you like this is how serious it's going to be. There's a lot of people, a lot of analysts, a lot of journalists that's getting fired from these mass media. ESPN, Fox, you saw how many people they got fired from Fox. A lot of people from the Zone. 70 people got fired from the Zone this past year. Before the pandemic, 70 people got fired. 70 plus people from the Zone got fired. ESPN booting people out the way. Even Dan Raphael, we know that. We're boxing fans. Even Dan Raphael, a highly credible boxing journalist, got booted out. Fox, they booted out the whole show. Guess what those people do? Guess what they're going to do? They're going to come to this circuit right here. This circuit that we control. Yet we work hard to bring this from the bottom to the top. Each and everybody that got their channel out there. I don't care if you have 200 subscribers. I don't care if you have a G. I don't care if you have 10. I don't care if you have 20. I don't give you 70, 100. You know and I know the work that you put in. The hard work that you put in to get that channel where it needs to be. And guess what? The reason why there are a lot of subscribers, the reason why is because they got tired of listening to the bullshit narrative that the old media was spitting, and they come to us with truth. So now they come into our ring. But guess what? They already got the notoriety. They already got the credibility. They already got the credibility. They already got the money. Why you think guys are mad at Ryan Garcia saying, oh my God, this guy in social media stuff? You know why? Because those dinosaurs don't understand what's really going on. Ryan Garcia know what's going on, and y'all know what's going on. Oh, yes, the YouTube has its power. Just tell Logan Paul and KSI if it got power. YouTubers are main eventing a damn boxing match in their own prospective sport. You are an undercard to YouTubers. If you don't think it's serious in YouTube, you better check who Mayweather is about to fight next. If you don't think that there's some power in some YouTube content, you better watch. You better take a high close on who Floyd Mayweather is gonna fight next. Dude went from fighting Berto to Conor McGregor to Logan Paul. We got a voice. But if we misuse our voice, guess what's going to happen? People are going to go back to the people that they relate to, these mass media. Look at your subscribers, and let's say, for example, look at Brian Costas. Sean Porter, shout out to Sean Porter, just created this podcast. Got what, like 300 subscribers? But they're going to come to our circuit, and the more we bullshit around, and the more people come out with these false narratives, they're going to take over again. And we lost. We were never going to get this window again. We will never get this window again. We're being highly respected, not just by subscribers, but by boxing personnel. They're coming to our ring. Yet if they see certain channels as a zoo, and I'm not just talking about YouTube, I'm also talking about these YouTube content creators that wants to be real independent, want to be journalists, and get these type of interviews and get these type of, media credentials to go to these fights and things of that nature. Because I'm not saying that every YouTube boxing content wants to be this type of journalist and stuff like that. No. All I'm saying is there's a lot of money to be made if we do it right. Being real and not creating narratives, they're coming to us because we're real. We don't need to create narrative. We're not even being bought to create narratives. Even there is guys out there and gals out there and channels out there that create this dumbass narrative to push down a fighter, to elevate another fighter. We don't need that in the sport of boxing. We all know what we want to see. We all know what we want to see. We want to see the best fighting the best, right? Let's be real. We want to see the best fight the best. We want to see Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. We want to see Errol Spence versus Buck Crawford. We want to see Chocolatito versus Estrada. We want to see the best fighter. We're all on the same page. When people create stupid narratives just to build fighters because of their skin complexions and boot out the other fighters that have accomplished, it's a problem. If you don't like black and you don't like white, but then your perspective and your narrative and your content are dictated by your racial issues, that's a problem. And I'm going to say it like this. The problem is not there's racism really going on. The problem is loyalty. The problem is enviness and jealousy of those loyalties. Your problem is not if, example, Mexicans support their own people. The problem and the real issue is that you wish that your own support your own like others support theirs. I don't call Deontay Wilder or Gary Russell Jr. or Earl Spence a black fighter. I call them an American fighter. Americans that represent Americans that have been to the Olympics to represent us as American. There are people out there that divide themselves within America. There's narrative that divide themselves. Man, we got it harder than the other. We got to work 2 times harder than the other. Shut up with that bullshit. Shut up. Everybody gets a chance. If you look at the world, every world champion, everybody is a mixture, and it's beautiful. Every coach has hold that crown. Now, there's channels out there that got problems with other channels. Some other channels out there want to capitalize off beef. But while you beefing, somebody is taking a fall as well. I want to open up the panel And I want people, whoever have beef, to call it out. And see what's the end game. What's the end game? I could start off with me. Dudes that got a problem with me, we could start it out with me. I could start it off. When anybody got a problem with punch drunk boxing, or if I have a problem with somebody, you heard that I got a problem, or I made some videos, I made some recent videos, I hope those people would took the opportunity and took my invitation, and I'll tell you why there is a problem with the type of message that you spill out. There's more things to talk about, but the floor is ours now. If you're immature, don't time in. I'm not here to really waste my time. It's Sunday. And for those who think that they ain't come out their mouth and says something about certain people, remember, I see everything and I hear everything. And if I don't see everything, trust me, I'm presented with the BS that's been said. Damn, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Shout out to Amanda Serrano. Shout out. Good announcers here. Shout out to Javier Fortuna también. Shout out. Dímelo, mi hermano. Shout out to Teofimo Lopez Jr., Devin Haney, Gary Russell Jr. What's good, Batman? Ariel, what's good? I got plenty. What are we talking about? Carlo, what's good? Hold on, Glenn. Hold on. Let me put my thing on. Hold on. Yo,
what's good, man?
What's good, man? Major Key Boxing, what's good, Glenn? Talk to me.
Yeah, man. You know, this shit, like you said, man, this shit is out of hand, man. This is a lot of bullshit on the internet, man. Yo, I don't know. I haven't, spoken to you on a live since, because it's your first live since. But, bro, I was getting calls all last night from the trolls, bro. So after they asked for a truce a week and a half ago, all of a sudden they started giving dudes my phone number, started getting calls at 2 o'clock in the morning all the way to 6 something in the morning, bro. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm the type of dude, I got energy for this, bro. I'm not changing my number, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not changing my number. What's going to happen is I'm going to start getting these apps, and I'm going to start coming out of pocket so that any private number that comes in, I'm going to have the real number. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is from now on. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure why fools go over there and let little kids manipulate them into calling a grown-ass man at that time in the morning when they know that they have a family. But yo, bro, for me, it's war right now. I already told them. I went onto the channel last night and I said, truce is done. So for me personally, I'm airing that out right now. Let it be known that when you see me and them going back and forth, that's because I already told them, because they too fake for me, bro. They're too fake. You know what I mean?
I feel you. Guido, BDA, what's good?
What up, Punch? What's going on?
Chilling, my brother. What's good? What you think, Guido?
Yeah, man, these motherfuckers, like I told you.
First and foremost, I'm let y'all know I want to like time, because I don't want to have it like 10 people at a time again, because it'd be crazy. So
yeah.
So when I bring people in, I might time y'all out.
Yeah, no problem.
So it won't be too, it will be too much,
Yeah.
Look, because I know there's gonna be more people that I wanna, have that dialogue. And
I'm just saying, like, my bad.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, these guys they talk a lot of shit. They running their mouth all day, but they don't want to show up with their face or nothing. Like, if you really want to do it, let me know. Let me know if y'all really want to do this shit. You know what I'm
Who's the
saying?
problem? Who's the problem? This is war truce.
Well, it's a lot of motherfuckers. The MSBC motherfuckers, they running their mouth. And Wob, you one of them, dude. I don't know. I never had a problem with Wob, and he's calling me out. And I want to know what's his problem with me, because I never said nothing to that dude. I never said nothing. I never did nothing to this dude. Now, I want to know. I want him to come up and speak to me like a man. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what the fuck is going on, because this shit is going bananas all over the place.
Yo, BDA.
Yo, what's up, man? Thank you for having me on.
What's good, my brother? Talk to me. What you feel? What you feel about man this circus? Tell me. What's the problem?
You know, we all got into this, I'm assuming, because we like boxing, right? We want to talk boxing, and boxing is it's a niche sport, meaning it's not as popular as others. So it's kind of difficult to find people that are as knowledgeable, you know, as in this sport, so that you can have a good, fruitful conversation with. Now, the reality is, this is the internet, and when you get a channel like yours, like mine, or like everybody's, you're opening up, whether you have 1,000 subscribers or 20,000, you're opening yourself up to a portal of interesting people, and then you got the crazy people, the people that love the drama. They want to drag you down with it. Now, look, if anybody's into that type of stuff, at least be open about it and say, look, I'm in this for the drama.
Yeah,
I'm in this for the boxing.
exactly.
But at the end of the day, it's the internet. If somebody says something about you, how well do they really know you? You know, I mean, the amount of things that I've heard about myself or about my co-host or everybody that's on our panel, they don't know me. They don't know anybody. So it's only it's only going to affect you as much as you let it. I know it's cliched, and I know it sounds easy to say, oh, just ignore them. Because I mean, look, I'm a human being too, and when somebody says something about me, I feel it.
Yeah.
But how much do you want to fan the flames is what I'm asking. You know what I mean? And I guess it comes down to an individual. You know, if you want to react a certain way, fine. If you want to take it another route and ignore them, okay. But at least just understand, keep in the back of your guys' mind that it's just the internet. I don't know exactly what the beef is that you guys are talking about, but that's all. That's my only advice.
Yeah, so my circumstance is a little different because you're not getting calls early in the morning when you have an 8-month-old baby. You know what I'm saying? So my circumstance is different. For me, it's grown man shit right now. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm gonna have to teach little kids a lesson. You know what I mean? And I've already exposed multiple names and addresses and phone numbers. You know what I'm saying? Because I get down like that. You know, so I've been trying to drop the shit. I went onto their channel and dropped the shit. So me being a man, you know, I haven't spoken shit about them. But then when you start getting calls again early in the morning, and as soon as I get a call from a private chat, bro, I look at the channel, and there's always a delay by about a minute. So you go to the channel, there's a delay about a minute, and then you hear what's going on. You hear who's initiating. Oh, let's call this dude. Oh, let's call that dude. You know what I'm saying? In the middle of the night. You see what I'm saying? So it's a little different. You can't ignore when people are calling. I'm not gonna go out of my way to call my service provider to change my phone number when that's on my resume. When you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go at them. You know what I mean?
Who's them? Who's them?
I already said it. MXBC. I already told them last night. TRUCE is dropped with me. That's me. I'm saying that. So when you hear that, don't say that. Hey, Glenn doesn't know how to handle the internet. Nah, bro. I can handle this, bro. I got the energy for this. The thing is that I'm speaking specifically to them. Everybody else, I got other people that talk shit. It doesn't matter. I'm not even going to mention their name because they don't deserve my free promo. You know what I'm saying? There's other people I got drama with. You know what I'm saying? But they don't call me early in the morning.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So that's a little different. So you can say, oh, you know, it's just the internet. Yeah, but it's not just the internet when they call my personal phone number and I'm sleeping. You feel me?
I feel you.
That's more on a harassment level. That's more on a harassment level. So that's more personal.
Yeah, man, I understand when BDA is saying with the internet, we leaving ourselves open. You know, there's comment boxes, we got people in panels and things of that nature. Yeah, that's cool. But I know for sure that we all came here, most of us, for boxing, right?
Yep.
Well, we all came here for boxing, right? We're all sacrificing and trying to build whatever our channel will build or whatever networking is because of boxing. It's not really because of anything else. You want to talk about boxing. And then when people have open panels and people going to tune in, we want to listen to boxing. It's almost like if I'm watching First Take. And remember, and people, let's say when First Take and Stephen A. Smith start talking about something else, come on, man, stick to the sport, right? So,
And,
but then
and,
it goes into a personal level.
and Punch, remember what I told you earlier when you did the interview? It was a great interview, and I was excited because we were talking boxing. And see, these two guys, they got into it with the N word, and I'm like, yo, Keith, let's talk boxing. We're here to talk boxing. You understand?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Y'all want to talk shit for a whole hour. You know what I'm saying? If y'all really want to do the fight, just do it. You know what I'm saying? If you drop each other's address, y'all really want to do the shit, just do it.
Yeah.
Y'all talking too much on the internet. They running their mouth too much.
No. Yo, do I see you? I see you there. Oh, I don't want to put everybody. I don't want to be like so much people, but I see you in the background. I got you in a bit. I hope you can stay there. P.
What's up, my bro?
What's good? Now, I want to say this to y'all. So, to you, because you was in that panel as well. So there was an incident in another channel, and where a person show their penis, right? There was an issue out there, right? Then what I saw yesterday in another panel, and there's people out there in the comment box that says, what you need to do is do it on Punch Drunk's channel and show your cock in his channel.
Oh, you're talking about H Money?
Also, yes. Also, you was one of the ones also that says Punch Drunk, Johnny Boy, Jedi, they all snakes. Now I want you to tell me about that comment.
No, because the thing is, though, I felt some type of way. That stream, obviously, I was pissed off because Johnny Boy was on that stream, and like I felt like you was giving him a lot of he was letting him get away with all the stuff that he was doing. Like you were saying, like you're both at fault and stuff like that. Even though Johnny Boy is the one that started saying nigger, this to start saying to Mr. Shelton, like he's from Mississippi, trying to be racist, and you should have went at him because he was at fault. Mr. Shelton did not start. He, because you gave the floor to both of them, and that's when Johnny Boy started saying all the racist stuff. So Mr. Shelton has the right to defend himself as a man.
Was he saying? Now I'm gonna ask you a question. Was he?
So I felt angry, but at the same time, I'm not the one that actually. I wasn't happy when H Money said, "Oh, Rob should do that the same thing, flush his dick or something like that," where he did to H Money. Obviously, H Money said that with his own mouth. But
did you check him on that?
They were arguing. This was early hours in the morning in the UK, so I left. They were still at it for like another hour. They were just arguing.
No, but
so
first and foremost, I saw the video, and you come out here and you like to regulate people that use the N-word. Now, if you want to go back and look at that live, because you come to my channel and you tell people, about the N-word and this, and you on this Black Power movement. Yet on that channel, I've heard the N-word all around that, and you didn't say one word. Why was that?
I do. Whenever I hear people say the N-word, I do tell them not to say it. I've said it on numerous channels.
Do you want me to pull the video right now? So don't put yourself.
I might not be listening. At the same time, some of the guys on that channel, they're black, but at the same time, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Your point is, no one should be using that N-word. But this is a culture thing. Black Americans, they say the N-word. And who am I to say don't say it?
No,
it's
everybody
themselves.
Everybody use the N-word. Latinos, white, black, they all use it. Everybody use the N-word. But I'm just saying that you have a record. You have a record of telling people about what to say about the N-word. But in that live show, I didn't hear you say one thing, and you was having a dialogue amongst them. So don't say that you didn't hear it. So why you didn't call them out? Are you using the N-word as a bully point?
No, I don't. I'm actually serious with that stuff. I have not been happy, especially when Johnny Boy's been saying it for a long time. And
right, forget about Johnny Boy because everybody else used it, from H Money to Rob. It's all in the it's all in the video. You didn't say
they're all black, they're not white, like.
So you're trying to say that black people could use that word and white and Hispanics can't use that.
For you, like, to me, I see you as a black man, even though you're Dominican. But I think you're Dominican, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So to you, I see you as a black
I'm
man.
Asian as well. I'm
Yeah, but I
South
see you,
American as well.
you know, regardless of what country you're from, you know, your race is still black. Like your country might be different, but
I'm
you know, like
God's I'm God's child. I don't know nothing about this black
you're
and white stuff. I do not. I don't go with that. I always say this is one race. I don't play that. I put the coloring. I say it all the time. I put the coloring book down a long time ago.
to me, like I see you as a black man. At the end of the day, like you look like so, you know, some of my family members look like you. In fact, I'm not. I'm kind of light skinned as well. Like, you know, I mean, you can get away with, you know, you know, being where I'm from as well. So it's not even about it. At the end of the day, I just think this whole N word. Obviously, my whole overall opinion, you know, nobody should be using that word. Of course, you know, because
Okay.
we're giving, you know, the white people the ammunition to say, look, you guys are using it, so why can't we? So this thing has been going on for too long when people are just using it. So, you know, like Guido here, he says that he's from New York, so he's allowed to use it. You know what I
No,
mean? But
there's an there's an understanding that people use the N word as a slang word, right? And the thing is, we know it. I don't use it as I try not to use it as much. It's not really in my vocabulary where it just slips out like that all day long. You know, it'll slip out and stuff like that, but it's not really like, you know, it's not a master in my vocabulary where it just comes out over and over and over. Now, if we understand that this is a lingo that people talk, then when somebody else uses it, any type of race, because the black race has adopted, let's talk about race now, right? The black race have adopted the word nigger, right? Nigga, however you want to, however people want to call it. But y'all know that's used in a what's up, nigga, what's up, this nigga, this nigga, that, right? So when somebody else says it, why is a red light? Because he's white?
I guess so, because they feel some type of way. Like I feel some type of way myself, because obviously, you know, black people have been enslaved, you know, for so long by the white guys. So when a black man sees a white guy saying the N word, whether it's a GA or a ER, to me, they're both the same. Let's be real. You know what I mean? Like it sounds the same thing. You know,
So
ER
that's
or GA.
so that's what I'm saying. I'm a firm believer in I gotta clean my own house before I clean somebody else's house, right? So
Right.
so the black community, you say I'm black, right? The black community
Yes.
as well. Let's clean our house and put that word, because I'm gonna tell you like this, just like you say that, you know, other race can't use it. There's a lot of black elderly people. There's a lot of black people in different types of America that don't even like the nigga word, not the ER. They don't like the nigga. And the black race have fought that amongst one another, amongst each other. We have battle with that word. The old and the new, the young, the old and the young. Now, if other cultures see that the young blacks don't want to respect the old black, then how you think other races will respect? Because I'm gonna show you like this. If the black race will stop using the nigger and the nigger word, both of them, or however you want to call it, then nobody else will use it. But the black race have glorified that word. Now, sorry, you glorified it in music, you glorified it in your neighborhood, and there's black people and white people that talk like that amongst each other. So if you do have, let's say, for example, a Johnny Boy that was raised with Latinos and blacks, and this is the way that he talks, you can't come out of somewhere and say, oh my God, he's doing the N word because he seems white and it seems wrong on him. It's supposed to be everybody should stop using that word. We have a large list of words that we could put that word to rest. So we wouldn't even have to talk about this word for today, tomorrow, the next decade, or the next decade. And it goes, you know.
Let me give you an example. You know, Guido, yeah, when he says nigga, yeah, and when Johnny Boy says nigga, like they're both, those sound the same. For some reason, when Guido says nigga, it sounds like he's from like the streets. But when Johnny Boy says it, he sounds like a cowboy. Like, you know, one of those type of people that used to lynch people. That's what he reminds me of. Like, you know, when you watch like documentaries, stuff like that, the way he talks, you know, there's difference to it. There's difference to it. That's what I'm saying. Like Guido, he said that he's from New York, and like, you know, and he sounds like more like someone that, you know, is around the ghetto, like, you know what I mean? But like with Johnny Boy, like you can tell the difference. Like, you know, there's bad intention with it as well at the same
How
time.
do you
Even though I
know?
don't agree,
Is that your perception? Is that what you assuming?
this is the way I feel. Yeah, and that's not just me. A lot of people obviously feel like that, even in the chat. I'm sure if you ask them in the chat,
No,
they'll
no, no.
probably.
I think people portray it for him to be racist because he is white, but he's just speaking the same lingo that other black people are speaking.
It's just his voice. For some reason, you know, come on, Punch. Like, you know, when people say, you know, there's two ways of saying it. But at the same time, I don't agree with anyone saying it. I wish people could stop saying that stuff, because at the end of the day, in this YouTube thing, I came for boxing and all that sort of stuff. But obviously, there's drama. You know, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot of boxing in the last year or so, and at the same time, you know, you hear these, gangsters. Like, you know, none of us are gangsters. So
Yeah.
we need to stop acting gangsters in it. You know what I mean? We're just normal people. I got kids. You know, you got kids. I'm sure Punch, Glenn, and Guido. You know what I mean?
But we
And
got to keep it consistent. We can't say this thing right here and then go to another channel and speak how we speak.
but I haven't been disrespectful about Glenn anyway recently. Like, I on top of my head, I can't remember. Like, I know the MXPC have been disrespectful, to him and stuff like that. But I think it's just they try. You know, they're fun and games. You have to remember they're young boys. You know, and sometimes, you know, they take things the wrong way, like, you know, of having fun.
Not today, not today, but every time you have time, then how do I greet you?
With respect.
But how?
You
What
greet me.
Assalamu alaikum, right?
Assalamu alaikum, yes.
I'm not Muslim, but you come and I have respect for you, right?
Yes.
Just for that, you know. So it's all about respect. We could all disagree, agree, you know, even if we joke around. Even if we say something joking around that we may think is almost borderline, in that end of that, you already know, man, we just joking. We just debating.
Oh, Punch, I want to tell you something. The guy in the chat is actually not Mr. Shelton. He was earlier on the MXPC channel. He's actually an English guy. He came on, and you can see the avatar is a bit too big, so he's trying to, you know.
I don't even look at that really.
I'm just saying. Just
I got the panel open. That's why.
Okay, so basically, another thing as well that I wanted to say, like, you know, this narrative about the LDBC being racist, that has to stop.
Okay,
because
now
this is why.
Okay. Cool.
This is why. This is the thing, like, because the more people say that, there's a lot of people, new people, always joining the YouTube boxing thing. Yeah. So basically, like, they hear that stuff and they don't know nothing about it, so they'll believe them straight away. So that narrative needs to stop. The LDBC are not racist. The LDBC, they talk about boxing, they talk about various stuff. You know, if you don't like an individually, that don't mean that's the LDBC. Do you know what I mean? Just like anyone else that's making boxing or content. You can't say the white.
Let me ask you a question so we could, I said this in the beginning to set the table. So for the people out there that feel like the LDBC has racist narratives and things of that nature, they feel like it's a racist group that is they just like black and X out everybody else. You as an LDBC, you consider yourself as an LDBC member, right?
I'm affiliated with it. I'm not official LDBC, so I can't say like for you to be official LDBC, you know, 78 Sports TV has to make you officially LDBC. But I consider the LDBC as my brothers, my friends. You know, I like them. You know, I mean, they're doing good stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I'm not even saying this is just me asking questions. I'm just telling you, you know the narrative just like I know the narrative myself. You know the perception. You just said it right there. So why do you think that's the perception? And do you feel like is it a perception that y'all care having? Because if everybody calls, let's say 60% of the people calls you a crackhead, you know, there might be a lot of people be like, all right, he's a crackhead. You know what I'm saying? But why is that a great percentage of the perception is that the LDBC is racially driven? Why is that perception? And tell us why that should not be the perception.
Because at the end of the day, you know, they grew, and you know, when something grows, and not only that, they support black fighters, because black fighters do not get any big support. Like, they don't get really justice when they do something good. they don't really get the credit. Even AJ doesn't get as much as credit as other fighters in the other divisions, like Lomachenko's, like even Klitschko. He was getting way more credit than what AJ is getting. Stuff like that. I'm not even talking about Wilder. Even Wilder as well. Like he done great stuff for this sport. Like people were talking about his resume. Look at Tyson Fury resume. Like it's not all that great when you really look at BoxRec. You know what I mean? So, but Tyson Fury is getting praised as being the best. Like earlier, you said we want to see the best fight, the best. Let's see AJ Fury. Like for example, you were saying a couple of fights, but I'm just picking that particular fight.
Yeah.
You know, the Wilder people are forgetting about that. Wilder's got a rematch against Fury. You know, it could be AJ against Wilder. Who knows? Or maybe it could be Fury against AJ. Who knows? Or maybe Pulev against Fury. But what it is like this. You know, black fighters. I don't think they get a lot of credit. Like Canelo, for example, he gets a lot of credit. You know, and if he doesn't, the Mexican fan base will fight for him, and he's got massive support. And I respect that the Mexicans are behind their man. You know, and nobody ever says that, oh, they're being racist. You know what I mean? And Mexicans are more closer to blacks. You know what I mean? So when people are supporting Wilder, black fans are supporting Wilder, you know, they are being called racist. It doesn't make sense. How can they be racist? What we black people don't have any power at all. You know, we've never done anything wrong to people. We've never enslaved people. You know, in fact, when you go back in history,
how about enslaves ourselves?
This, you know, we're not enslaving. How are we enslaving ourselves?
Well, if you want to talk about history, how did slavery? If you go back, how did it start? Who the Africans sold the slaves to who? To the Arabics, to the Arabs, right?
Obviously, I'm not really knowledgeable about that one. I'm not gonna obviously, like I'm knowledgeable about the recent slavery. You know, the 500 years slavery was been happening even in Britain.
Look, what we could honestly say is that if you look at history, you look at everybody else's history, that every race has been oppressed and has its oppression. Every race, from Asia
when it comes to boxing,
to Africa. Now, when it comes to boxing, this is what it is. It's not that you could support your own. That's your own countrymen. Because if we talking about America, right? I'll be like, yo, I support Danny Silva Garcia just like I support Earl Spence because they're Americans, you know, not because, oh, I'm supporting Earl Spence because I'm black. See, that's the difference between the UK, how I interpret the UK from here. When AJ comes to Madison Square Garden, it's not, oh, we're supporting AJ because he's a black fighter from the UK. I never hear that. Not in America. I never hear AJ, the black fighter from the UK. In America, we hear Deontay Wilder, let's say black fighters. I don't hear that in the UK. I never heard that growing up with Lewis. I never heard that growing up with Bruno. So it is a different culture in the UK and in America.
Because
there is
in the
more.
In the UK, we're not going through we're doing okay at the moment when it comes to race, because no one is really being dominant. Of course, the whites are a little bit richer now. But the playing field is a little bit fair now, you know, like we all got good lives, we all get treated good, like the police ain't shooting us and stuff like that. And at the same time, even the when it comes to boxing as well, the talent in the UK is not a lot. Like, you know, there's not a lot of titles that the UK got. You know, in the heavyweight division, obviously the UK is dominating right now. But at the end of the day, you know, right now, like I can see the race tension going on because of Tyson Fury, you know, having that title. Like slowly but surely, the fans that AJ had, you know, the white fans, they're going towards Fury. They're supporting Fury, but they're never gonna admit it. They're supporting Fury because of his color. They're gonna say, "Oh, well, he's a good boxer. Oh, you know, he's fast." They will give him a reason. This is the thing. This is why people are not real, and I know where, you know, what people's intention is. It's plain and simple.
Why? If this fight was not geared, it was not geared to be a race thing, but there is a large platform that have turned this into a race issue. There is a large platform that has turned a credible win to call this person a cheat, the glove gate, while the fighter himself never came out and spewed those things that's been said for months and months and months.
I
Why?
think I don't know why
That needs to stop. The narrative of Deontay Wilder can't box, that needs to stop as well. The narrative that Tyson Fury and the glove gate, that bullshit needs to stop itself. The narrative that we as boxing heads should be pushing is, what would Deontay Wilder do? Going back to the drawing board, what can he fix to come back in the trilogy and beat a fighter like Tyson Fury? How could he adjust? And then the boxing world and the people that want to learn about boxing see these channels and see this, okay, yeah, they're talking about boxing. This is what he should do, and we're talking about boxing. But these narratives of the dude is cheating, didn't have the glove, his fist all in it, he has something in the glove, the head is dented, all that BS needs to stop. Because now we're looking like fools out here. And the thing is, we all looking like fools out here because the one that comes out with that type of bullshit has a large platform.
Hey, Punch Drunk, that is, can I say something? That is a great point that you just made, because like I said it in the beginning when I came on, that boxing is a niche sport, and it takes a long time to really learn, even just as a spectator, to learn and understand boxing. Now imagine a new guy comes on the internet, on YouTube, they want to learn about boxing, and they come upon our channels or other channels. Mm-hmm. They want to learn about boxing, they go in there, and all they hear is people talking shit about other YouTubers that they don't even know who they are. You know, imagine somebody doesn't know you, doesn't know me. Hey, fuck Punch Drunk, blah, 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 and, or racism this, racism that, and there's no talk about boxing. Don't you think that that's a bad look? You know, we're trying to talk boxing here, and people want to make it about other stuff. I mean, to me, that's what differentiates the people who want to talk boxing and who are boxing fans, and the people who just want to fight amongst each other.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, and then it pushes a dumb narrative, because if we are boxing mind, if we try, and I'm talking about strictly now the YouTubers that's trying to make this as a, you know, want to be independent media, want to have the media credentials, want to interview guys like boxers out there and pick their brains, right? Because we're boxing heads at the same time. You think that fighters want to come to this jungle called the YouTube boxing community and give us their time when there's stupid narratives like the dude is denting somebody's head and cheating and stuff like that? How can you now have a you know, an interview with a Tyson Fury to get his side?
I truly agree with you, Punch, and I also agree with what BDA just said. But with all due respect, I don't believe none of the shit he said, because some channels like his have introductions where they say, let's just kill all the fucking N-words. You know what I mean? So when you have these type of introductions in your videos, you're allowing these particular people with these sick-minded thoughts come out, and then they display these words in the debate. So you're welcoming and you're encouraging this type of garbage mentality, and you are bad for boxing. You know what I mean? So for you to come out here and say these words, you're just nothing but a hypocrite, right? And then, like I said, man, I don't agree with none of that. And then to me, you're just a clown, bro. So I don't, with all due respect, but this is my feeling, bro.
Yeah, man.
Well, that's his right to believe that, you know. And I welcome people to check out my intro. I don't know what he's talking about, but check out the show, and you will see that we stick to boxing.
With the Nazi song introduction too.
Excuse me, I'm talking. Every once in a while we get clowns that come on, and I'm at fault for this, for allowing people, because I always try to think the best of people, and I always try to let them speak, and I always think, all right, this person's not mean-spirited, they want to talk boxing. And it's people come up to me, they go in behind the scenes, get rid of this fucking guy. They're toxic. They're toxic people that are always fighting with other people. They're the types of people that I imagine them outside of the internet. They always get into fights with people, with landlords, with people, whether it's at school, at work, whatever. Those type of people, yeah, see, fits the theme of the show. You got to get rid of these people. But again, I can't control everybody that comes in the panel. And then once they come in, unfortunately, I'm at fault for this, and my co-host Bucho as well. It takes us time to get rid of these people. And anybody that runs a channel and has a lot of people, new people wanting to come in, this is a consistent problem with trying to get rid of these people.
No, I feel you. And you know what it is too, BDA? It's like, let's say in my situation, I'm not trying to get rid of the people. I'm not trying to really, I ain't want to give people wrenches like to for me to regulate my own channel, because other people just come over here and really highly disrespectful. You know, I'm not, it's not even about that. I want to talk about boxing. I want to deliver a boxing content, boxing dialogue, have a conversation, agree, disagree. And then all I spend my time is trying to figure out who's coming in with fake accounts, you know, and all this BS. Like, yo, if you want to build your channel, this goes for the trolls, man. Say who you are, say what you about, and have your own troll and your own channel. Matter of fact, I'll go out and check out your troll channel. Put it that way. Don't come over here and mess my work up, because I don't got the time, man. If you have a troll channel, go out there and I will support your troll channel. And I will laugh. If y'all want to be comedic, I will laugh too. I'll support. Let the whole world know what y'all about. You know?
And that's what I've done myself. I've gone over there to entertain it. I've even answered their phone calls, bro, in the middle of the night because I was up. Yo, what's up? You know what I'm saying? This and that. Oh, come to the channel. So I go to the channel. Boom. You know, we chop it up real quick. That's how we ended up just bodying it, because it was like, yo, it's getting boring already. You know what I mean? All this calling me up and just to for me to get on the conversation in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Like, bro, it's getting boring. You know what I mean? So we dropped it. But then again, I started getting calls last night after a week and a half. You know what I mean? So, you know, that shit is bullshit, man. That's why I had to be the first one on and address it, bro, because I'm the one that was up last night receiving phone calls. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I could put it on silent, but the point is people are still calling me. You know what I mean? So I missed the 3 calls that came in at 6 o'clock in the morning because I had it on silent. But still, why people are calling me at 3 o'clock at 6 o'clock in the morning? That's the point. I was up at 2 o'clock when they first called, so I answered. You know what I mean?
One thing, Major, that's one thing I want to clarify, because I said earlier about when people talk shit about you, that you should ignore them. But that's because there's a lot of background noise. I can't talk for some reason. There's a lot of background noise.
No, I was playing your introduction of your latest video.
Please, I'm talking. Okay, Major Key, I wanted to say something. Earlier I said that you should just ignore people. And then I didn't know the extent, to which extent you were talking about, because I don't know your situation. But yeah,
that's why I clarified.
Yeah, when you're getting calls, yeah, that goes beyond, like, you know, but again, that's the internet. So my question to you is, like, what are you going to do about it? Because, I mean, you can't, you know, this is the internet. You can't really meet people and you know, settle it in other ways.
You can when you have a private chat, or I'm sorry, a private call, you know, what do you call that shit? When that breaks up the private call and gives you the actual number, you can't actually do that. Because there's multiple apps out there for that.
Oh,
you know what I mean? And I'm no broke person. I'm willing to pay for that. You know what I mean? So you know, now, okay, you want me to come out of pocket because you want to call me, because I'm not changing my number. You know what I'm saying? That effort right there, when I already have so many people have my number, I'm not going through all that work for these dudes. I'm just going to start exposing them. And I was trying to avoid all that. You know what I mean? But that's why I'm here on this live today. Because the topic was truce or war. So anybody in the comment section that's talking about boxing and when we get into boxing, that's not what the you know, the thumbnail said. So you know what I mean? Like just stick to the topic.
Yeah, Punch, I apologize for having the little introduction of BDA's last video where it does say that. Let's just kill all the fucking N-words with the whipping sound and all that shit.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I apologize for doing that, Punch. I just wanted to throw that out there.
We apologize. We accept your apology.
The problem is, again, going back to the LDBC as well, the reason why they exist is because of people like, you know, BDA and Johnny Boy, and, you know, there's a lot of other channels, you know what I mean? I can't remember their names. But, you know, if you promote that type of stuff, BDA, and if you don't get rid of it straight away, you know, you'll create an opposition. And that's why the opposition has grew. And I've seen one of your titles in the past. I've seen in your title in the past, say, you know, LDBC is, you know, it's always in your title. But this is the thing, people complain about it.
Okay, tell me when you're done, because I want to clarify that.
Yeah, when you put titles on your, the stuff that L-Dude is saying, you know, you're gonna kill all the, let's kill all the N, you know.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, L-Dude, you got it? You got the recording?
Yeah, I logged off it, but I could log back into it.
Go ahead and play it, because I want to hear what the fuck you're talking about.
In the meantime.
Oh, by the way, can I address P? Because he said about the Wilder videos. The Wilder videos, that was my co-host Bucho, because people don't understand. They think I'm the sole proprietor of the channel. I got me, my co-host Bucho, and every once in a while we get another guy named Stu who does videos for us. Now, Bucho did a whole bunch of videos on the LDBC exposing the Causegate. It had nothing to do really with the... Oh, hold on. I think he's trying to play the audio. Go ahead, dude. Play it.
disappointed in everyone. And let me tell you why. It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot, Just do the fucking man. What are you going?
You heard it. Let's just kill the fucking nigga. Screaming and whipping in the background. You want me to play it again? It's at the 42nd.
We heard it, man. We heard it. And that's
one more time. With all due respect, in case you didn't hear it.
Wait a minute. Play it again.
Okay, give me a second.
Ah, Jesus.
All right, come on. Honestly, I can't do it, man. I'm disappointed in everyone. And let me tell you why. It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot, Just do the fucking man. What are you going
let me ask the host, Contract, what did that sound like to you?
To be honest, I couldn't hear it. It wasn't very clear.
Okay, can I tell you where that's from? Because I like to sample things when I make music.
I think that sounds like a rap music from what?
No, I made that music. It's the intro for a podcast when we do the channel. First of all, anybody that thinks that I would actually say what El Dude is saying in the video, you gotta be fucking insane. YouTube would take you down in an instant, and they haven't done that. That's number one. Number two, that little quote, excuse me. You gotta stop interrupting, El Dude. Come on. That quote is actually from Goodfellas, when Joe Pesci tells I forget which character he tells, but teach that kid a little fucking manners. And you know what? I think whoever's making these accusations, they know that they're digging low. They are reaching for something to come up to me. But this is what happens. This is the point of your video and of your podcast here, Punch Drunk, which is when you make videos criticizing somebody, and it's a boxer, you're not criticizing their fans. You're criticizing. Well, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, but you forgot that in the movie, he actually uses the N-word too.
In which movie?
They never even used the N-word in your podcast. You never said nothing.
No, I never said the N-word.
Or like, come on, man. Come on. Or the child molester thing. That's why I left, bro. That's why I left.
Show me the evidence.
I got a video about you supporting the accusation of the child molester. You know what I mean?
No, you made a video. Oh, now we're talking about child molestation. No, you said the N-word.
Yeah. Let's stay to this N-word, because it seems like if another race uses it, they racist, but then when other cultures use it, they're not.
Let me tell you something. People say that about the N-word. I'm not from that culture, so I don't use that word.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what he's talking about. But anyway, listen, that's the whole point is, man, this is what happens. You got online beefs with people. The only thing that I can do is stick to boxing, and I distance myself from the toxic people that just are looking for trouble, looking for drama. Punch Drunk, I don't know what your point of view is on this. I mean, I know you've had beef with certain people, but most of the time I see you interviewing boxers or just essentially making videos about your opinion. So what I'm asking you is, you made this podcast. What do you think is the solution to bring harmony to this boxing community?
I feel like the solution in the sense of not having this type of beef is, like I said in the beginning, this is a combative sport we're talking about, right? So let's keep that element going. If somebody has a problem with somebody and somebody wants to do it on the airwaves, meaning making contents about it, how about we people should do what they say, right? If you want to beat somebody up and you have your own channel, how about you give that person a time and date, and we be entertained as a combat sporting type of channel, right? How about if you got a problem with dude and the dude got a problem with you, how about you set a time and date and y'all put it in y'all channel and we see y'all go at it?
That'll be the beauty of it.
If it's not, then describe yourself that you're a troll and this is what you do, and you want to disrupt. Hey, it's all right if we understand that you're a troll. If you're a troll, you a troll. You understand what I'm saying? If you a heckler, you a heckler. Yo, if you go into a basketball Knick game, what's Spike Lee? He's gonna heckle the shit out of you. We know that he's a heckler. Ain't nothing wrong with Spike Lee. He's a fan, but we know that he's a heckler at the same time. Well, so if you a heckler, if you a troll, just saying you a troll. So we know when we doing our show, any boxing content, we know that this person is going to come up, is going to be trolling, and at least we're ready, and at least you're showing light. We give you the platform to troll, not the platform for every day you come over here and disrupt the fucking show all the time. But then we know who you really are. And then we could have shows like, let's say when I have happy hour Thursdays and I let everybody say whatever you want to say, whatever you want to talk about politics, it's everything goes. Happy hour Thursday. I have that day so we could talk about whatever you want to talk about, right? No,
Yeah.
strategize your. I could say for channels to strategize your your content or your live to a particular stuff. And for the trollers out there, name your troll.
Yeah, some trolls are just they do cross the line, but most of the trolls are just fans of the show. I mean, if you don't like the show, if you don't like the content, just don't watch it. There's a lot of shows that I don't watch. I just ignore. I put it behind me. If anything, it was a one-time thing. I made a peace with certain channels. Others, I'm probably discussing it right now, like in your show. You know what I mean? Some disagreements that we had in the past. It was nothing personal.
Do you know how many times I've gotten a message like this when I have panels and they go, "Yo, I'm timing out. This is toxic." Do you think that helps me?
No, not at all, brother.
You feel me? Yo, I want to tune into your show, but I can't even listen to it because y'all be cursing so much. I got my kids are up. You think that's cool? You know? Now I could do whatever I want to do, but also it depending on what we're talking about. It depends on what we're talking about. We're talking about on some, I'll have the content for that. There is a show for that. But not every day, y'all a troll will come over here trying to disrupt, and then, oh my God, I got beef with this person. Oh, suck my this and nigga this and whatever. Yo, if you have problem with that other dude with the other channel, how about you go to that channel? Or how about you get you have your own channel and you deal with it your own self? Why you coming to my channel bringing your beef? It's like you coming to my house and then calling the other dude, and then y'all want to fight in my house. Man, go to your house. Get out of here. Get out of here. That's how I feel. Kemar. What's good?
What's up, my brother? You just came for some boxing talk, but I guess this is the wrong time.
It's whatever on the thumbnail. Like, yeah, it's us boxing people, whatever you want to call us, boxing creators, boxing independent, whatever. But what's the problem that you have with somebody? You want to hash it out, want to go to war, you want truce. What do you feel? And Cameron, would you use on the video too? That'd be like, yo, we're gonna go to Punch Drunk Boxing to regulate that shit.
Well, that was to go at Guido and Glenn. Not exactly had anything to do with you because they can't end this panel, but that's in the past.
Okay. Hey, Faye.
Hey, bro, what problem you got with me, bro? Because next thing I know, you're talking shit about me on a live. You have Glenn. I don't know why you keep on capping for these dudes, bro. I've been showing you respect. You know what I'm saying? I was just doing my live, talking some religious shit. Next thing I know, my people tell me you're in the panel talking shit about the MXBC. Glenn's putting shit into your head, man. So what's good, bro? You keep on talking about this truce and war. We were never at war with Punch Drunk. We were at war with Glenn. Glenn knows what he did, bro. He fucked up, bro. So when Glenn pushes that shit that he has beef with and he pushes it to you, that's fucked up, bro. Because we had a lot of respect for you. So I don't know why you have this beef with us, bro.
What beef?
I've been trying to get in all this time just to settle the beef, man. But you keep on pushing this shit to an extreme, bro. And I'm heated right now, bro. Because I was on some religious shit, man. I was praying and shit. Next thing I know, you guys are talking shit. So I want to hear what's your point of view, bro.
Stop. Hefe, stop. Because I seen the videos already. I seen the videos when y'all talk shit or not. Like,
what videos, bro? Play them, because you're taking them out of context, bro.
I'm not taking anything out of context, man.
Okay, so how do you know what the fuck we're talking about? How do you know we're not being sarcastic? How do you know we're not making a joke, bro? That's how the MXBC runs, man.
Don't curse.
I'm not cursing at you, bro. I'm just saying I'm heated, bro. Because
yo, I told you, man. Yo, I said it. If people gonna be immature here, I don't got the time for that. You gonna be real, or you gonna be, or you're not gonna be real about it. Are you gonna be real about it, or you're not gonna be real about it?
I'm the realist in the game. Go ahead.
Are you gonna be real? You're gonna be real about it. Like, I'm giving people a chance, man. All right, man.
Go ahead. I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna go on mute. Go ahead.
On the platforms that y'all be on, y'all be talking reckless like yesterday. I'm not gonna say it was you because it wasn't you that said it, but you was on the panel too. Probably you fell asleep on it because they was trying to holler at you and you ain't say nothing. They said to Rob, yo, you need to go to Punch Drunk Boxing and show your fucking cock. On the platform that you was in. Ain't nobody saying that platform. P was on that platform too. To disrupt my channel because another channel of whatever their boy got effed up that way. right? You don't think that's messed up?
Bro, that is messed up, but that's not what the MXBC represents, man. Their beef is with their beef. You know what I'm saying? We don't play Captain Save a Hole for nobody, bro. So if somebody that jumps on our platform has beef with you and says certain things, that doesn't mean we condone that shit, bro. We have a lot of controversial figures jump on our platform. If you saw that video that you say yesterday, we had a lot of controversial people, man. We had from white supremacists to all types of people on our platform because we want to pick their brain. We want to know what they're thinking, bro. So when we have these dudes on here saying crazy shit, bro, we did not condone it, man. And we put that shit in the beginning of the MXBC, man. We did not condone the crazy shit. So if whoever said that, because I don't even remember, bro, who said that, but
it was H Money. It was H Money and what's his name? I can't remember. And Rob. They were just having a go at each other. It was nothing to do with El Jefe. El Jefe wasn't even there.
He was there.
I think he was gone.
He was there. He didn't. He say, I saw the whole damn video, man. Don't tell me who was
but
there.
You know, but
he wasn't there. It was.
Bro, I be taking shits, man. I just let the live stream go, man. So.
All right, man. Next. Cause I'm not here with the jokes. Yo, Smoke, what's good, man? Red, what's good?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, Smoke, regular, what's up, brother?
Hey, what up? What up? Hey, I'm gonna say this, like with the MXBC thing, like you also have to take in consideration that El Jefe literally has a rooster as one of his avatars. So
no. Oh, my fault, Red. Let me my fault to cut you off. I want to just say this. Look, Jefe, I've been in this platform. I've been sharing my platform for quite some time, and y'all still be on the same going back and forth stuff. They have told you to show your face 1,000 times, and this is going to be the last time. If you have a problem with somebody, show your face, let them know where you at, and then y'all could beef it out, and y'all could put it on, and you could put it on your channel. How about that?
Yeah, man, I don't start shit, so I don't got beef with nobody. The MXBC.
I'm not. Don't hate or be for your promoter. I'm talking about you, Hefam. Don't. I'm not here for you to your commercial or you promoting your.
All
people.
right, I want to fight Glenn, bro. I want to fight Glenn.
All right, so how about you got? You say you got his number, right? Y'all, you make something happen. Show your face because we already know how Glenn look like. We want to know you. We want to know who Jefe is. How about that? We want to know who Jefe is. Have some. You got a problem with Glenn? Send them that plane ticket, that bus ticket, and then boom, right there, y'all can entertain us and then have his channel. You know how many subs you probably get, how many followers, huh? Yeah, I mean, you got a channel already, right? Yeah. So how about
we're supposed to set that up, man. I don't know if you know who TRUCE is. I will be in Miami January 30th. He will be setting up a sparring session. I think Glenn lives in Orlando, so he's 3 hours away from Miami. So we're gonna throw hands, and he's gonna see my face. I already signed up with TRUCE. I spoken to TRUCE.
How you gonna know? You gotta show us because then we don't know that if you're the. Can you show us your face now so we know that when Glenn, when you go to Florida, we know that he's fighting Jefe right now. Can you show us your face right now? I'm gonna put you on the big screen.
Hey, bro, if Glenn is willing to show his face, I'm willing to show my face, bro.
All right, go ahead. All right, Glenn, show your face to show the people that's looking on right now.
Bro, I've already shown my face 1,000,000 times, bro.
No, there's people that's looking right now. It's 70 people right now, and I'm just trying to create. Let's say Jefe is the real one. If he doesn't show his face right now, then we know that he's faking it right now.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna show my face, but I'm just letting you know that we're playing into his hands again because all he's gonna do is show your face, Glenn, and not show his face. So
it's all right, and then that's it. He's gonna be timed out. That's all.
Hold on, let me fix my camera.
I don't got time. There's other people that want to come on the platform. So, Jefe, you gonna show your face or not?
Yeah, bro. I need to see Glenn's face first, and then I'm gonna.
No. Show your face. Show your face. So you gonna.
Nah, you said Glenn first. Hold on, bro. Now you're switching up.
I'm switching it up.
That's what I'm saying. You're playing to Glenn's games, bro.
Yeah, I'm playing.
You said Glenn was gonna show his face, and I'm gonna show my face.
This is Glenn.
Well, we can't see it.
This is Glenn. What's up? This is Glenn.
Can't see it. Put it in the big screen, bro. Put it in the big screen, bro.
Come on,
you didn't even put it in the big screen, bro.
Yo, bro, again, bro. Come on, man. We playing into this dude's hands. Where's your face at? Where's your face at? Where's your face at?
Hey, man, you're an ugly looking ass motherfucker, bro.
What do you look like? The point. You see what I'm saying? The point. This is all playing into his hands, bro.
That's it. That's it. So now we know that Jefe, you're not gonna show your face.
He's a little
Peace
bitch,
out,
bro.
Punch. Peace out, bro. It's a whatever, man.
Don't come
Bro,
back
it's
to my
whatever,
channel.
bro.
Don't come
You
back to
Man,
my
fuck
just
this.
channel.
got exposed. You just got exposed, nigga. Stop.
Bang. Get out of here.
Hey, but I can say this: I do want truce. Like, I never came for like a whole lot of drama, and I'm gonna be honest. Like, what happened the other day, it made me feel some kind of way. But I say this: like, I'm here like to help the community. Of course, I want to talk my boxing, but I also want to like get other people's perspectives and stuff. And and don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with a little bit of trolling. Just as long as it's like not malicious. There's a channel called the Trolling Network. I like them because I don't think they're malicious. So that's what I'm all about. I'm here to have fun. I want to laugh. I want to help the smaller channels shine.
They're not malicious, but mosquitoes bother too.
Hey, but that's a little bit different.
They could be as small as they want, but you already know mosquitoes, and I don't want to see no little cockroaches either. So
Hey, I live in Florida, so I know all about that.
smoke. What's good?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, chat? What's up, Punch?
So we had this discussion before. But I want you to clarify it, because again, this is not about me being unfair or nothing like that. I want to be fair. This is about truth. This is about war, and this is about understanding different perception, different things that's out there that people may believe. You support the LDBC, and I want you to let us know what good does the LDBC do, so people that may feel like the perception that the negative perception that they have, can you express the good things that they do and what they're about?
Definitely. But before I get turned into a spokesman for the LDBC, I'd like to just clear the air between you and I, right? Because I feel like I came onto your channel to support and all this stuff, and now the last few our interactions, I feel like you think that my perspective, my opinion, is just arguments for argument's sake, right? Like I'm not real with what it is I'm saying, and I'm not sincere with the arguments or my perspective, right? So I just want to make sure that you and I understand that I don't just come up here to blow up your thing and just to argue for argument's sake.
No, yo, Smoke, you cool, man. I like you my brother, Smoke.
Right. I just wanted to make sure. So now, if you want me to be a spokesman for the LDBC, I got to tell you.
No, you don't have to. I figure because I was talking about that with Pete earlier.
No, I'm more interested, really, like we were talking something about the use of the N word, right? Mm-hmm. And with those guys, we're just talking about that, the wildness of their scene over there. They do have a bunch of extreme personalities. And for me, I'm of a certain generation. I'm also from a certain background. So the word strikes me a little bit different than it strikes other people. And my responses to it may be a little bit different depending on who it is I'm talking to, right? And I feel like there's between Glenn and I, we've had this back and forth about this. And I think that really the whole deal of it is this, and I just want to put it out there. No matter what intention you have, for me, the word grates. And I don't want to spend a bunch of time trying to figure out whether you're racist or not. And sometimes I know you're not a racist, right? But it doesn't mean that the word becomes less offensive because I know you're not meaning it in an offensive way. And that's it.
All right, I understand your position.
And I've already explained myself. When it comes to Get the Smoke, I think we hashed it out on your channel. That I promise, because I know he gets offended. I just asked him to keep the same energy when black folks use it too. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
because
right. I'm sorry, but you keep it when you say stuff like that. You're accusing me. I don't know if you realize this, but you're accusing me of being a hypocrite.
No, I'm asking you to be aware of the fact that you need to keep the same energy.
But there's no indication that I'm not aware.
Well, because the same conversation that we had last time when I wasn't actually present, I was listening, and then I had to hop on to have to address that situation. Okay, Red Glove Militant, and he was on there with you, right? And he was like, "Hey, we the same. We the real niggas that was over there. This and this and that." You never addressed him, so that implies to me that it's my skin color and not my culture that
Hey.
you're against using the N-word. So
Hey,
like Punch was saying, hold up,
real
like
quick.
Punch was saying
I
at the
gotta-
beginning, like Punch
I
was
don't-
saying at the beginning, hold on, bro. And like Punch was saying at the beginning, you know what I'm saying? Like it shouldn't, if one person can't use it, then nobody should be using it. You see what I'm saying? But you never address anybody. You know what I mean? If you want to take it to a different analogy, you know what I'm saying? Hey, crime in your neighborhood is not good. I'm pretty sure you don't go out into the neighborhood, into the hood, and tell the drug dealers, hey, you shouldn't be pushing crack on this block because it hurts my culture. You know what I mean?
All right, can I say something?
So,
I don't use
ahead,
that
Greg.
word.
I just want to
clear
use that word, not once.
Yeah, I just want to clear that up. Like I'm sure it happened, Glenn, but it wasn't me because I don't use that word.
Right, and not only that, I don't actually respond to it. So people can say whatever they want. They can. That doesn't mean that all of a sudden I'm going to start bigging up and we go, yeah, because you included me in some offensive language that I find offensive. I don't all of a sudden. There's sometimes I find it like comedic, right? Because I think the offensive can be funny. Like you can drop a "in please," at an opportune moment. But even those moments, I've had like 3 of them in my entire life, and I'm almost 50 years old. So like, really, I'm not the one for that.
No, but on the MXBC channel, you have Durden and OV strictly using the hard ER. Yo, you're a fucking nigga. Look at this black person. And I addressed you the other day about that, and you know that. I addressed you there. And I said, hey, what are you doing entertaining this? If you come at me speaking just like a normal person that was raised like this, that speaks like this, you get offended by me. So I feel like you're picking and choosing sometimes, Smoke.
Okay, again, I find the language offensive no matter who uses it. I don't find you to be offensive. I find those guys to be offensive. I don't find you to be racist. I find those guys to be racist. When a racist uses racist language, for me, I am not surprised. When a person who is not racist uses racist language, but wants me to understand that I shouldn't be offended, I get it, but I'd rather not have to go through all of those mental machinations. I'd rather just not have the fucking words spoken to me, right? But I also understand that I can't control what people say. All I can control is my responses. So when those jackalopes are going off with their offensive language, that's just what they're saying. I'm not responding to none of that shit. Okay. I'm not entertaining it. That's none of my business. That's their business to look like idiots.
Then that's fair enough. So my last point is this. So when I said keep the same energy, what I'm saying is about me, right? Personally, you just admitted, you know that I'm not racist, but yet you know your other brothers are not racist. And they still use it, but the only difference is I never hear you address them when they darker skin complexion, and that's my problem.
Right, because I understand the difference between what a racist is going to say and what a non-racist is going to say, right? So if we're not racist, then why do we need to use racist lingo, and also try to change the meaning of racist lingo? Why don't we just let the negative stereotype? Why don't we just let the negativity that is actually pointed at our community, let it live and die with them until they figured their own shit out? Why do we have to adopt it and change it and co-opt it in any way, shape, or form?
And that goes to black people as well, right?
It goes to a person. Like I'm not speaking monolithically. I'm talking about how I experience the word. Not everybody experiences the word the way I do.
But what I'm saying is, bro, is that I hear people saying the N-word around all the time, bro. And you don't address them if they're dark skinned. When it comes to me, somebody
you're not correct. You're not correct. First off, I've said it to everybody who said it to me. I've asked JFL heads not to address me this way, but you know what? I don't expect much from JFL heads. I've asked H Money to not address me this way, but you know what? I don't expect very much from H Money. I expect more. I expect a little bit more. I did expect a little bit more from you, and then I didn't, and then you actually showed my first assumption to be correct. Right? That I could expect for you to understand where I'm coming from. I don't expect those dudes to understand where I'm coming from at all.
Okay, fair enough. I'll drop it at that.
Yeah, man. Again, I think. What do you think about this, Smoke? That do you feel how I feel that everybody should just drop that word? If it could create so much chaos.
Listen, I don't think that everybody is in a space to not be as tribal, to not go like, hey, I'm a black guy, so all black guys need to be this way. Like, I don't get the generalization. For me, but that's not everybody. And like I said, I'm not hating on either Glenn or Guido or whoever says that this is actually an expression of positivity and love for them. Like, that's not. I'm not trying to knock that hustle. Like, I'm not at all. I'm just not involved in it. I didn't grow up in there, and that's not the way people talk to me. And you don't know me like that. So if you're reserving that for your people that you grew up with and all that, why the hell are you addressing me that way? You didn't grow up with me.
Yeah, like for me,
yo, let me clarify one thing before you jump on it. Just because Red Glove Militant, I mentioned him and he's in the comments. Yes, you're right, brother. I never addressed you like to try to put you out there because I know that's how you speak. So that's what I was trying. I was just trying to say to keep the same energy, but you know what I mean. It doesn't mean that you don't speak like that. So I was never trying to go at Red Glove Militant like on some drama. So me and him never had a problem. I was using it as an example. So anybody trying to build on that to create a drama with me and RGM. Me and him never had a problem. You know what I'm saying? So
no, I thought maybe it started off as you were saying he was on the stream where it happened, and then it kind of turned into he was the one saying it. So yeah, I think it made it just good. I think he clarified it. I know that like I've known Red Glove a couple years now. I've never heard him. That's just not the kind of language you don't.
And I can vouch for that as well.
You know, I can vouch for. I'm liable to say something that I have to backtrack or clarify, but that guy is very measured in his speech and.
I can vouch for Red Glove. Red Glove has never ever used the N-word, and I've been listening to him on different streams on his channel. He's never ever used the N-word. So I don't know, Glenn. I think you're making a mistake on this one. So
no, actually read the comments. Like he's not saying that. So why are you saying that? He said it's
yeah, he cleared it up. I think it just sounded different, right? It sounded one way, and it sounded another way, and now it's saying that he wasn't saying that at all. He was just using Red Glove as an example.
Yeah.
I can't speak for nobody else, man. You know what I mean? But in my particular position, where I'm at, and I hear the N-word, I'm gonna come at you with some heat. I'm gonna debate you. I'm gonna crush you. I'm gonna expose you, and I'm gonna make fun of you, right? And then most panels, when they see that, they're gonna get threatened because I'm disrespecting some of their panel members, and they're not gonna welcome me back, and I don't want to come back.
Look, right? I wasn't too much raised with the word. I've been regulating not to say the word being raised in a Spanish culture. My father didn't let me even curse or say none of that word. I've been schooled very young. Now, I have a problem with the bully point. I have a problem with if people are gonna let other people use the word, but then they want to pick and choose who to say it and when it's racist and when it's not. It shouldn't be when Johnny Boy is speaking, yo, what's up, my nigga? This nigga is this and this nigga. Then y'all say he's racist, but then let's say another person, Fulano, is saying it, and then they're not racist. Like, when do you know when they're racist or not? Because let's be frank.
But they say other racist stuff.
Oh, let's be frank here. We don't know each other personally unless in this YouTube stuff, right? A lot of people here don't know each other's personal life. They don't know how they was raised. They don't know nothing unless if they say it. But still, we're gonna take people's word for it.
I don't think saying a racist slur makes you a racist, but a racist slur doesn't mean that you're not, right? So it's other stuff. I mean, I'm not going back and forth, but you can also be judged by the company you keep. And the Durdens and the Nazis of the world are in my world as a relation because of their relationship with Johnny Boy. It's not because I'm into Nazis. It's just because I'm into boxing and that dude's into boxing. And so as a result, now I have to talk to fucking Nazis.
I think Guido's in the back.
Or not talk to Nazis, right?
Yeah. Who this? Juan the real.
Glenn. Hey, Glenn. Hey, when I called you yesterday, bro, I heard you like to debate, bro. I wanted to smoke. I wasn't trying to come at no disrespectful shit. You kept hanging up on me, bro. How I got your number, your number was floating around and stuff. Like I said. Hey, Punch, thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, but why the fuck you calling me early in the morning is the point. You see what I'm saying? Because some kids told you to do that. You sound like a kid yourself.
It doesn't matter how I sound, bro. Like I said, I wanted all that smoke with it. And everybody calling me a troll. I'm not, bro. I've been calling people out. I call Jefe. Me and him debated on this channel. He's a cool dude, bro. I've been calling out H Money. He's been ducking me, bro.
Yeah, but this one's not even about this one right here is not even this concept right now is not even about who debating. I mean, it's really who want to have a truce and who want to have a war. But today's really not about debating. And I say this, I'll give you an opinion. You don't got to call nobody to debate. Can you think about it? Like, yo, I'm with my wife and somebody called me and be like, hold up, baby, somebody want to debate me in boxing, and let me call you right. And I'll be with the kids right now. Come on, man. You know, there's a time and place for all of this, man. You want to debate?
You're right.
You wait
You're
for the
right.
dude to get on the panel or whatever live and then debate. You know, that's an opinion I could give you. And whoever gave you the number for somebody else to call debate, come on.
Hey, wait, listen. If you come with those stacks, though, maybe it might be a money call. You want to debate for some dollars, Then maybe the wife can understand. But just talk shit to another dude to see who can talk shit the best.
I'm just trying to say something, bro.
Call during normal business hours. I might call. I might answer.
Always meet me up at the channel MX BC. You know,
y'all promoted that, bro. So I got you, Juan. I got you. All right, man. Let me put Guido on, man.
So y'all hear me?
Yeah.
It's kind of delay right now. Oh, all right.
I got you.
I want to ask Smoke. Yo, Smoke, I never had a problem with you. You know that. We always chop it up, even if we may disagree, And sometimes be like, hey, what up, my nigga Smoke? You know what I mean? I've been saying it, you know what I'm saying, for a long time. So that's why that day when you went at me, I was like, yo, what are you talking about? When you call me a bean or a rap, I'm like, dude, what's up? You know what I mean? You know I've been how I meant it, you know what I mean? You know I wasn't trying to disrespect you. Come on.
See, here's really what it is for me, and this is my own sensitivity, and if you're a person who is like, hey, yeah, I'm in the movement, I'm trying to like empower people, and every now and then I drop an N-bomb, right? But no, that's not you. Like, really, you're just who you are, and I'm not trying to change that. And part of what you're doing is actually just your environment is like urban language, right? It's just the way people talk, and I get that. I'm not knocking that. But what I don't want there to be any sort of misunderstanding about is my feelings on the matter, right? So it seems like if I didn't say something twice, it made it seem like it was okay to say it a third time. So let me say it now, so I don't have to hear it 4 and 5 more times without at least you knowing how I feel about it.
Yeah, but the problem is that you didn't keep the same energy with that racist Nazi dude that he just called you a nigga with the EGR, and you didn't keep the same energy. But with me, you got crazy with me.
Just 1 second, Guido.
You understand what I'm saying, Smoke? You understand what I'm saying, Smoke?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you're saying. So I was just trying to clarify one last point. I never called you. I didn't call you that. I was saying, what if I did that to illustrate offensive language, right? I wasn't saying that you were one, and I've never called anybody that. I'm just saying it can be, you can use offensive language in any kind of ways that you didn't purposely mean to be offensive. You can even use movie clips, right? You can say, I hate the goddamn Japs when your seatbelt thing is going off, and you can say I was quoting Kill Bill. It doesn't mean that it's any less offensive, especially if there's a Japanese person sitting next to you.
But you get my point, though, right? But you didn't keep the same energy to OV. He says that 100 of the time, and he's a Nazi. He has a Nazi flag behind his wall, and you didn't keep the same energy. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, you guys are gone with this energy shit. You guys aren't the same people. I don't think you're racist. I'm not bringing the same energy to you because I don't think you guys are the same people. He is using it in a racist way, and he is a racist. You guys are not using it in a racist way, and you're not racist. Why would I keep the same energy with the both of you?
Who you talking about? Who you saying that's racist?
This guy OV, this Nazi, this person, self-described Nazi.
Yeah, we had a big debate.
He's a Nazi racist dude.
Goes around
he has
calling
a Nazi flag behind his wall.
Any kind of slurs that he wants, right?
Yeah, Smoke and I had a huge debate with him a couple times already.
Is that a channel? What is it again?
No, well, his channels keep getting cut down. He puts them in German and all this stuff. Like, whatever, dude.
He's debating us on
He's not a YouTube partner. He is not a YouTube partner. If you let him on his channel, he'll probably say some shit that'll get your channel taken down. Like, it's just whatever. Like the idea that I'm going to talk to people that I actually think can understand and come from a perspective of, hey, let's actually get on this feeling that you're trying to convey with this word. Let's get to that feeling without the word. Let's be communal. Let's be brothers, and let's kill that shit. Let me not have to discern whether or not you're OV. Let's not use the words, the language that dude uses.
Yeah, and to clarify points, that the reason we hear them is because he's usually on the MXBC. So even though he has his own channel, that's where we hear him at, is on the MXBC.
Okay. Yeah, put it this way, man. I don't even know. Let's. I'm gonna say it right now, man. Let's just say M. Let's just say M because none of them I never seen none of their faces. I don't know if they're real. I don't know if they just switch accounts to each other. So that community for me, unless probably there's one person that show his face, I'm only gonna speak to the one that show his face because I don't
What's
know.
what's funny is the racists that show their face.
But hey,
The
and then I'll
two
speak,
racists
and I'll
dudes
speak
show
to
their face, actually.
and then I'll speak to him to debate his racial tension if
Yeah,
I come across him.
that's what it is. Like, and that's the other part. Is dude's like a casual racist. Like, he's like a casual Nazi fan. Like, you ever meet a guy that been watching boxing 3 years, and you just talk to him, and it's immediately evident that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking. I'm sorry, he doesn't know what the heck he's talking about.
Yeah,
it's like
that's
that.
basically what me and Smoke been doing over there, just burning that dude down, man.
Yeah. Now, first and foremost, I want to apologize to my guest the other day, Michelle Rivera, because his interview live, I should have cut the interview live. As soon as I finished the interview, I should have cut it and then do a new stream because then the interview isn't coexisting with what happened after it. And then what happened after it was ugly. Now that's my responsibility. I'm gonna cut that. I'm for anybody. I'm gonna cut that. I'm gonna cut it because it won't look good if or gain the trust of a fighter or you know any boxing personnel if I want to conduct an interview and yet have a whole interview, but then with what happened after that, you know. So my responsibility. That was my responsibility. That was my fault. I should have cut the interview. I should have cut the live after the interview. So for the people that witnessed that, and there was a lot of comments saying that it was toxic, they out of here, that I'm not here for that. You know, that wasn't a good look for me. So, you know, and I apologize for those who was disturbed.
Hey, Punch, I got to jump. I'm going to leave it, leave everybody in peace, but just with maybe a suggestion. Once you cut it, maybe you can premiere the interview as its own standalone video.
Oh,
everybody can come and do it, you know.
Yeah, I got that.
You should do that, Punch. I support that. Cut it if you can.
Now I already did. I already need to edit it. But you know what? The other why I felt like probably it should stood because I do believe that even when people could look at themselves in that video, they could actually work on themselves. You know?
Yeah.
Just leaving it there.
True.
You know. So that's how I see it as well. Raider was good.
Hey, what's up, my boy? How's it going? What's up, guys?
Chilling,
what's
man.
cracking, homies?
Good.
What's up, Raider?
It's a good topic today. Good ass topic today. About people using that word. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Personally,
it's even more than that, but we're just stuck on the word right now.
Yeah, no. Personally, I don't use that word. I've never used it. Never ever used that word. I don't out here in LA, man, we especially if you're old school from the old school, we don't use that. We got our own program. Out here it's a little racial between the blacks and the Mexicans, so we respect each other to the fullest. And if there's no respect, then there's gonna be trouble, between both sides. So we try to keep peace and be respectful towards each other, and that's one way to keep peace,
Yeah.
But yeah, man.
Man, I feel we all know what that word represented, especially here in America and the history of it. But if there's gonna be people that glorify it and then tell others not to use it, then that's hypocrites. Nobody's gonna take nobody serious. And I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna say like this, man: Latinos and blacks in the inner cities. Stop calling everybody else racist. Stop telling that you're oppressed and things of that nature, or they're against you. Because if they see time and time again us killing one another on a high rate, don't think that other race. Because people, even though I could say this is one race, people want to think about particular race. No punches. We're black or we're Latinos and with this. I'm gonna say it like this: if we don't act or respect each other, no other culture, no other race is gonna respect us.
Yo, El Dude, are you Mexican?
Yeah,
I was
bro.
just gonna ask. Yeah, because I like your philosophy. Like, I really respect you. Like how you stand up for the black community. Like, like it's really heartwarming. Like, and I appreciate that, man. Like you're very passionate. Like, thank you.
No, you're welcome, brother. But the reason I do it, I'll explain, because where I'm from, we have the same situation where cops have killed unarmed people and stuff. Well, even people with arms and stuff. So we go through the same situation, but because I've been, I traveled different places and I've seen different people, I met, different cultures, and I work with, just about every race. And some of my most closest associates, people that also had my back to the fullest, I realized that it didn't relate to color, race, or religion. And at the end of the day, some of the most strongest brothers that I have to back me up at the end of the day, I'm going to respect everybody the same. Same culture, same history. And like Raider was saying, I think in California, we got our own lingo, we got our own style. It's who we are. But, we're raised to respect everybody. You know what I mean? But that street beef or whatever happens, or the TV, it gets hyped up to a different position. And there's channels that maybe try to, profit from those kind of views. But where I stand, and in general, it's just all about respect, Holmes, and keeping your culture proud too.
That right there, what you said. What do you feel about that? People that want to profit off bullshit, want to profit off a narrative. Do you think that's right? Oh, dude,
I don't think so, bro. But because I do support the Constitution of the United States of America, freedom of expression, and all that. I can't stop people from expressing, their own way. And there's gonna be different markets. But I think that people should recognize the market that they're in. The facility, the establishment. You can't just go in there and bring in your particular issues to a platform that has nothing to do with that. If it's open topic, it's open topic. If it's boxing, let's keep it boxing. But being a gentleman should always be broadcasted at all times, at all places. Whether it's in the internet or in the streets.
And yo, my bad. I gotta clarify something because I'm a man like that. I stand corrected. I just rewatched the clip in the video, and it wasn't that conversation that I was having with Smoke. It wasn't RGM. It was Ronald Finkley, and everybody knows that me and him get along. You know what I'm saying? So nobody's calling nobody out personally. I was just talking to Smoke about keeping the same energy. So there we go.
All right. But yeah, man. So because what do you think about big platforms or credible within the YouTube platform making narratives dictated by racial affiliations, meaning like we're boxing heads, man, and we could disagree or agree in a lot of things, but then we have to come with a concrete understanding. If we're boxing heads, because we are the hardcore boxing people, right? We are the hardcore boxing people. If my pound for pound, for example, is Earl Spence, Deontay Wilder, Gary Russell Jr., Shakur Stevenson, and his boots, Devin Haney. Who else? Bud Crawford. Who else? And it's just gonna be one. That's toxic in itself because that's not being real. What do y'all think about that?
I think it goes both ways, because you go obviously we're talking about race right now, so you go obviously black people siding with their own, and then you got the whites doing the same thing. And until we wipe, I got a feeling until the whites sort themselves out, then the blacks will always defend their own, and that's the way I see it. Because at the end of the day, the way I see it is like most of the black YouTubers, they're fair in their assessment. I'm talking about the ones that are on their own, without a group. But then you got other people siding, basically, like the white YouTube channels, like just like creating that narrative. That's why, like LTBC is what they are.
Let me ask you a question, Pete. Are you racist?
No.
Why never hear you talk about any other fighter in a good way other than black fighters?
I don't know. I just like the black fighters. I just find them exciting. I like the Mexican fighters as well. Like I don't like.
What do you feel about Tyson
Fury
as a fighter?
Fury, like I don't like him for some reason. Like, but I like Canelo, and and or Ryan Garcia, but like for some reason, like Tyson Fury, he doesn't appeal to me. I just don't. He's toxic. Like the way he acts, maybe it's to do with that. And with
what about Lomachenko?
Lomachenko, I like him, but there's one side that I don't like about him is his fans. I don't like his fans, the way they pick him up. He's great in terms of amateur career, but I still think like you can't still call him a great. He's only had like 14 fights or something like that, so you can't call him great. I know like he won a couple of titles in different division, but still he still needs to fight Tank, Haney, and Tio as well. He's gonna fight Tio soon, so you can't call him great. So his fans is one of the reasons why I don't really like it, but I don't hate him the way I hate Tyson Fury, because Tyson Fury obviously is personal.
Keep on talking. Keep on. I'm listening. I'm just gonna get the charger. I'm listening.
Tyson Fury, he's a cheat. I'm not talking about the recent stuff. I'm talking about the wild boar stuff. I'm talking about him being as a gypsy. I live in the UK, and we know that the gypsies, especially where I live in Bristol, there's a lot of gypsies out here, and they do a lot of dodgy stuff. I see them all the time. They get away with a lot of stuff. They come with their caravans, and they can just stay wherever they want, and the police, they can't do nothing about it. And the gypsies in the UK, they're not liked, but maybe in America you guys don't know a lot about the gypsies. They're just a dodgy people, and they will do anything to cheat. That's why I believe that he cheated in some sort of way. But yeah, I just don't trust gypsies. Nobody trusts gypsies in the UK. You know what I mean? And Tyson Fury, he's the one that's bigging up the gypsies. He's saying like, I'm a gypsy king and I'm proud. And I'm telling you now, a lot of the people in England, they don't like gypsies. Some might do in the boxing community, but outside boxing, they don't like gypsies. Nobody trusts gypsies. They're dodgy and everything. That's all I gotta say about Tyson Fury.
Yeah, me about that topic about people pushing narratives and shit like that about like certain fighters or whatever or per race. I don't really. I mean, it's good being pro whatever race you are, but as long as you don't shit on the other races, you know what I mean? Like that's one thing I don't like. Like sometimes I see some people pushing like black fighters. No, they don't have them in their top pound for pound. They have them all black fighters in their pound for pound. Like, come on, like that's pushing a narrative right there. Me and my pound for pound, like the top 4, I have them all from different countries. So, you know what I mean? Like, just don't shit on. I know what time it is. I know that there's other races too, man. Like, I don't know.
I'll put it like this. For example, Jamal Charlo versus Jason Rosario. If you ask me who I'm rooting for, I'm rooting for Jason Rosario. Who I think is gonna win? Jamal Charlo. Meaning I could root for somebody, but still not act biased and not act like I don't know skill for skill. I'm not saying that right away that Charlo's going to win. I feel like Jason Rosario got a great chance in beating Charlo. I'm just saying I feel like Charlo's going to edge it, but I'm rooting for Jason Rosario.
Yeah, it's logical. It's a logical, educated guess because it's pretty much if you have your cousin or your friend or your brother's going to go up against a guy that's probably going to whoop their ass, you're gonna be like, man, I hope you win, but you're gonna get your ass kicked, right?
Yeah. What I hear in narrative is tear this boxer down and say the most derogatory things. He ain't shit. He hasn't accomplished nothing just because you want to uplift the guy that you're going for. For me, that's toxic in itself. If you have a content, you have a channel to educate the fans. Right? Why? I respect great analysis. I don't respect narratives. What's good, Tiny? Good looking out on that, man. P boxing was just stereotyping equal to racist. That's what they called you, P. I had to put that right there.
I gave my honest opinion about what they do and stuff like that. And people need to know about it. People in America, they don't know about it. So I just thought like I'm gonna tell them. Of course, it's not the whole gypsies, but the way they get away with stuff. Like the guy that said it, I don't know if he's from the UK, Tiny Tim, but where I live, they come over here out of the blue moon and they land in a big park where all the kids play, and then the kids can't even play no more, and they make the park they throw rubbish in the park, and they piss on it, shit on it, and everything, and they get away with that. But if, like, let's say a Latino or a black person did that, they get arrested straight away. You know what I mean? And I thought, I'm just gonna state my opinion, my honest opinion. I don't hate them. I'm sure there's nice ones, but I haven't met nice ones yet.
Okay, that's your but do you feel like you're racist then?
Absolutely not.
How about if a person says, I haven't met a nice black person and they're white? Are they racist?
If they gave their opinion and they explained themselves the way I did, then probably not.
If you explain yourself the way you did, I'm gonna tell you like this: over here, nobody really likes gypsies. Somebody said, no, over here, nobody likes black people. They're, people don't respect black people. Would you call them a racist?
I mean, oh God, you're putting me on the spot. Listen, at the end of the day, it's they're not race. They're not race. At the end of the day, they are their skin is obviously white. So basically, it's not really something to do with racism, because I'm not saying all whites are like that. Do you know what I mean? I'm saying the particular group I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So if somebody said black people, then they're talking about a color. I'm not actually talking about a color. I'm talking about they come in different type of colors. Some of them actually, there's like a Romanian gypsies as well, but they all together they call gypsies. You know what I mean? So they do weird stuff. You know what I mean? And I'm not talking about a race. I'm talking about a specific culture. And there's a big problem in the UK right now. So this is the problem that I've got with them. And when Fury promotes gypsies and all that sort of stuff, and the way his dad talks, and like you can tell, like they just dodgy people, and they'll try to get away with murder if they could. And I'm not talking about a color, a specific color. You know what I mean? I'm talking about a group, the culture. So if they want to say I hate your culture, well, go for it, because at the end of the day, that type of culture is not good. You know what I mean? So that's my opinion anyway. But it's nothing to do with race. So it's not like you cannot say that's racist. You know what I mean? Because some gypsies actually are brown. Some gypsies.
Would you call yourself ignorant?
Not really, because you have to see. Like if you come here, the UK dude, and you see that, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
Or I mean, you have a lot of you talk to a lot of American people here. Do you feel like Americans and the one that you have spoken to and have debated about race stuff, or do you think that Americans are ignorant?
Yeah, some of them are ignorant, some of them are intelligent. People come in different type of shapes. So, like I said, dude, he's Mexican, and he's a good guy. Like the way he speaks about things, you know what I mean? So, yeah, not everyone is ignorant. You know what I mean? A lot of people know about their culture.
Real quick, Peter, to cut you off real quick. So just because Dude said something nice about black people, that makes him a good guy? Or I mean, what is it that So if he didn't say that, he wouldn't have been a good guy, or what?
No, he'll still be a good guy. But I'm saying, like, he's reflective about life. It's not only black people, about culture. I've heard him a lot in different type of channels, and he's always on point. So even you, Raider, like I've never heard you say about bad stuff. You're a good guy as well. Even Glenn, he's a good guy. You know what I mean? But
I'm just about respect, bro. I just respect everybody's culture, religion.
Yeah, it's all about It's all about respect. Especially, I mean, I don't know how it is everywhere else, but I mean, the Mexican parents, they teach us respect. We respect everybody, and we want respect back. You know what I mean? That's just the way it goes. It doesn't matter what color you are. Or in life, when you grow up, you learn that there's fucking ghetto people, and there's rich people. There's fucking all kinds of people in all different colors. You know what I mean?
Let me. Yeah. I got you. My fault to cut you off. Now I was gonna read what I got on the screen. What if I say Hawk said, what if I say I'm sure there are good black people, but I haven't met any good black people yet? Would that be a racist statement?
First of all, let me if
It
that's the
depends,
real Hawk,
man.
if that's the real Hawk Master,
I think it depends. It depends. You know, it could like say if you grew up where there's a lot of black people, that's gonna be pretty. That's gonna be pretty racist, because I'm pretty sure you're gonna meet somebody that's nice. I'm like I said, you know, there's nice and bad people and all different colors. But say you say that, but you're from Argentina or where there's no black people, then that probably wouldn't be racist, because probably haven't even met that many black people. You know what I mean, or any maybe.
Yo, P, before you respond,
That's what I
Punch,
think.
WCS is trying to get in the building, World Combat.
I saw it. I saw it.
Okay, my bad.
I got you.
yeah, I was gonna say about Hawk Mastan. If that's the real guy, if that's the real Hawk Mastan,
I really don't know.
Think that evil, like for example, when somebody's
I'm just posting a question. I just saw a good question and I just put it up there.
okay, that guy Hawk Mastan, he's got a reputation of disliking black people.
Nah, but I'm not. I don't know. I just put it there for posing a question. It was a good question though. So
it was a good question, but it was a question that,
but could
it felt like a bad intention. It's kind of bad intention question.
Yeah, but there's people that has, that's why we talking about it right here now. There's people that have good and bad intentions. I'm not looking at that question like it was a bad intention. I'm looking at that question like it was a good question, because it's actually is what we're talking about at the moment. What's good, World Combat Sports? Talk to me. What you feel about what we're talking about at this moment?
What's good, Punch? What's good, everybody on the panel? Salute.
Hey, what's going on,
brother? How you doing, brother?
I'm good. Being from the South, man, growing up around racism, I guess I have a different. It rings my bell just a little bit different. Not in a reactive state every time I hear the word, come out, whether it's ER, nigga, whatever. It doesn't ring a bell with me. I heard it so much growing up to the point where I found out that in certain places you might find white men, not too much white women, but white men that grew up in the same area, and blacks would give them a pass to use it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They would give them a pass to use it, even though in the South, in some areas where it's absolutely directed as being a racist terminology or addressing you in a racist term. You know what I'm saying? It's abrasive. You know what it means. When I hear JB use it on here, it's always in anger. You know what I'm saying? That's my only thing. Like him and the people that I experienced growing up, when you use it with a temperature to it and it's directive in a malicious way, then that's when it can be considered racist, in my opinion. I know everybody may not think or believe, but I'm just saying in my opinion. But I've heard blacks, my people, okay? I've known certain white guys to hang out in the area, grew up, in that particular area, and they get a pass around other blacks and they don't say anything. Yeah. But I think it's more so addressed in a malicious way that people may label it as being racist. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you, man. Tiny Tim, what's good?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you real good.
Sorry, I had to jump on. I just want to Pete Boxing. He's annoyed me a little bit of something he said. He said about gypsies and they piss and shit everywhere, and basically he's generalising. So if I was to say, because I'm from like England, from London, if I was to say black people are stabbing people, so they've got a bad reputation, would he take that as racist?
Go ahead, Pete.
I mean, if they're affecting you, then I would say, that's not racist. But if they're not affecting you, then it's different. Like, it's different. But where I live in Bristol, like, gypsies come over here and they just go on the field where kids play in the park and all that, and they just like messed everything up. And the police, they can't do nothing about it because they have to go to the council and just get some sort of. So again.
What, all gypsies, or are you generalising?
I'm talking about 99% gypsies. Obviously, there are gypsies like Tyson Fury that obviously has basically
Not
grew up in England.
99%. Where are you getting that percentage from?
I'm just saying it. I'm just saying what I'm seeing. Like, you know, I've never actually seen a gypsy that's calm and polite. You know what I mean? Like the way you're talking. I'm just saying how, you know, I'm sure like there are some, but I haven't met them. Maybe they are in London where you live, but where I live, when I see gypsies, they mess up everything. Even Tyson Fury, the way he talks. Even I actually know people that know Tyson Fury, and Tyson Fury, where he grew up, like he was rough, like, and he, you know, he was I don't want to call him a racist, but like, you know, he had a different type of opinion. You know what I mean? Even about the Black Lives Matter. You know, wait, hear me out. Even the Black Lives Matter, when they asked him on ITV this morning show, when they asked him about what do you think about what AJ done, and he was like, oh well, I've been, you know, racially abused as well. And his excuse was, he went to a restaurant and they said gypsies are not allowed. How the hell did they know that he was a gypsy? He's a white guy. Do you know what I mean? So this is the guy, Tyson Fury, that's holding a heavyweight world champion. You know, he's a rich guy. He's a millionaire. You know, it does not look like a gypsy.
But
do you know what I mean? So him making an excuse.
You're generalizing, which is a form of racism, is it not?
So what do you think about Tyson Fury then? Always deflecting when it comes to race, always trying to be a victim, using the gypsy.
Gypsies are I'm from London. I know gypsies. They do suffer racism as well. So I don't understand where you're coming from with that.
How are they suffering racism when they're white? They're white. They're white just like you. So you know they can just blend in.
It's not just about color, though, is it? It's about like just background, and do you know what I mean? That they are. It's a form of race, isn't it? Is it not?
Let's put it this way. Define racism. What is the definition of racism?
To me, racism is a color. To me, racism is a color. Because when you see me on the street, if you cross over on the other side of the road,
it suits your narrative.
You know, that to me, it's you know, a color. Like when you can see someone is a different color, that is, you know, what I call racism. Not because, you know, a different culture or different country. So if Lomachenko is walking on the street in the UK, in England, yeah, or Scotland, yeah, whatever, yeah, like, or America, like you wouldn't know any difference unless he spoke. Then you say like, oh yeah, he's Eastern European. Do you know what I mean?
But P-Boxing, you're old enough to know when you're making statements like, oh, but what I know of gypsies, that's like that is generalizing and being racist, really. What you're saying you're so against, you're actually pretty much admitting to being that yourself.
I think the word we need to use is discrimination or prejudice. Gypsies aren't a race.
Yeah, because we was explaining this. Cause I just feel like I'm interpreting. When I hear you, I feel like that you say it in a way that black people can be racist. You said that earlier today. Like, how can a black person be racist? So you feel like any race could be race except blacks, or you could clarify that statement. You heard it, Pete? Oh, he's out.
You know, if I may interject here, Punch Drunk, for just a second. You know, you asked the question, what is racism? And that's a good question. How do we define racism? Because a lot of people seem to change the definition. I'll give you an example of racism that I've seen. When you talk to somebody over the internet, and you can't see each other's faces, and they ask you, where are you from? Where you from? Which country are you from? Where you from? Where you from? And they can't get into a conversation. They can't move past that. They gotta know where you're from. And then you tell them, and then they start acting racist towards you. That's how you know that person's a racist, because that's all they're thinking about. Race. Like, they can't talk to you as a human being. They have to know where you're from, and then they go, okay, now I know how to categorize you based on my racism. To me, that's a concrete form of racism.
Okay.
and sorry to butt in, but that's my point I'm trying to make. P Boxing was saying, well, gypsies, they got a bad reputation for pissing and shitting and this, that, and the other. Surely that's the same, isn't it?
It was, hey, it was no doubt, denigrating the gypsies. All right. But it's no way racism. You know what I'm saying? It's more so prejudice. It's a difference between, disliking something and then
Sorry, guys,
absolutely hating it
my
for what it's
battery died.
worth.
Sorry, guys, my battery died. Yeah.
That's
Sorry.
all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, keep
I'm
on.
just saying.
Finish up, World Combat.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to this, gypsies are not a race, man. So if he disliked gypsies, it's just like you would never know what a Jew looked like unless somebody told you they was Jewish. You would never know it. But when it comes to black people, our overlay is what people perceive us as being. So if you have dark skin and you keep your mouth shut, they might just say, okay, let me check him out. Let me see what his hair look like, what his skin look like. Okay, he black. Or you might be from somewhere totally different, but they characterize you as black. We're missing words as prejudice and discrimination. Prejudice to a point. You may dislike a specific point of something, but it doesn't mean it's all. It's orientated it encompasses all. You know what I'm saying? All this racism.
I'm gonna give. I usually don't go by Google because I feel like Tim said.
As long as it's not Wikipedia.
No, yeah. Because I do have an old dictionary. I'm talking about 1940. I think it's 1947 dictionary. I have it in my grandma's house. I left it there a long time ago. But I used to when I was studying Islam, I used to have an old dictionary and check out different definition. But today I'm gonna read what today says. So racism, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized. So racism is all in this definition. I'm just saying in this definition. We don't got to go with this exact definition because I do believe that words have been redefined. But what do you feel about prejudice? It has discrimination. It has everything in it in racism.
You said an ethnicity towards an ethnicity.
Yeah, it says on the basis of their
someone can be
membership
prejudiced about something, but if it's towards an ethnicity, is the gypsies an ethnicity?
So what ethnicity are Jews?
What I'm asking is,
aren't they white people?
Yeah, we're not talking about color. Gypsies are not characterized as a color, right? They are identified as a group of individuals, right? That's what Pete was talking about.
But
I don't really know, to be honest.
Aren't Jews classed as a race?
Are they? Because I can't tell a Jew unless I ask. I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. But they're classed as a race, aren't they? Jews? Surely everyone knows that.
So you're saying just because
it doesn't matter what color it doesn't matter about color, does it? That's what I'm trying to say.
So you're seeing me like P is discriminating against gypsies, but he hate white people in general. That's what you're trying to assume?
That's not what I said. I'm just telling you what I heard him say about gypsies, and he was generalizing, which is a form of racism, really. When you're judging someone as because he's a gypsy, because instead of his individuality as a person.
Now, if I may clarify though, because we're assuming what P meant, and P, you could come up and defend yourself because I haven't heard it personally, but I've heard this debate on other channels where people were saying that P said that he was in an argument with somebody and he said that he hopes that all the white people die, right? And this is what, and he never he said, oh, I wasn't saying that intentionally. I was just mad or whatever. But he also told IOTBA, I hope a white police officer shoots you in your head. You know what I mean? And that was my first conversation with him on this channel, but I had already heard him on other channels. So again, I'm not going to attack him because, I only heard that part with IOTBA, but I didn't hear the other part when it comes to white people. So it becomes a trend when you start hearing the same type of rhetoric over and over, and then when you put on the spot, then all of a sudden, you start backtailing and hey, that's not what I meant.
Isn't that more so a derogatory declaration? One sentence he's going at IOTBA about a white cop, shooting him in the head and stuff like that, which is very insensitive. It's derogatory. Mm-hmm. And then on the other hand, he's talking about what was discussed on Punch Drunk's channel the other time. He went into it. Somebody else was holding him accountable, which, to be honest, in my opinion, that was absolutely a racist comment. I'm just keeping it 100. If I say some shit like that, I would expect somebody to correct me and say, man, that's racist as hell.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so that's what I'm saying. So when it comes to the gypsy thing, although we can say, hey, we could start talking about semantics. What does it mean? Is it a race? Is it a community only? Is it a religious group? Is it a sect? What do you want to call it? However, there's an insensitive perspective about one group that because what I heard when he said that, let's be honest, here in America, we've heard that from racist white people that, it sounded like a Karen. Oh, whenever they come into our neighborhood, it messes our neighborhood up. You see what I'm saying? And that's basically what he said about gypsies. And I don't know, I've never met a gypsy. You know what I mean? But it just sounded, it had a bad tone of what I'm used to here in America.
See, you wouldn't know, Glenn, you wouldn't know what a gypsy is unless they told you. I wouldn't know what a gypsy is. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. You wouldn't know what a Jew is unless you asked them.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what a gypsy is, to be honest.
Yeah,
the thing is, though, earlier, yeah, like I actually said it, like, when I was talking about the gypsies, I said when it comes to the boxing industry, especially the British ones, they will back like the gypsies. But if you go outside boxing, they will tell you everything what I said. Even the white guys will talk about the gypsy that way, because these guys, they go their own narrative again because they're boxing fans.
Hey,
you know what I mean? But I'm talking about
you're trying to deflect. You're now trying to deflect it onto white people when you clearly generalized gypsies.
Gypsies basically that's got nothing to do with white people, because the gypsies, they come in different type of shape, as you know. I don't even know if you guys got any gypsies in London with caravans and all that sort of stuff.
Of course we have.
Well, so they come in the parks and they just like settle, like they settle basically wherever they want to settle, and like in a car park and you can't get rid of them. But if like I said earlier, if a black person did that, the police will come, the riot police will come, and they will take them away by force.
P, there are gypsies that do that, but there's also gypsies that I know that live normal lives in houses as well. You was generalising, and you said they've got a bad reputation. They like to just turn up and piss and shit everywhere, and you was generalising, which you make a big stance about. Huh?
They're not gypsies. The ones that live in a house, they're not gypsies. Gypsies are the ones that live rough. You can't call the ones that live in. You know what I mean? This is the thing, like, because they call themselves as Irish.
So if they was born into a gypsy family and then they end up living in a house, they're no longer a gypsy.
For example, Tyson Fury.
That doesn't make no sense. You know that.
Tyson Fury, he's you know what I mean, like, he used to be a gypsy, but he's not a gypsy anymore. But he still says that he's a gypsy because he wants to promote a brand so he can sell his clothes. That's why he's using the word gypsy. But he used to be gypsy. He's not a gypsy anymore. He's a rich guy. He's a millionaire. You know what I mean? He's got a mansion, a big house. So, I'm talking about the gypsies, the ones that go come. And you know that as well, Tiny Tim. I don't know why you're sugarcoating it. But you know what I'm talking about.
No, you're trying to change it, P. You're trying to change it.
But you're trying to say that I don't like white people. That's what you're trying to say. Like,
I'm not trying to say. I'm just asking you to explain what you said. That's all.
I've already explained to you. And you know what? Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and defend how many white friends I got, because that's what people do when they talk about black people. Yeah. So
is it a battle of when people do debate? Is it a battle of this? And I feel like this is what it is as well. But people won't want to keep it real. I think sometimes when people are in debate and somebody throws a derogatory term at one person, the other person throws a derogatory term on the other end, and then it's about the battle of who could be more derogatory towards the other one. I think that would happen. So let's say with Pete, you didn't probably would have do that through a racial slur, so you wanted to throw a racial slur right back at him and say the comment that a lot of people heard in that audio about you want to kill all white Americans, something like that. I'm just paraphrasing. Was it about that? It's not that you're racist, but it's just you trying to hit a nerve. You want to be more derogatory because you know if you say this, it's gonna hurt that person.
That's exactly what it is. You know what I mean? They're hurting me and I'm hurting them back.
But you're technically not a racist, right?
Of course not. Otherwise I wouldn't be like speaking to like, you know, Tiny Tim to the other people that have been here before.
All right, because I do this not really directed like to you. I just wanted to ask you because I do feel like that happens as well, but I won't say is racist. I would say that somebody's trying to win in the derogatory battle that they may be having when it goes outside boxing, debating, and then it's just a derogatory thing. Is how can I get him to that point where I got him? And what we saw that the live that we was in that I did, I think that's what was happening. That's why after they was going at each other, I said both of y'all wrong because both of y'all exposed each other.
But do you know the difference though? Like, because I honestly believe a black person cannot be racist regardless of what they say.
Okay, that's what I asked you earlier. Why not?
Yeah, because it's not in us. Because we don't know how to be racist. Because we've been, feeling that for a long, long time. So when we say stuff, do we really mean it as a black person? Because even when we're drunk, like we don't say like, oh, F white people, this, that, because we don't have that in us to be racist. Because
I think maybe you can speak. I think you should be. I think
you ain't speaking for the consensus, bro. It's a racist black people out here. I mean, I'm just gonna keep it 100, bro. You are not speaking for the entire consensus of black people. If you didn't grow up in the U.S. in the South like I did, you got some racist white people over here. You got some racist black people. Period.
Okay, but why? Wait. Why are the black people racist? Because they've been through pain and hell and back for a long, long time.
I understand. Right? I understand where you're coming from. But the intent of the narrative is you're saying that black people cannot be racist. So what's the influence?
Have they been taught to be racist?
You just gave an influence. The influence is they went through the struggle, right? So if you went through the struggle, then and you don't like white people, then guess what? You're racist, right? It don't matter what you went through. You're racist.
Hold on, I got it. Yeah, so let me piggyback off of World Combat's point because this is important because this I've been trying to tell you for a minute, P. When you're talking about the struggle, right? And then when I talk the way I talk, which mind you, I try to just say brother instead, but especially in the heated conversation, the old street in me comes out. I'm 40 years old. You know what I mean? I try to keep that. Trust me, I'm a customer service manager on a regular basis when I'm not selling health insurance and life insurance. You know what I mean? So I know I've dealt with corporate boards, okay, dealing with high profile, clients and all of that. I've been on boards like that. But my thing is that you can't just say, like Punch was saying earlier, everybody deals with oppression. And when you're talking about people like myself that have a Caribbean culture, you're from a different culture and you say that you understand this culture. Well, guess what? This culture is very different because me, myself, my little island of Puerto Rico, okay, has dealt with 384 years of slavery, okay? We liberated ourselves in the 1800s and then became a commonwealth of the United States because we felt it was in our best interest, okay? Now, mind you, that's why we can come here without a passport and we can go back without a passport. But at the end of the day, we liberated ourselves. That's the only reason that you have a different flag. But we call ourselves Puerto Ricans, just like if you're in Texas, you call yourself a Texan, or if you're in Florida, you call yourself a Floridian. You see what I'm saying? So, but that's culture that we have here. And yeah, there's different places like World Combat was saying. I've been through like some really rugged neighborhoods with broken down, wood shacks in Alabama. You know what I'm saying? I've seen Mississippi. I've been all throughout the South. I've been all up and down the East Coast or down to Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? Met all type of people, and I know that there's different ways of interacting in different places. But when I'm talking on a regular basis, I at least understand how people talk in this place and in that place. And then when I'm talking to regular people, I just try to get my point across. I don't need you to come from a different place trying to tell me how I'm supposed to interact in the place that I was raised in.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that to you.
I disagree. I completely disagree with you on that piece, saying because you're saying that black people can be racist. Not every race could be racist.
That's true.
Anybody could be racist. I don't know where you really get that analogy from, but that's and I hope you do listen to other perspectives. I'm not saying you got to change how you think, but I think that you should have your ears wide open and listen to other people. And that has their experiences, and if you want to base it also on this country as well, you got to listen to people's experiences here, because anybody could be racist.
Hey P, I just want to ask you this: have you been around Africans or Haitians, bona fide true Africans or Haitians?
Yeah,
there's a lot of them. I don't know about Haitians, but there's a lot of. I'm African, and there's a lot of Africans in this country. There's Caribbeans in this country.
Some of the most racist people I've met in my life.
Yeah,
I don't. If you don't have the right textured hair, if you don't have the right shaped nose, if you got freckles, if you that Black American, they treat you like you white. Period.
Yep. Yo, a World Combat. I don't know. Glenn, you from New York. You ever heard, like in the 90s or, early 2000s or whatever, that the notion of a black man can't catch a cab, right?
I mean, that's true. I mean, and it depends on, what they've experienced. That I understand what P is talking about with the experience and the struggle, but still you can make a choice. But when you are waving your hand in the air for a cab and they passing by you, it's because they've experienced some bad times, you know what I'm saying?
But the thing, what I was gonna say is that the cab drivers are Africans. Yo, I'm born in Harlem, man. The Harlem Dispatcher. You talk to all those Africans, yo. If you ever chill in 116, and everything is African right there from Fifth Avenue and beyond, all the way to the west side. Yo, Africans talk shit about American blacks all day long, and they wouldn't stop for them. So. What do you say about? Huh?
What do they say specifically? Like
they don't want to say they have no worth ethic. They won't stop. I rather if you trying to stop in Harlem and try to go to the Bronx at the same time, they'd be like, hell no, they're not going to take you over there. They say right there straight up. That's not no secret. They out there in the open. They say it.
The thing, going back to about the racism, obviously New York, I've heard a lot of positive stuff about New York when it comes to racism. Like, in the South, like, I hear like the people that I speak to, like, in the South, there's a lot of racism. There's no secret about that. But in New York, it sounds like things are looking up. Things are looking up in New York.
I think in more certain places are more segregated than New York. Of course, New York is very different from other places. Other places, like I've been to Chicago and it's segregated for me, in my opinion. When I was in Chicago, a little bit more segregated. But also the good thing about New York is that you have all the ethnicity. You have all the cultures. Their mannerism, their good, the bad. Everybody throws slurs at each other in New York. You go to let's say Middle Eastern Delhi, Mira Habibi and whatever, Chino, and it's like everybody at the same time just throwing slurs at one another. Particularly, they're not racist, but then it's just, and if you're not from New York and you just come out of nowhere, you'd be like, damn, everybody's racist towards each other. But it's just really like it's more of a, it's like a slang. Like if I called the Chinese store, the Chinese restaurant yesterday. Dime mama China, what's good? And she laughs but somebody I'll be like, hey yo, black boy, make me something to eat. And you're white, then it might be something. Or some people don't like that white boy, black boy. They don't like it, but
so what does it take? So what does it take for the whole America to be like New York, like, or how long would it take for that, for that achievement?
I think when people stop using bully points, meaning, for example, if you have a discussion, let's say with a white guy, he tells you he was raised with black and Latinos, and this is just the way he talks, almost like the what Smoke and Glenn and Guido was going through. This is the way they talk. Because I use the N word. Don't make me act. Don't make me feel like I'm racist. You know I'm not saying in a racial slur, and if you know I'm not saying in a racial slur, why are you trying to pin me like if I am? You know, that's the bully point. I have more of a problem with the bully point than the actual word. But if people are going to use it as a bully point, and then there's other people that doesn't like the word, and there's other people that says, well, it's nigga, it's not nigger, and then there's other people that says, I hear nigga like nigger. You know, so much controversy. So I said, throw the word away because there's so many words. But I just think the bully point is what I feel is unfair.
Punch, can I say as well? I think some black people and P-boxing might take this as racist, but I think some black people like to use the victim mentality as well to point out that people, to try and say that people are racist and use that as the factors why they can't get on in life.
Okay, that's a tough one, but that's a question that people do feel that I've gone in conversation and people do feel like that. I just want to shout out Carlo was good. Anybody want to time in on that? World P. Anybody want to time in on?
Yeah, I just want to quickly answer.
I can time in on that one too, but I want to look.
Yeah, I want to quickly answer Tiny Tim's. I mean, Tiny Tim, like. That's not true because this is the thing. This is the problem. That's why we won't move on because of people like white people. The way they think of black people when they talk out, they say you're using the victim mentality, and I hear that too many times because they don't want to talk about the problem. Whenever we talk about race, there's a lot of white people actually in Bristol now. Bristol is a good place to live. I'm not gonna lie. I love Bristol because I got a lot of white friends, and we talk about race out in the open, and they don't get offended about it. But some places in England, like if you talk about race, you'll be like treated like as if like I'm trying to be a victim and stuff like that, just like Tiny Tim was saying. So it's not about being it's not about being a victim. It's about speaking out. You know what I mean? So for example, like if you want to get a job, certain places, it's true. You don't get that job because of your race. But things are changing now. It's 2020 in England now. I'm only speaking for Bristol, by the way. I'm not speaking for London, but Bristol's getting a lot better. But yeah, like I'm sure London is getting a lot better as well. But this thing about victim mentality, like that has to stop, Tiny Tim, because we have to address the problem. If we don't address that, then do we have to keep it silent? Like, and then things are gonna continue how it is. But if when you speak out, then basically that we can sort things out. Yeah.
I think on our time and our piggy bank of, I believe that what Tim is saying, I've heard it a lot, and I agree with what you're saying. I understand, and I agree with what Tim is saying. I do witness the victimhood. I do witness people complaining, but yet you have the opportunity to achieve what's in front of you. I do believe that our culture within the inner cities, we lack accountability. We always want to point the fingers and blame everybody else for our shortcomings. I've done it myself. I've blamed if I couldn't get something, I'll blame it and use the race card. I have that on my pocket. I used to have that on my pocket, and I'm saying myself, so I'm holding myself accountable. I have used the race bully point, so I know for a fact that victimhood is, self-victimhood is alive. The day that I say, you know what, I'm gonna stop that BS and stop being, being like that, I've attained everything I wanted in life. Nothing has held me back. Nothing in life has held me back. When I threw that coloring book down, when I stopped with the victimhood, when I took that out of my pocket, that racist bully point out of my pocket and threw it away, I have achieved anything I wanted. I work for everything I have. I don't have much, but I work for everything I have, and I'm a happy dude. So I do feel about that victimhood, and I think it's alive and well. I think accountability has, people not taking a lot of accountability. But then, of course, we understand there is a systemic racism, but then this other form of racism. I just think at this point, this is just my opinion, and people have agreed or disagree with me. I feel like at this point, we have all the opportunities in the world. Now, if we do not take advantage of the opportunities, then in my opinion, we letting the ones that did fight for us, the one in the civil rights movement that did fight for us, are we letting them down? Because I feel like if one of our ancestors just wake up from their grave and be like, boy, you still complaining, all the stuff, man, I wish you had everything. I wish I had everything you have right now. If we start complaining just like they were, not complaining, but fight, if we act like we're going through what they went through. See, they went through a struggle where they had no opportunity. There is a struggle, but there is opportunity, and the opportunities outweighs everything else, in my opinion.
That's a great point, man. That's a great point. You got to respect. It's a form of disrespect if you keep neglecting what others did so that you can live and prosper. And like you said, you hit the nail on the head, man. You get rid of your crutches in life, because in the moment they might seem like they're useful, but in the end they end up holding you back because it's a skewing reality. Now, I don't know. There was a Austrian psychiatrist named Viktor Frankl, and he got sent into the camps during the World War II. Mm-hmm. He made it out of there, and he came up with a whole system of how people can remain strong despite the dreary circumstances. Even when you don't see any hope, if you have faith, you can make it out of there. So he came out of the camps and he used his harsh experiences to help others. And he gave an anecdote that he was driving once with a fellow guy who had been in the camps too. Mm-hmm. And he was driving the guy, and all of a sudden he says, "Oh, we're gonna be late." So he takes a shortcut through a field of corn and starts, plowing through the corn. Somebody's hard work. Mm-hmm. And Viktor Frankl went, "Yo, what are you doing? You're ruining this guy's corn." And the guy responded by saying, "Well, I was in the camps. Haven't I suffered enough as well?" So see, he was using his experience. "Oh, I'm a victim. I'm a crutch. I can do whatever I want." I'm going in the extreme here, but that's the danger that can come with using that type of crutch, and that you no longer see the bad that you're doing.
It is. And I think that other people adopt I do feel that there is racist trauma. I do feel like, and that's a legit thing, in my opinion. I don't think a lot of people do want because when you say trauma, people may seem like, oh, that's a weak thing. I'm not weak. I do think that a race have suffered racist trauma, and is an understanding that there is a racism trauma, but that doesn't mean that we have the trauma that we can't work through it, And I think that that's the point where we're not trying to work. We're always trying to look back. I hate slave movies. You know why? Because they pull a slave movie out their pocket every 4 years. So then every time we're looking back. That's like if somebody did something bad to you a long time ago, but they keep telling you that in your face. You're trying to move on from it, but hey, remember this? Hey, remember this? And every other time when you're trying to get better, hey, remember this? Hey, remember this? It's like, okay, man, like how many movies or how many times? Like, it's so many talks of issues, but it's not enough solutions.
That's a great point, man. Here's the advice that I would give to people, and it's worked for me in certain aspects. Whether you've been wronged because of racism or because somebody doesn't like the jib of the cut of your jib or your hair, whatever, what you do is you use that negative energy that somebody's throwing at you, and you use it as motivation and say, I'm going to make something out of myself, so that you can show that person, look, despite what you tried to do, I made something out of myself. You were too busy trying to turn me down. Look what I did.
What y'all feel? I'm not saying it for people to agree or disagree, because I know people disagree also with what I was saying. So
sometimes when you have a racist individual in your path, and no matter what you show them, if they don't like it, if they don't like you, and they have, they're racist individuals, they're going to prevent you by any means necessary. Being someone who retired from the military, I've seen it. I can care less if a vet jump on here and say otherwise or not. It happens in the military a lot. So you can prove. You can go to the schools and you can freaking show up and be squared away, as we call it, all that. But if someone's in your path they will hinder you from moving forward if they have some type of authority. You know what I'm saying? Some type of authority that affects your growth. They will stop you.
Mm-hmm. What y'all feel? What y'all feel? What y'all, Carlo? You haven't spoken, my brother. You're always on the cut. What's good?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Queen?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm chilling, man. What you getting off all of this, man?
First, before I started, salute to the chat and salute to like people here in the panel. For me, we talked about this actually, you and me, Moonshine. The most racist that I ever heard is within our own culture. You know what I mean? Right? Like I said, if you go to different parts of the world, and each of those cultures, they have their own racism towards another culture, right? And we're talking about how do we stop racism? Well, we can stop racism towards an own backyard first. If we can make that happen, probably we can stop talking about racism. You know, it's kind of hard to do when you're like, let's say you're talking with your friends and they're kind of racist, but if you try to say something, they're gonna holler back at you like, "Hey, what are you talking about? Now you can't be our friend." You know what I mean? There's repercussions trying to stop in your own culture, right? Because everybody has a different mindset. Everybody has like belief in different things. It's really hard to really point out who's the most racist, and it's because the world itself and the way we towards views. I'll give you an example. What's happening right now, right? With the protests and everything, the number one enemy that we have is ourselves, right? Because we can't really blame other culture because of this. Ultimately, we cannot hold ourselves accountable. If we hold ourselves accountable, I think we can head towards that path of we can like try to be better at certain things and try to help each other instead of just pushing each other down. Be honest, even right now, like you look at the world today, people hate each other, like North Korea, like America versus, you have white versus black, you have all this going on right now, but you never see trying to fix their own culture kind of thing, if you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
You're from New York, right? You're from New York, I'm from Toronto, and Toronto has the same thing. It's kind of like New York, is that it's a mixed culture, and towards everything, everybody's just making fun of each other. No matter what. I think we have to fix our own culture before we start blaming other people.
Yeah. And I could tell Carlos from Toronto because I visited up there, bro. Those are the nicest people on the planet, man. I believe Toronto has the nicest people.
Nah, that's the cleanest town I ever been to.
For real, bro. No jokes, bro.
You drop something in the gut, that's $3,000 fine in the subway.
Real. but listen, man. Like my perspective on this, bro. There is a two-part answer. So first and foremost, just to take it as an example, right? So when it comes to the racism, okay. So when you look at a lot of the South American countries, and yes, there's a lot of drugs and shit like that, but I'm talking about the ones that just kind of like went about their own way, right? You have multicolored people. They don't consider you a black Brazilian or a white Brazilian. They consider you Brazilian. You know what I mean? Same thing in the Caribbean. So second part to that is I feel like, and I know a lot of people will disagree with this depending on your political view, but defunding the police doesn't mean take away police. It means reappropriating or reallocating the funds to better use. For example, giving police, because most countries train their police for way longer than 90 days. You know what I'm saying? Or way longer than we do in our country. You know what I'm saying? So training them a little better, also getting different programs that with mental health that can work together with the police, to diffuse situations instead of letting it escalate because you have an untrained officer who's 22 years old and has his own mental issues that he hasn't really addressed yet. You know what I'm saying? And then also, building other things, for the youth to mingle with each other. We need more boys and girls clubs. I've actually volunteered to go to boys and girls clubs, man. It's all mixed up. The kids don't know white from black or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's when they get older that they start learning that, and it's because of their own situations, whether it's family members or their community, things like that. That's when they start learning the racism, whether white, black, Hispanic. And I'm not, going to leave out Hispanic because, yeah, like you said earlier, there's racism in every culture. So all these little things that we can do better with the money than paying a racist ass cop $100,000 while he's on leave of absence because he just shot somebody. He's not going to get fired. He's just going to be put to death duty. You know what I mean? Like all these little things that we could do better. You feel me?
Yeah, we could always do something better. But you know what? I have this experience, and I wanna say, because I know some of y'all know when I was protesting, I protested for over like 7 days straight. On the last day, I'll be honest. I said, man, shit is becoming a show. That's what I said. The shit is becoming a show, right? I didn't feel like it was well organized. At one point, I was having dialogues with police officers, and every time when I'm having dialogues, I'm with 15 cops at one time, and then here comes a couple of dudes in a protest and say, "Yo, don't pay attention to them. They effing pigs. F them. They're gonna shoot you out." Every time I'm about to have this great dialogue, and I was having good dialogues, and I was getting some answers as well, good answers, right? And it was just it was very unorganized. But also, the older I got, I started going to town hall meetings, right? When I moved out here in the suburbs, I said, let me go town hall meetings. I was the only black, Hispanic, whatever you want to call me, whatever you ever see me, I was the only dude with this skin complexion in the town hall meetings. Mindful, I live in a community with Hispanics and blacks. And I was the only one in that town hall meeting. I've been to 3 town hall meetings and nobody has showed up but me, the white folks, and a couple of and Asian folks. In the city, I went to town hall meetings before, empty, basically, and all the people that go was white and black. I mean, white and Asians, Jews and Jews as well. So what I see is, for the past, and I'm gonna say that for the past 4 years, since 2014, now I would say since 2014, I say that we talk a lot, but we're not in those town hall meetings. We're not in those meetings to uplift one another. We're not a precinct, and go to your local precinct. They have you could come together as like almost like a neighborhood meeting as well with your police department, with your chief. They need to do that. It's within their rule that they need to hold like a group, like a community meeting once a month. I've been to one. 5 people showed up. So I see all this complaints. Oh, in my school, in my public school, my son was going to school, me in Harlem. Only 2 fathers would show up. After school, it was at 7:30. We have parent meetings. How we want our teachers to teach the kids, or whatever protocols, or the assistant principal. We have a meeting every week, 7:30. For a whole year, 2 fathers showed up. 13 mothers showed up the whole year, meaning we don't talk the talk and walk the walk. We don't care about our children and what they're going through school. We don't care about our neighborhood as well. I've seen it in person. So this whole thing that you see in TV, and I'm just speaking of my experience, because I don't know if you've been in your own town hall meetings in your county or your neighborhood or your community, but I know I've been to several, and I don't see the people that are complaining and want things to change. I do not see them in those meetings. I feel like it's a show most of the time.
Hey, I'm curious, man. You said you went to protest, you said?
Yeah, protest this summer. With the police brutality protest after the George Floyd stuff.
Well, I'm curious, how many, because I mean, I know it's a hard question to answer, but how many people did you get the sense were there to really raise awareness and create harmony, and how many of them were there to just fuck shit up?
To F shit up, we stopped it. We stopped one in Dykeman. There was about they threw bottles. There was about a break into the Rite Aid. We stopped them as a community. We stopped it. I feel like the protest, it became more like for a selfie, just to have it on their Instagram and say I was here. Actually, I saw more white people than blacks where I was in the Union Square. The one that was leading the march was a white man, but fighting for a black cause. And I found it strange. And I'm not saying that that's a racist thing, but I just find it strange, that this person would lead it, right? Mm-hmm. But at the same time, yes, it's justice, no peace. The march was all wrong because you see the police officers, they come in all different colors. No justice, no peace. Shoot the fucking ass police. That was a dumb. I had to separate myself from that chant. It was just so unorganized. To the point, the last day, it was for me, it was borderline disgusting to me.
Well, you know what? The reason I asked that, it's because protesting, it takes balls to do it. It's hard. It's difficult enough, and it's dangerous enough. There is a real danger that you get some trigger-happy cops that they get the order to just start shooting tear gas and rubber bullets at people. And there have been deaths. There have been occasions where they shoot people in the head with rubber bullets, and that's it. It's good night, Irene. But then you also have to contend with Asian provocateurs. They send people. I think we all saw that infamous video during the summer of this guy comes out of nowhere with an umbrella and a hammer and starts hammering stores. And the protesters go, yo, who the fuck is this? And they start filming him. And they start saying, oh, that's a cop, that's a cop. And the guy just starts walking away. So that's the thing. Even when you're absolutely right. It's most people talk the talk and they don't walk the walk. And then there's the second wave of danger, which is when you do go on the front lines. Now you got to deal with a whole bunch of fuckery in there of having Asian provocateurs and people starting trouble so that the police then strike back at you. So it seems like there's too many obstacles in that sense for civic nationalism.
Yeah. I mean, I went there to have a dialogue with law enforcement, and when I had every time I had their ear, I had their ear, meaning they was really listening to me because I approached them in a respectful way. This is a hard job. It's almost like the police officer, they do a mistake. One person does a mistake, and you can't say all policemen are trash. Just like if one white person does, you can't say all white people are racist. Just like if one black person does, you can't blame it on the whole race. It's unfair for me to blame it on the NYPD or any type of police, because there is bad apples in people don't want to hear it, but there is bad apples in everything. Yeah, there could be a guy that he has a gun and he has a badge that could be racist. There's a civilian that could be racist as well. There's people that kill cops. There's people that kill cops.
The thing is though, like the police, even in the UK, yeah, like they come from like far away. They don't live like in the hood and stuff like that. Like when I say the hood, it's like more like where the city is. Like they come from like the countrysides, and most of the police, like they don't really see like black people in their neighborhood. So the moment they see a black person, they're threatened by it. So they got the need to get their gun out because that's what they've been taught. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the way I feel. Like even here in the UK, like the police, when they used to pull us, they don't do that no more. They've been told off by the government. But before, they used to be like, "Oh, put your hands up, put your hands up." They're instantly scared. Like as if as if I'm gonna attack them, even though I'm not even moving around. So it's just that. Like I don't know if you guys get that as well.
I mean, I feel like we all, if you're from your own neighborhood, look, cops, if you look at the statistic, if you ever go to FBI.org, if you look at the statistic, 2019, I believe that 89 people died at the hands of police. 48 people died while they was engaging in the other person had a gun and the police killed the person. But then the other half, there was unarmed killing, right? 30, what was it? It was 20 something was white. Only nine and one Asian got killed. The rest of them was whites. But they're not gonna say the whites either because it doesn't fit the narrative also. What I'm saying is, you get killed and you get shot by the police in your own neighborhood. It's a high-rated crime. You get the biggest threat. If I'm in Harlem, the biggest threat was a Latino and a black man. That was my biggest threat. I never was going outside and scared of a white man or feel like I'm gonna get shot by a white man or nothing like that. Any problem I ever had in my life was black and Latinos. Any problem I had, anybody threw any slurs at me was black and Latino. It was I never had an experience with a white man giving me the N-word or telling me anything. It was always my own people. Some people thought I was, if they think I was black, the Latin people threw me slurs.
That's what I said.
Why can't the police, employ the people from their area, from their city?
They do here. I mean, where I'm from, they do. But the thing is also, we have to take accountability. Let's not act like we act all civil and stuff like that. If you come into my neighborhood, man, we pumping music from till like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. We selling drugs in the stew. The cop will come. Yo, we move out of there. We come right back. We leave the fire hydrant open all day long. They come around, they close it. We open it right back up. We play around with cops. We don't respect cops. So when cops, we act like we act like animals ourselves, and we got to take accountability for that. We hurt our own people. We stab our own people. We kill each other. So don't think, and this is what I mean, that we have to take into accountability. We got to clean out our own home, because when somebody walks in our home, if I go to your house and it smells like pee and it has piss on the corner and you piss on the corner, I'm going to piss. I fuck the toilet. I'm going to piss on the corner too.
Well, have you been to my house? How the fuck do you know that?
But listen, this is not the point though. This is not the point though, Punch, because you know why? Like what happens in people's neighborhood and if they kill each other and stuff like that, yeah, that's a different type of story. But when it comes to like the police, like that's another story as well. They go to they stop people and then basically and they assume straight away this guy's a criminal and they will just shoot them straight away. That's the bit that I got a problem with. Yeah, and of course I understand you when you say like, people are killing each other, the same race are killing each other and stuff like that. Yeah, that is a problem, but that has to be addressed as well, but not now. Let's address the racism first.
No, but what I'm saying, it is racist. What I'm telling you also, that you can't believe the narrative that's pushed there. So I'm giving you the statistics. There is unarmed black men that's getting shot, but there is unarmed white people that's getting shot too. There is, if you go to YouTube and say cops beating up white women, you're going to find videos. It's not going to go viral. It's not going to be in your 6 o'clock news, because that's not the narrative. We also have to point out the narrative that divides us, like these medias, that they want us divided. They want us divided. They even want Latinos and blacks to fight one another. They did that this summer in New York City. We have to identify the narratives that break us apart. They want us divided, divide and conquer. They want us divided. They want us to seem like we're animals. That's why when you see it on TV, you see the looting, you see all that bullshit. We have to identify what they're trying to do to us. They don't want unity. But we have the opportunity. We have every opportunity to unite. But the powers that be know they could capitalize off our emotions. If you just throw in racial stuff, racial movies, racial, that's why you think, for example, in the George Floyd, when I'm not even justifying it, but why you think in the George Floyd case, it took 10 days for them to show us the cop cam and to say that there was a black officer on top of him too, because they say there was a black officer on top of him. Then they'll change the narrative of being a racist attack. Then now it's just a police brutality attack. There is police brutality, but not everything within that police brutality is racism as well.
But I hold up, Bill. I get your points, but that was a bad example, because the guy on his Instagram was, showing a lot, or his Facebook, whatever, was showing a lot of racist shit. Like Nazi shit.
No. I'm not talking about him I'm not talking about him on his knee. I'm talking about the other officer. We see the Asian.
Oh yeah, the other officers. Yeah, also that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's a better example. I didn't know that you meant that. But also Andrew Diallo. Andrew Diallo got shot how many times? 47 times when he was just holding a sub.
Yeah. But in this case, in this case, because we all saw the cops in it, I'm saying the guy that was handling George Floyd from when they stopped him to the ground, the guy that was holding George Floyd, and from when he went from his seat to the other seat, when George Floyd was saying to put me in the ground, put me in the ground, put me in the ground, the guy that was on his body, we already know who's on his neck. The guy that was on his body was a black cop. They didn't show him after 10 days because it would change the narrative. If you would have saw that first, that it was a demographic of every race on him, an Asian cop was involved, the white cop was involved, a black cop was involved, and another white cop was involved, then it would just be strictly police brutality and wouldn't be a race issue.
But the thing is, though, the police, the black police.
My opinion.
But listen, this punch. Listen. The police, we know that they have to back each other. So that black officer, he's being pressured to back his officer. So the guy, that killed George Floyd, he was clearly a racist. But his friend, the black officer that they didn't show, he was a coward. And there's a lot of black police officers that are cowards, because if he doesn't back his friend, he's gonna get a bullet, and that's what happens.
Yes, there are a lot of cops that's coward, and there's a lot of civilian that's cowards. That's why you saw a whole bunch of videotapes of black videotaping it. Maybe we wouldn't see it if people will do something about it.
Hey, Punch, let me say this though. Just say they would have showed the black cop. The one moment that stood out is when the brother was trying to plead with Tao, the Asian cop who was up there standing, right? He was trying to plead with him to get Chauvin to remove his knee off the neck. Regardless they would have saw a black cop or not, they still would have focused directly on the guy who was actually, causing the harm, which is Chauvin having his knee on his neck. I mean, light threatening and non-lethal is different. It seemed like Chauvin was basically pressing up against an area where the carotid artery is, and you can die that way, and they can say it was fentanyl or whatever, but that would have still stood out just as much, and people still would have looted because the guy was pleading for his life and calling his dad mom. I still think people would have went out to the streets and protested, man.
No, I think people would have gone. It would have gone to the street, but in my opinion, the narrative is more deep if it's a racial. If we could pinpoint this person as being the racist, if it was look in Staten Island, anybody go check it out. A Latin cop, and a black dude. He shot the dude. That could have been a bigger story than the George Floyd. But because it was a Latin cop that was dark Latin and the guy was black, it's not big. It's not the narrative. It's not a racial narrative. And then he screamed, "Why you made me do this?" That went viral. You can see it right now. Nobody marched for that. You know why? Because it didn't fit the narrative. It wasn't racial. It was police brutality, but it wasn't racial. But when you act the police brutality with the white and black, that white and black mix is what makes the story. That's what I'm saying. We got to understand what they're trying to do at the same time to entice us.
Punch,
Foster riot. Okay, go ahead.
No, sorry, go on, mate.
No, you good, Tim. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just going to say, you know this better than me, but I've done my research a little bit online, and the percentage of gun crime in America is like 50% black people. So I've been reading, like, the gun crime is 50%, and the actual population of black people is like minimal compared to that. So, our police may be a little bit wary because of that statistic, or I don't know. I'm asking. I'm from the UK. I don't know this. This is just what I've read.
Statistics are up for questioning.
It
depends on the media for which you're reporting. Down in ATL, man, they deployed majority of the police department to protect the CNN building because CNN was putting out a different narrative, in reference to this George Floyd case. And, being the Ted Turner is an intricate, prominent staple down here for decades. And Rich, he had that influence. You know what I'm saying? But CNN do put out a certain narrative, and if you go to that narrative, you know what I'm saying? So, you read those statistics. It's just like, the percentage of blacks in jail, but the percentage of population globally.
Yeah. What was let me switch it up about this narrative that's also going on, that there's races amongst black fighters. It's harder for black fighters in boxing. What do y'all feel about that? Is it true, false?
In what way? In what way?
Well, they said I think you said it earlier too. You said that it's hard, or somebody, I'm not even gonna say it, but somebody said, I forgot who said it, that it's harder for black fighters. There's a rate that there is race, and that it's harder for black fighters to get their shine and get over the hump. Do you think that that there is something against black fighters in boxing?
Absolutely. Because obviously you got a man in the Bronx Bomber, Deontay Wilder, basically, and he's with ties with the great Muhammad Ali, with the title defense, and people dismiss that, about his achievement, and that he went to the Olympics, that he got bronze. You know what I mean? They dismiss it. They've been hating on a guy only because he's a proud black man, and the people can't stand that. That's why they go against that stuff, and it's not only that, because Floyd Mayweather, he was the greatest, and people still call him a coward, but they want to say Manny Pacquiao, the guy that Mayweather beat, he's better than Mayweather. How can he be better than Mayweather when Mayweather beat him up? You know what I mean? And this is the thing, Lomachenko, he doesn't knock a lot of people out, but he's getting a lot of credit. Do you know what I mean? So look, he's not even American. He's Eastern European. So this thing about what I said earlier, I said it earlier. Yeah, I do believe that.
But
black fighters, it's just
what in the
again,
UK,
we're going back to
why
the UK?
Why you
believe that?
Why you just can't? Why you just can't? Why you just can't say that people just don't support Deontay Wilder? He doesn't have a promotional company to back
What
him.
about Mayweather?
Mayweather, but you got to understand Mayweather's character and what he created. People hated Muhammad Ali too, but the way that look, people didn't like Floyd Mayweather not because he just can't box. It's because his character that he created, which Floyd Mayweather also stated himself that he wanted to create this villain character. So if you create a villain character, then people are going to see you as a villain. The reason why people like Manny Pacquiao is because the way he fights entertains the people. See, Floyd Mayweather's style in this later part of his year, when he started really having them brillo hands, he didn't entertain the people. And this is what it is. If I tell you, yo, I'm sending you this great shampoo, man. Oh my God, this shampoo is the best. It's gonna have your hair shining and bright and all that stuff. And then you get the shampoo and it turns man hard. You can't even comb your hair, nothing like that. I sold you a product, but I sold it to you in the wrong way. See, Floyd Mayweather may say, yo, I'm gonna knock this dude out, knock this. You know what? People are gonna be geared, people are gonna pay because we want to see you to take that risk to knock somebody out. But now you gave me some false hope. So it's also too is how the way you promote a fight, the way that you promote yourself.
Lomachenko. What about Lomachenko?
What about Lomachenko? Lomachenko, like I say, he has a promotional machine that's backing him.
Yeah, but he's similar to Mayweather. He's a slick fighter. He's very skillful, and he doesn't knock a lot of people out. But he's getting a lot of credit. So I mean, and he's saying right now he's gonna knock out Teofimo Lopez. So let's see if he's gonna do that. Do you know what I mean? And if he doesn't do that, are we gonna hear him? Do you know what I mean?
But no. Hey, you can't. Do you think that of the UK as well, Pete?
No, I don't really think that of the UK. I really said that earlier. And the UK, like I said, is a lot better than America from what I'm hearing. Anyway, I've never been to America, but all the people that I speak to that live in America, and I got family that live in America as well. In Memphis and places like that. They told me how bad it is in America. You know what I mean? I got family members actually in New York. They say New York is a good place. But I've never been there. But yeah, the UK is fine at the moment. But I'm not liking the Fury thing though, because what AJ said. Do you think what AJ said, Tiny Tim, is he racist? Like when he said like support your own community, do you think he's a racist?
But Pete, no, Pete. But that's again, people are there's a like AJ. You'll see his next pay-per-view will be no smaller than it always has been. People are just jumping on what a few people on Twitter have had to say, but he will still be. Fury will not touch him pay-per-view wise still.
Now, but
that's the thing though. But Tiny Tim, I respect you for that, Tiny Tim, because you're speaking facts. But I've been going back and forward with people on Twitter, on YouTube, and the way they're talking about AJ, like this is gonna, AJ is gonna change. Like the more he sees that on his Twitter feed and on his Instagram, the way they're abusing him, just because he said like support your own community, and the people that he was around that time, and it was in Watford near London. Most of the people were white. You know what I mean? It was only
he wasn't talking about white people anyway. He was talking about racists.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about.
He never said don't buy from white people's shops. He didn't say that.
But you understand that though. You're intelligent. But what about the people on Twitter that are trying to slander his name, saying that he's a racist?
To me, they're the Tyson Fury fans that are just trying to turn people against him.
Exactly, and I respect you for that. Much respect.
I'm back. How's it going, everybody?
Yo, what's good? What's good, Eldu? Nah, but I want to. You said earlier that why people like Lomachenko? Maybe because Lomachenko's style is exciting. You can't if Lomachenko's style is exciting, then it's exciting. I saw Eric Lubin and Gausha fight. That was a boring fight. It's not because they're black or they're white, whatever. It was just a boring fight, And some people gonna look at it, be like, "Yo, that's boring. I might not want to see them again," But I don't think. Look, I really don't think is a race thing with Deontay Wilder. I do feel I've been saying this since he left Golden Boy Promotions. I said, "Yo, he does not have a machine that's working 24/7 with him." I wish he would have stood with Golden Boy Promotions because I feel like he could have done what I think if he was a Golden Boy Promotion, he would have had that fight with Anthony Joshua a long time ago. We would have had a unification battle.
Mike Tyson was popular in America. Was he not?
Yeah, very popular. He's still popular today. We want to see the exhibition.
Yeah, exactly. And he's a black guy.
Exactly. For me, I disagree. I don't think that.
Yeah, but he's any like from New York area, like Mike Tyson.
He's from New York. Yeah, from Brooklyn.
And Deontay Wilder, he's from the South. I don't know. Like you guys maybe can correct me. Like was he like promoting like fighting for the black people and stuff like that, like freedom kind of stuff? Was he doing that, Mike Tyson? Because
he was with the Nation of Islam. He did. He tattooed
He came. Remember, he out of jail. He was Muslim.
After that, but I'm talking about Deontay Wilder. He's actually like speaking out, like he's speaking for his people, and that's what a lot of black people love about him. Because especially when I speak to people from the South, they love the guy because he's speaking out for his people. It's bigger than boxing. Do you know what I mean? It's bigger than that.
I like Deontay Wilder more, not even because he spoke about God. He has God out of his sleeves. His father is a preacher himself, and he was just a man of God. I love Manny Pacquiao. He's a man of God. I love fighters out there. I love Andre Ward. I love the fighters that have God in their sleeves and always pushing God when they have their relevancy spotlight on them, and they give all God the glory. I have respect for those fighters more so than anything.
I think, hey, gentlemen, I'm gonna chime it off real quick, y'all. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me on points, but I gotta roll to the store, so I'm gonna let y'all go. But great conversation. Thank you, everybody, for chiming in.
Peace, Glenn.
Take it easy, Glenn.
In my opinion, I think the internet made it a little bit harder for boxing in the United States because it's so competitive with social media, focusing on all the sports, golf, boxing, football, you name it, right? So I think it's easier, in my opinion, that for black boxers to be more successful in the United States, but it's harder for immigrants. Now, I do believe that it's easier for the immigrant side of Mexicans to be successful, but when it comes to other immigrants like Teofimo Lopez, where he comes from Honduras, Guatemala, like all these other places, it's harder for them to get recognized. So they have to fight about twice as many fights in order to get those rankings in the United States and recognition, in my opinion.
Look, people got to realize this. People got to realize when you went to Al Haymon, you went to PBC. Just think about this. You took the promotional machine off of you. Now it's up to you and your own money to promote yourself. And that's what I feel happened to the guys like Deontay Wilder, to guys like Earl Spence. And now you have large channels like the LDBC that puts them as the poster boy of their channels to elevate them. That's all cool. That's great. You know, they're pumping them because mass media probably is not pumping them, but because they're not backed by they choose not to be backed by a promotional company. They cut the middleman off, so their name is not working 24/7. Their brand is not out there 24/7. They have to put money into their own promotion. That's the only reason why I feel that people didn't know too much Deontay Wilder, or probably because they didn't know if he was LeBron James or Deontay Wilder. Feel me? It was because
but in England they know about him because he came a couple of years ago. Like he came to Northern Ireland. He was in London. Like he comes here quite regular. Like
of course.
in the UK.
Let me tell you when Andy Ruiz fought Anthony Joshua, do you see any Mexican, like the outpour of Mexican fans going for Andy Ruiz?
I can't remember that. Like I wasn't even the first fight. Like I wasn't even taking it serious. I thought like, you know, this is an easy fight. You know, for AJ. You know,
exactly.
The second fight.
It's not a black thing. It's an American thing. It's not a black thing.
And because maybe Mexicans wouldn't believe in it.
We're just not loyal to our fighters. We're not loyal to our fighters. Like
what about this then? Maybe the Mexican supporters, they were not like, you know, convinced about him. Like if it comes to Canelo, for example, the Mexican fans will come like.
But why?
I was ready with the reasons.
You think I said it in one of my videos. I don't think if Canelo Alvarez would have came and didn't start with Oscar De La Hoya, he just would have came in and started with Lou DiBella. I don't think Canelo Alvarez would be Canelo Alvarez the way he is today. Remember, Oscar De La Hoya is a self-made machine, meaning you stand next to Oscar De La Hoya at that point, you're gonna get looked at. Floyd Mayweather ain't turned to Money May until he had that fight with Oscar De La Hoya. That's propelled him to become a wealthy man, not just a rich man, but a wealthy man. You take Oscar De La Hoya. If Floyd Mayweather would have never fought Oscar De La Hoya, you think Floyd Mayweather would have had all this money? Remember, his last purse was $8 million before Oscar De La Hoya.
But you know, England is a different place too because they're boxing fans over there. You know, they got football, soccer, and then they got boxing. The United States, they got the NBA, they got the NFL, all these other sports take precedence, and then boxing, which is a niche sport. So that's what I love about England is when they hold fight like Lomachenko Campbell, look at all the people there. They would have done that in Vegas. How many people would have actually showed up? Very little.
Yeah, I feel you, but you know what? Also, that BDA, I wouldn't even, as an American, I wouldn't even use that excuse. That's what Bob Arum likes to say about we got the NBA and nah. The thing is, to be honest, that the boxers right now, you gotta be special to you gotta give the an imagination. You gotta be an evolution. Mike Tyson was an evolution of speed and power. A guy like Manny Pacquiao. What happened to Manny Pacquiao was that the Mexican fan base adopted Manny Pacquiao as one of their own first when he was going battling with the other Mexican warriors. That's what got, you know, Manny Pacquiao. The Mexican fan base here in the Northeast got behind Manny Pacquiao, and then everybody else got behind Manny Pacquiao because of the style that he fights. They love Mike Tyson because of the style that he fight. Roy Jones because of the style that he fights. You think people would love Bernard Hopkins? Not really, because of the style that he was fighting. They love Oscar De La Hoya because of the style that he fights. Nowadays, there's not these boxers nowadays that's giving you that type of action that make you feel like, wow. They're not making nobody go wow anymore. That's what it is. Those boxers that go wow.
Anytime, man. Real quick. All right.
Who do you guys think is the closest wild boxer? I think Teofimo's up there right now with the wow.
Well, think about it. Roy Jones Jr. was asked. I said this before. Was asked in the Breakfast Club. I said, "Who you think is the you know, that the great fighter right now?" He says, "I think the best one now is Canelo, but he's not winning over a mass appeal because he's not a showsman. What we missing right now is showmanship." And he says the people the fighter that I see right now that could be a showman that could really capitalize. You know, could be a worldwide name. He said Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney.
Well, Canelo has a lot of, you know, close combat. You know what I mean? So I think the fans want to see like brutal knockouts in a close combat fight.
Exactly. You got to wow them. Yeah, you got to wow them. You gotta wow him. I feel like Deontay Wilder, in my opinion, was really knocking people out. The narrative of him boxing, I personally don't like it. I really don't like it because I didn't remember growing up people talking about heavyweight division, about I want to see him move around. And no, in the heavyweight division, all we cared about was knockout. If you wasn't knocking nobody out, we really didn't care about you. That was the heavyweight division I remember.
Gervonta Davis up there too with the Wilds. I think. Look at position.
That's the thing, you know, like in about 50 years time, when Deontay Wilder is gone, they're gonna make songs about Deontay Wilder. They're gonna say, like, you know, he used to knock people out. Like, people are gonna be, you know, historians. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're gonna talk about him, like make books about him. You know, the amount of people he knocked out. Look at Rocky Marciano. Like, you know, he fought a lot of taxi drivers, and you know, and they still make songs about him. So I don't understand, you know, why there's so much hate about Deontay Wilder. But the thing is, though, like, it's not even. It's not only in this chat. It's not in the YouTube boxing community though. It's like when you go to like Sky, for example, on a YouTube account, when they show like fights, and they open the chats and stuff like that. That's when you see the real racists. Especially when you look at Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather, when that stuff was happening, the people, you know, they were calling like the black fans, like, you know, monkeys and stuff like that. Like, obviously in this chat here, on your chat, everyone is, you know, they look good, but like, when you go to like IFL TV, like even Tiny Tim can tell you that IFL TV comment section is completely different than you know, all type of channels. You know what I mean?
I think this is what it is. This is what it is. Also, as an American, you have to, if you want the American people to get behind you, you gotta rep America. You can't just rep, I'm here for the black people. You gotta, because now you pushing out, okay, the Asian people, we don't gotta support you. The Latino people, we don't gotta support you. You gotta embrace America. You have to embrace America, because once you just embrace your own people, then only your own people is gonna come and embrace you. You have to embrace that you an American. Oscar De La Hoya, he went to the Olympics and he was representing America. He used to come with the American flag as well, with the American flag in his trunk and the Mexican and the Mexican trunk. Sugar Ray Leonard represented us in America. These guys talked about America. They didn't say as black fighter I am. No, it's America. Deontay Wilder should wear that American flag and come out and rep America, not just the black the black race. Is American whole. Be our heavyweight. Don't be just the black man's heavyweight. Be our heavyweight.
Also, what Wilder doesn't do himself no favors where he gets outboxed for like 99% of the fight either.
Yeah, but then at the end of the day, they only care about knockouts. Look at Lennox Lewis. What flag he comes out with? He was coming out with. He come with the he come with that. He come with the flag. How about Bruno? They came as UK fighters. They didn't come as the black UK fighter. They came as UK fighters, and everybody from the UK flew in to support their countrymen.
Bruno's still loved now to this day. Like, he's still loved.
Keith Thurman too. He's always
Keith Thurman. He said I wear the red, white, and
but
blue.
what about AJ? What about AJ? He's got a tattoo of Africa, and the UK still loves him. I think this is not a UK problem. Like, I think it's more like a American problem.
That's what I think. I agree. That's what I've been trying to tell you. It's not a black problem. American thing. It's America.
What I'm trying to say about Wilder, P-boxing, when you, as an Englishman, you can look at this. When we look at American sportsmen, they're dominant. Like, when you look at the stars, they're dominant. Like, Wilder gets outboxed for like 99% of the fight. Yes, he lands a knockout punch, but a casual like boxing fan that tunes into Wilder is going to see him get made to look stupid for 99% of the fight.
Nah, really.
Tim, no, but I understand where Tiny Tim is coming from. Obviously, the casuals, they don't know about boxing, so they will think like, oh, this guy, he can't box and he's lucky all the time. But what they don't understand is, like, you know, he's got a beautiful left jab and he sets that right hand, like, you know, it's not lucky. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, and he has got power as well.
I think I got it the other way around, because a casual boxing don't know boxing. All they're gonna see is the knockout.
But
a a casual boxing fan is not gonna be like, oh come on, you gotta slip that punch, and oh no, boxing is just gonna be drinking, gonna be watching as an event, and once Deontay Wilder deliver that highlight KO, that's all they remember. That's a casual. Now hardcore
and the thing is though, he sets that right hand like he knows what he's doing. The mistake that he did with Tyson Fury, like Tyson Fury knew what Wilder was gonna do. That's why, you know, like Wilder shouldn't fought, because he fought the same way that he fought with, like, against Ortiz the second fight. You know, so he should have fought him like, you know, like the way he normally fights. You know, the aggression. There was no aggression there. He fought like, you know what, I'm gonna let him outbox him, and I will get him with the right hand. But in the third fight, he's gonna be completely different. He's not gonna be too patient, because Tyson Fury is gonna come for you, especially he's 6'9". He's a big guy. You know what I mean? You can't wait for that right hand. So he's gonna do completely different. He's gonna go back to what he used to do. The thing is, a lot of people being saying like, oh, he needs to change. He needs to know how to box. In the heavyweight division, you don't need to know how to box. You know, this is more for like the lighter weights. You know what I mean? Go for it. No, you go for it.
Well, I was just trying to say, like us over here, where we're envious of America with some of their like top sportsmen, how dominant they are. Like you get the 100-meter sprinters, or in years past, where they don't just win in the last second. They're dominant. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Look, I think people got their look, and I think that's what it is. People got their perspective style and what they like. Look, I heard what was it? Tyson Fury used to have that rep that he's a boring fighter, right? We don't want to see a 6'9" move around the ring like that. You know, 6'9" moving around. Come on, man. We want to see some power. We want to see some knockouts. Then we have a guy that comes along knocking everybody out. Now we want the knockout guy to box like the guy that's moving around. It's just perspective is what people like. Narrative changes in boxing. And all we have to do is identify. Look, it's a beauty that Deontay Wilder is Deontay Wilder. It's a beauty that Tyson Fury has his skills. It's a beauty that Anthony Joshua got his skills. It's a beauty that Andy Ruiz got his body. That's what makes boxing great. It's all these different type of styles, different type of personality, different type of cultures. I do not want Deontay Wilder to be Tyson Fury. I want Deontay Wilder to be Deontay Wilder. If you need to be wild, then be wild. I like it. I don't care. If he's knocking somebody out, damn it. Hey, he's getting the job done. And for the people, I see you, Jeff. And if you say Deontay Wilder got no skills, the first thing that you learn in the gym when you go to boxing is the jab. The first combination that you learn in boxing is the 1-2. And if this guy is knocking everybody out with the 1-2, he is doing boxing 101.
The thing is, though, when he was like going aggressive here, people used to call him windmill. They call him a windmill. But you know what? The windmill is dangerous. Because imagine somebody doing a windmill at you. Like, they will knock you out. That's why he did in the first fight with Fury. Like, you know, he was aggressive. And that's what we didn't see in the second fight. He was too patient, and you don't do that. You know, Tyson Fury is not Luis Ortiz. He's a big guy. He's 6'9" and he's 270.
The best thing that happened to Wilder is that he lost. You know why? Because Deontay Wilder was never going to get credit for nothing. Now he's up. Now in the trilogy, way more people feel like he has no chance, that he's going to lose. Now, this is the first time that you could achieve greatness, because greatness is achieved when you beat the odds, when you exceed the expectation, when nobody thinks that you're going to win. That's when people actually respect you. So I feel like this was good that Deontay Wilder's losing, and he goes to the trilogy and he gets another chance. If he wins, he should get the utmost respect. If he can't fight, like Teddy Atlas said, and I felt like that was bonehead. I feel like he shouldn't never get a mic anymore. I do not listen to the guy's podcast. He is garbage to me, in my opinion, for saying that comment, because what he just did was devalue the heavyweight champion of the world, and by devaluing that and saying that to casuals, then you're making a mockery out of boxing.
Exactly. And you know what? Yeah, like, you know, Deontay Wilder, yeah, in the third fight, yeah, like basically he's the underdog. No one is giving him any chance. So even if he loses that third fight, you know, it's not gonna matter. No, you know what I mean? Because people are gonna say like, oh, fair play. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, he's got nothing to lose. It's like a win-win situation for him anyway. It's all about Fury. Can he deliver again, or is he just gonna, can he do the same thing? Or is he going to run around for 12 rounds? We'll see.
And then people got to look at it. This is the 1 and 2 that was fighting one another. It's the 1 and 2 heavyweights fighting. Like people act like, yo, like this was the best fight in the best at the time. Get it? The dude lost to Tyson Fury. That's not a letdown.
In all fairness, I think what didn't make Deontay Wilder that wow boxer, even though his knockouts are very like wowish, if I should say that word. You know what I mean? It's just the fact is like if you look at any sport, when you have such an unorthodox, unusual athlete that doesn't really fit in with the program, even like in soccer, football, you know what I mean? You got a person who's always fumbling, doesn't know how to pass the ball, but that one move, just that one time, he'll score, right? So the fans are not going to look at him as an elite fighter. It's just like a kind of like not a hype, more like a there's not even a word for it. It's kind of like you put him in there just in case, you know what I mean? It's like the runner, like the pinch runner, whatever they call it. You know what I mean?
I think that's just I think fans that say that just does a disservice to boxing, in my opinion. It's not about dude can't box. Jeff, stop saying that, Jeff. It's not that dude can't box. He just have a style that is
unorthodox.
It's
unusual, unorthodox. Yeah.
He's man different. That's all.
He's like in a way, I mean, in all fairness, if you could flip it the other way around, he could be like the Michael Vick of the heavyweight division, changing the game around, you know?
Bro, that was the same narrative. They had him coming when he fought Stavern for the first time he won the title. Cause he boxed. Listen, go back to that fight and then listen to the commentator after this fight. Oh, Deontay Wilder does know how to box. He does show us a lot of wrinkles and stuff like that. That's when he proved to the world he can't box. And then after the next fight, he can't box no more.
That's what I was trying to explain to people. Deontay has worked off the jab before. They was just trying to allow him to go in there with a boxer and equal the skill set stylistically. They taught him how to box. It's just he abandoned that when he kept knocking heads off.
Yeah.
And kept knocking heads off. So he abandoned the jab because he didn't need it.
Yeah. That's what happened, man. He got comfortable, man. Like a lot of fighters do. They get comfortable with a style. He started believing in his own aura, which was wrong, that he doesn't have to, that one punch would erase everything. That's why I was mad at the Luis Ortiz fight, even if he knocked him down, because I thought he really embodied he believed in that type of aura, that all I got to do is knock somebody out. I don't forget about throwing punches and outboxing somebody, and it couldn't work. It's not going to work like that with Tyson Fury. You're going to have to, touch that body like he was doing the first fight, which I felt like he was doing an okay job. If y'all look at the numbers and look at that fight again, he was successful going to the body. He was missing a lot. I think it was more of Deontay Wilder being inaccurate than anything, because every time when he was accurate, he put Tyson Fury down. I think it was more Tyson Fury did his thing, but I think in that fight, it was also more of Deontay Wilder that he was loading too much.
Get ready for the
fight. At the same time, he was aggressive as well. Tyson Fury in that fight, he was fighting more like how Wilder normally fights. You know how he's aggressive and all that. Like Tyson Fury was really aggressive. At one point as well, one of the knockdowns, it was a trip as well. Tyson Fury didn't come there to box. He came there to fight. He came there to fight, and Wilder didn't accept that. Expect it. But the thing is, though, like I think Wilder underestimated Tyson Fury. And I think that's the biggest mistake you should do in boxing.
But see, that's
don't take anyone lightly.
Jay Blues, come on. He said, sorry, no disrespect, but I agree with Teddy. Wilder can't even spell fight. Then if he can't fight, then have anybody out there beat him. Just, hey.
And
why
for somebody to say he can't,
hey, Jay Blues, get ready for the fourth fight.
He can't spell fight, please. He did a damn good job for 42 victories. He can
right?
spell
That's
something.
what I mean. Like,
yeah, you guys gotta get ready for the fourth fight.
I seen his opponents get off the mat, and it ain't pretty.
I can't. I don't go with that narrative, my brother. Come on, man. That's the. We can't go with that analyze, man. That he can't fight. Come on, man. If he can't fight, then nobody in boxing can fight.
He's got to learn to set that right hand up better. Otherwise, it ain't happening. Never.
I think it's hard. It's hard. It's not even. You can't even train. Tell me, can anybody find me a sparring partner that got the height, the weight, and can move like Tyson Fury? Can anybody tell me what sparring partner that Deontay Wilder can prepare for?
Right,
hockey players or something.
That's impossible. No one.
You gotta look at some hockey players or something for that.
Huh?
like you got to look at some hockey players or something.
Yeah, he gotta do it. That's what I mean. He gotta be smart enough. He gotta have the IQ enough to figure everything out live. Because remember, Deontay Wilder is used to throwing them 1-2 straight up or looking down. He's throwing that 1-2 going like up. He never faced anybody taller than him. So it's not. This is way different. He has.
He needs to go to the body. He needs to go to the body instead of head hunting. He needs to go to the body.
Yep.
If he goes to the body, if he hits that right hand, if he punches his belly, I think that will hurt Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
Because Tyson Fury, his body is not really that fit.
He's soft. He's
soft. Yeah. Don't go to his head because you'll miss that. Because he does a lot of movement with his head, Tyson Fury. So I personally would go for his belly, for his ribs. I would pretend that I'm going for his head and then bang his belly.
Yep. That's what I've been trying to say. If he goes to the body, work the body first.
He also needs to ignore the feints.
No. I always say about the feint. Deontay Wilder was getting caught with them feints, and he was resetting every time. He would just. I didn't like that. I was saying
to ignore him.
But what Tiny Tim said is true, because Wilder, if you look at all of his fights, every time, like Spielka, Washington, Old Man Ortiz, they feinted him out of position constantly, and he bought the feints. Now, when you buy a feint, that takes energy out of you because he leans back all the way. Now, that's part of what makes Wilder dangerous, is that he leans back and he's so tall. These guys can't hit him because they don't want to jump on him. They're afraid of getting caught. Fury went into that second fight saying, "Screw that! I'm going to jump on him." And Wilder he kept reacting to the feints, leaning back, and he got worn down. I don't know if my question to you guys is, do you think Wilder, from here to the third fight, can he fix those improvements?
I believe so, yeah.
I think so.
He's a quick learner. Listen, Deontay Wilder, he started boxing when he was 20 years old. He came in the sport to help his family, his daughter in particular, and he learned a lot. He went to the Olympics, like I said earlier. He's a quick learner. Tyson Fury, you have to remember, like I said, like he's a gypsy. They've been boxing for a long time. He's been boxing since he was a teenager, or even younger than that. So his dad was boxing as well. So he comes from a fighting family, like he always says. So at the end of the day, Wilder, he's learning every day, man. That's why he's quiet now. He's in a training camp, I believe, and he's willing, to get his title back.
Which one? We're comeback. Which one should I put? Because you got two.
I mean, just leave one out. It's the same thing. I guess I dropped out, came back in.
Oh, all right. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, yo, Mr.
Boxing is all
Mushan.
about adjustment, so I don't see why not. Especially at the elite level, they got the money to even purchase new equipment or hire different trainers or whatever. So there has to be some type of improvement that we're going to see from Deontay Wilder. I think, in my opinion, he's going to be fighting on the outside, like trying to be very elusive, trying to land punches on the outside, keep on using his angles and circling around the ring and waiting for the bull to rush, in my opinion.
Who said that? Who just said that?
You're asking Wilder to be a completely different fighter doing that. That's not his game. He's 42 fights in. He's not going to be able to do that.
I know, but I feel he's going to do that just to change it, like just to answer BDA's question with the adjustments. If any adjustment were to come in, this is the adjustments I see him employing in the game fight. At fight night,
you got to think in that first Ortiz fight, he got outboxed badly, and he changed nothing. In the second fight, he got outboxed even worse. He didn't improve. He lost more rounds.
I agree, but if you look at the Ortiz fight, Ortiz is a smaller fighter. He's actually shorter than Deontay Wilder, if I'm not mistaken, and with the age and style. But Luis Ortiz was never a brawler. He was always an outside fighter himself.
But Ortiz can box, though. It don't matter what his age was. He was still getting in on Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, that's true. But we got to look at the fact that he was an outside fighter.
I was at both fights, man. I mean, the first one was his best performance, and the second one, he just got crushed in the 7th round, man. He was doing well.
I agree. But didn't Luis Ortiz change his style a little bit, being more of a brawler than he was an outside fighter against Deontay Wilder, which is what Tyson Fury saw in that particular fight that he used in the second fight for himself. You change a style against somebody, it might work. It might work for you, or it might work against you.
Wilder's fell for the punches, Finney. He's been so confident and knocking people out, and now it ain't gonna work no more.
Timothy, I'm sorry to tell you, it has went nowhere. He's gonna come in there and do the exact same thing.
What do y'all think about Lomachenko's what do you think about Lomachenko comment of the insults if he was in my country that he'll get hurt? What do you feel about Lomachenko's comments? If Teofimo
Or is he
Lopez
threatening him? Is he threatening him like on the streets or something? Is that like the streets? Yeah.
Yeah, something like a OG.
I mean, that's bad, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, Teofimo Lopez, he's talking about what's gonna happen in the ring and all that sort of stuff, but he's trying to wind him up. This is the sport. Like, people say stuff, and I think Teofimo Lopez, is getting to him. I mean, not Teofimo Lopez. I mean, Lomachenko is getting to him. So, it's kind of good for Teo actually, because the more angry you get, the less you're gonna focus on your game. So, Teo right now is winning, man.
Yeah, I think he's getting him a little in the mental part of the game.
Teofimo's called him bitch several times in the media way before now. So what does the street have to do with it?
Yeah, I understand Loma, but I didn't like that he had to bring that if in my country, with the insults. Like, I feel like you disrespect any man, no matter what country you're from. There's got to be some repercussions somewhere if it gets to that. But because I felt him saying that was like saying, well, y'all could talk shit in America like that, but over here in Ukraine, you talk shit, you get beat up for the type of talk that you talk. Like, almost like, yeah, we're tougher than something like that. I mean, I can interpret it that way if I'm nitpicking, but that's why I said, what y'all think about that?
I agree with you, Punch. Especially, that's what your channel's all about, man. You know what I mean? Talking like men and bringing the best out of each other, you know what I mean? So, like I did with Boxing Jedi, extending, my arm to him and making peace. I want to do the same with BDA, because I know we left off in a bad... He doesn't have to accept it, you know what I mean? But I just want to reach out and say...
Go ahead. Let me see. Let's go. You're BDA. Let's go. Talk it out.
Bygones be bygones, man. You know what I mean? Because it is what it is. Because when he used to invite me to his show, I showed nothing but respect to him. I had a personal problem with one of his panel members, and it just went sour from there. So, like a man, Holmes, extending this olive branch to make peace. I don't have to go to your channel. You don't have to come to mine, subscribe, or anything like that. But just right here, when we're somewhere like this particular situation, it's all about peace right here, brother.
Well,
hey, Punch
and I share our heritage. We're both Mexican, and we had you on our show. I'm not going to rehash the past because that's going back, But
yeah, peace.
I was genuinely shocked at how things ended between us, and that I tried to reach out to you when all that shit went bad, because I was shocked that
yes, sir.
Happened, and maybe if we could get together in private and talk in a private chat or something, because I really, I had, like you said, I had you on the show. I like talking to you, even though I agree with everything you said, but it was just the way it ended is what shocked me, and I don't usually react.
I'm going to be honest with you, BDA. I'm going to be honest with what it was is that I do respect my community, and I do go by certain codes. So when I'm put in a situation where I have to make a decision on a street code with Jimmy, I had to make my street code present, and I had to step aside for that. So it was nothing personal towards you. It was a street code that I had to live up to, and my own morals, my own. So, like, again, it might have seemed weird to you because even though we share the same heritage, we do come from different neighborhoods, and I just had to distance myself from him, not from you. So, but again, I respect your channel. I wish you nothing but the best, and I hope you understand that I just have different codes maybe than the ordinary folk.
I respect that, man. I respect that everybody's got standards that they got to step up to. And you can't switch from those standards in the moment. But this is why I'd like to talk to you in private, because the Jimmy situation, again, I don't want to rehash the past here in public. But
yes, this is the truth. This is the truth. This is what y'all doing right now is why I did this. This no, gotta be right now. The people gotta see that people could put their things into the side. This sounds like a truce to me. So keep on talking. Don't worry about it.
Well, the thing is, though,
BDA is a good guy. He's a good guy.
The thing is, though, BDA, BDA, yeah, like, I've heard of his channel. Like, I've never been to his channel, but like, I've been told a while ago that his channel, it promotes races for racist people to go there, and and it's not just one person. Like, several people said it, and now that when El Dude was saying it, the stuff earlier, like, you know, I mean, that kind of confirmed it even more that BDA channel is like, you know, the house for races. But BDA, he's saying he's Mexican, so if that's the case, then maybe, you know, you should clean house. You know what I mean?
Like what I'm learning from this is that, you know, we all have different channels, different perspectives, and we can't control all of our guests. You know what I mean? And so that I've learned, and that's one thing that I'm taking into consideration, that he's not responsible for other people's mistakes.
But I want to ask P Boxing something. You said I've heard things that PDA promotes, right? That's very vague. It's not direct. Like, what have you heard? And like some specifics, examples, man.
I heard that, you know, it's the home for the racist people. Like, you know, the racists to be there, you know, to talk the way they want to talk, you know, in the comment section.
No, but what do you heard personally? You, not what you heard from somebody from a third
No, I
party.
heard. I no, that's exactly what I heard. There, it's a channel for racist people to go there.
Okay.
The type of people that will call you the N-word and stuff like that freely without getting challenged.
Okay. You go to any channel that's got more than 60 people watching, and you'll see the chat whiz by. I'm doing a lot of things as one of the hosts of the show. I'm operating the soundboard. I'm operating the sound effects board. I'm operating the channel through which I get to stream audio through 3 different channels. I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at people sending me invites. I got to take a time cue and go, okay, this conversation's been going too long. Let's switch. So I got a million things on my mind. I can't be focusing on everybody in the chat. Now, that's not a cop-out, because when I do find somebody, we got 2 rules over at BDA Boxing. We try to do what El Jefe was talking about, of trying to have all different points of view, differing points of view in the chat. As soon as I find out that somebody's being overtly racist and just spamming, boom, they're out. Now,
and I didn't realize that, BDA, and I learned that today, as a matter of fact, when Jefe was saying that, and I put myself in that position with you, and I said, I'm the one that I might be on that particular critique on the wrong side of it, because you are handling multiple tasks, and then so yeah, you don't have control over the people on your panel, so you're trying to do your best. And I saw that self with the perspective of Punch when he was talking about that issue on both sides of the coin and that argument. I don't want to get into what they were talking about, and the same with Jefe. So again, I recognize, I learned, and as a man, I just want to let you know it's peace from my side, brother.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And like I said, I just wanted to tell you, dude, that you don't have to apologize to me, but I really do wish that you could talk to Jimmy, because I mean, between you and me, we know what happened, and I think you should be talking to him and not to me. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly. But who owns the channel? Who owns the channel? Do you own it, or because I heard a couple of names like Pucho, and now you're saying Jimmy. So is it, who controls it? Who's the boss man?
Bottom line, Bucho and myself are the hosts. We both created the channel. In fact, if it wasn't for Bucho, there would be no BDA Boxing. It's just that what happened is I used to be the guy that talked a lot, and so people started. I didn't have a name, and I had the logo on the Google Hangout, so people started calling me Mr. BDA. So they associate me, like what you said about, oh, BDA is racist. That's what happens. Since I'm the host and I got the logo here, people assume that, and also you gotta understand, it's people that dislike us and things end badly. Sometimes they'll come out and say, oh, let me hit him with the racism thing because of what goes on in the chat. But I mean, that's why I invite everybody to the show and see, listen, forget listening to what people say. Come talk to me, and then you can figure out what you think.
Have to call in, or is there like a link like Punch? Or
are you in the UK?
Yes.
Okay, then you would have to come in through StreamYard when we put the link there, because if we put the phone number, they're gonna fucking charge you the exorbitant fees, man.
Hey, let me make another shout out. Let me give a shout out. Another same reach of a gentlemanship towards King Bucho.
This is what I can't get my head around, because BDA, like, you know, the stuff that I heard, then I'm speaking to you right now, and you sound like a decent guy. You know, you're a Mexican guy. You know what I mean? So maybe it's the people around you. Maybe, like, you know, JB. Like, I heard that you're associated with him as well. I don't know if you are still associated with JB.
I don't know who that is.
Johnny Boy.
Oh, well, yeah, he's been on the show, yeah.
I heard that, like, he blocks people on your channel, and a lot of rumors like that, you know, like.
But didn't I just hear that you're over at another stream where you have an actual fucking Nazi with a Nazi flag in the back?
Yeah, but he's a Nazi, so basically that guy, we're giving him a lot of like, he came there to be like insulted, basically. So but your channel is like a boxing channel, and it's just the thing. That channel is more like, you know, a free smoke where people come, like anybody can come and they get roasted. Do you know what I mean?
You that we've never had a guy who went into the channel, called himself a Nazi, and then put a flag, a Nazi flag, the swastika in the back. We've never had that.
But
Now,
at least that's a good thing though, because then at least he's showing his true colors, rather than these other guys that say I'm not racist, but
I agree.
they go, they're basically like hiding their racism in it. At least that guy, he's got a Nazi flag, so I know who I'm talking to. You know what I mean?
That's a great point. Yeah, I'd rather have people come out and be racist so that now I know where you stand. Now I know where we stand. Like if somebody's racist against Mexicans, okay, now I know you're racist. I don't want to have anything to do with you. You know, I just distance myself from you. Here's the thing about racists, man, that you gotta understand. And well, I'm not being condescending, but I'm saying it for the people out there that might not understand in the chat. Somebody that's racist, it's not like, when people say, oh, that guy is evil, he's got the devil in him. So we imagine that he's got something inside him that's evil. But evil itself is not something, it's a lack of something, right? It's a lack of empathy. That's why people. And it's the same thing with racism. There's no racism gene. Nobody's born racist. What happens is it's ignorance. People feel the need to degrade others, and they do it through race. Like, for example, I don't want to harp on white people, but let's take the example of a neo-Nazi, right? Why does he identify as a Nazi? Because their ideology is white people are superior genetically, right? So he doesn't have to do any work in life because he's already white. He already won the genetic lottery in his view. So he's already superior. But deep down inside, I guarantee you, that person's having trouble sleeping at night. So racism is a lack of something. It's ignorance. So when I deal with an ignorant person, I don't try to beat them down. I don't try to, I'll admit, sometimes I like to make fun of them in front of their faces. But for the most part, I just distance myself from them, because why would you beat down and beat up a dumb person? Somebody that's racist, I'm sorry to say, if any racists out there, you're dumb. You're ignorant.
No, you don't gotta apologize for that. You don't gotta apologize for that. We all know, but that's being dumb. But also, man, hey, just like when somebody, I also believe that people could change, But I also people could change. People could change with right tutelage, right teaching, right. You just can't be somebody else to change. You gotta make them see themselves, man. You gotta break. You gotta break somebody down, but in a strategic way to rebuild them.
The way to change people is like, what AJ said, like stop buying from them and stuff like that. Like, don't go to them. Like, they will, and then when they don't get the money, they will start like reflecting on themselves. Like, they will think about, what they should do in life, and that's what's gonna change them. It's all about money. Money changes people. So if you see racist people, like, don't go to them unless they change. And when they change, then you can treat them like a human being again. And that's what it's all about. It's all about changes. People just need to change. It's not that hard. You know what I mean?
Do you think you need to change, P?
In some aspects, yeah, I do need to change, but I want others to change before I make those changes.
That you want what?
I want others to change as well, like, before I make changes. I'm more like a defensive type of person.
Okay.
I'm more like defensive. I'm like, I would change if I see changes around me. So, what I mean? What's the point of changing when things around me are not changed?
That's the power in it, is that you don't let other people dictate when to change. You know what's right from wrong, So if you feel like you could be if you feel like you could be a better person, you don't have to wait for somebody for them to be better for you to be better. Just be a better person. Do it for yourself. It's not for anybody else.
I used to be like, when I came to this YouTube stuff a year ago, I used to be a good person, really. Like, I used to go to like Unrival's channel. I used to go to like Johnny Boy's channel. I even used to send super chats. And then when I start hearing him say like the N-word stuff like that, I thought, what the fuck? I mean, sending this guy like super chats, and he's like saying the N-word like freely, like. And then, like, you see true colors and stuff like that. So this is the thing, like, people think I'm racist. Like, ask Johnny Boy, have I ever sent him like, super chats? Because I used to think he was all right until he started like saying all these words. So I'm not racist. I'm far from being racist.
Johnny Boy is irresponsible with his words sometimes. And I'm a white guy and I do listen to him. and he is irresponsible sometimes with his words.
But if it's put it this way, if you've been on this channel and you supported his channel, then you probably know the stories he tells, regardless how boisterous he says it. If you know him, you know if he says this the way I was raised and this is my dialect, he's not saying it to because I don't sense that he's saying it because I wouldn't be cool with any like racist people and stuff like that. If you speak a dialect that my boy that he's Chinese, one of my best friends from high school. He speak that dialect, yo, what's good, my nigga, and stuff, but he was raised in that type of element. It's not that he was just raised in that element, It's not that he's saying the N-word in a racial way. He was just raised in an element in which there was people in the community that let people use that word, But then if you don't know him and you look at him, you look weird saying it. I understand how it look weird from when white people say it. We understand that. But
I need to see the company he keeps. I haven't seen one person in the house or him outside. I need to see do he have some friends that I don't know, man. I mean, every time he says it, man, he's mad. He's upset. He's
Nah. He don't
But
say
listen.
when he's upset.
He was trying to pull his mom on camera the other night, and he was
man.
busy dropping the N-word, dog.
Yeah, but,
like,
he
All right,
was
hey,
drunk.
gentlemen, I'm gonna be listening in the background. Peace to everybody.
He was done.
basically,
gentlemen, I'm gonna be listening in the background. I got a couple of things to do, but I'll be listening in the background. Peace to everybody. Blessings to you all, and let's keep moving with boxing.
Peace.
Salute,
I say exactly. I agree 100% with what Tiny Tim said. You got to be responsible. What comes out your mouth, and knowing. And there's a communication. There's knowing the people around you. Be like, yo, I don't mind you saying that word, or like Smoke said it to Glenn. I don't just mind saying that word. No, I don't feel like it's racist, but I don't feel like it's right. Glenn felt like nah, I'm Puerto Rican. This is the way I talk. That's why it came with. Yo, give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna tell y'all right quick. Stay there, y'all. Stay there.
Hey, smile.
Yo, what's good, man? What's good, Teofimo Lopez Sr.?
What's the deal, man?
What's good?
Yo, what's everybody talking about, man? I want to know what everybody's talking about,
man. Racism in boxing, racism. Also, I asked a question about what Teofimo Lopez said about your son, that he felt like it was an insult. I mean, if you say what you say in Ukraine, that you will get hurt. You gonna time in on that? I think you're breaking up. Time in and time back out. Cause you staticky.
bro. You know when people start talking like that, they scared, bro. They scared. They don't know how to get out of this one now.
You breaking up real bad.
You good?
Hold on, you breaking up real bad. Yeah, let him time back. My fault, y'all. Let I'm gonna put y'all back on. He wanted to time in. Is that right? Is that right with y'all? Is that right with y'all? BDA. Okay. Let me see. That right with you, right? You're right.
Yeah. Do you think? Yeah. We're listening.
All right. Tiny Tim, that's all right with you? Good.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. World, that's all right. Cool.
Yeah. Shout out.
Okay. I got you. Well, when he come back, on.
Listen. At the end of the day, when he comes back, just take us out in it, like what I mean, because we want to hear what he got to say, because obviously that's Theo's dad, and he's very passionate. So yeah, it'd be great to see his answer.
Hey, speak for yourself. I want to stay in.
I got you. All right. I got you. Yo.
Y'all better?
Great. You good?
Yeah, you know what? I didn't have the Wi-Fi turned on. Because we just came to a new house over here in New Jersey. We're in New Jersey.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man.
So they moved us to a new house. So I didn't have the internet connected to it. So now it's good. Now we're gonna be good.
All right, man. Yo, what's good, man? What's up with Lumachenko saying that, man? Is he trying to punk y'all? Huh? You
Bro,
got
he's
him
trying
there?
to scare us, bro. He's trying to play with our heads, bro. And bro, listen. We're gonna disrespect. My son's gonna respect you, bro, when he's in the ring and whoops your freaking ass and sends you back to Ukraine. That's what my son is gonna do. That's when he's gonna disrespect him. This guy's a coward, and I'm gonna show it to the whole world, bro. This guy is not who everybody thinks he is. My son is gonna come and take his head off, like I've been saying it for 2 years. You think we got all the way down here by luck? We got all the way down here because what I see in the ring, nobody could see what I see. And people don't like me because I speak the truth. This is a fighting game, man. This is not to put another. You're not supposed to be trying to put fear on somebody's country only because you're from Ukraine that we can disrespect you, bro. I'm disrespecting you in the boxing world. I'm not dissing your country and I'm not dissing them at all. But when it comes to boxing, he ain't nobody, and he's gonna find out real soon. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna find out in the first round, because when my son pops him, he's gonna know he shouldn't even be there. That's the way I feel, and I speak from the heart. This guy is nobody, and we're gonna show it come, October 17th, when my son goes in there and takes over all the belts. Because this was written already, man. Lomachenko is not in the books. We're gonna be in the books forever. Being the first person to undispute all the belts at 135. Nobody has ever done it. My son has. I've been saying this, man. I said my son was going to be world champion in 15 fights, and that we were going to knock Lomachenko's head off in the 16th fight. Is everything I've been saying, I've been predicting, is going to happen. You think it's going to stop now? Hell no. You know what I'm saying?
Nostradamus.
It's easier to get struck by lightning, bro, to do the shit that we've been doing.
Ooh.
Everything has been laid out completely for us for this moment. They even giving us the WBC. Come on, man.
You heard that? Yeah, I heard that. Yo, no, to be honest, when I heard that, I'm like, why is he bringing country into this? Teofimo Lopez, they're not on that type of time. And I said it to the panel too, that I didn't respect that he had to bring the country in it. Like if I think this is a man-to-man thing, it's not a country thing. If you feel disrespected, then you got to go October 17th and handle your business.
This fool thinks that my son's gonna be scared by those tactics that he's trying to play. This fight is already done, bro. You just don't come up. Please don't come saying that you got hurt in training camp or some bullshit like that, bro. Because I'm telling you right now, that same country you say that cannot get disrespected is gonna disrespect you. Because if you back out of this fight, bro, you ain't gonna have Ukraine to back you up.
Woo!
Fuego. That's what I tell that guy.
Fuego. Yo, how's the update? How's the update? How's the training going so far?
No, everybody, listen, everything is up to. Listen, my son is at 146 right now. We only got 11 pounds to lose. We could lose that in 1 week. We are ahead of schedule, man. We wasn't this good in the Kobe fight, but people's gonna say that. That's what I gotta say. But everything that I say is the truth. My son is at 146 right now. We only gotta lose 11 pounds, and I can't wait for this fight to happen. We ready. He's looking sharp. My son ain't gonna lock up in there like all these fools. You know what I'm saying? They all lock up with their hands up and they all lock up. My son can fight, and he's smart, and he knows how to put a lot of tricks in there. So this guy knows he's fighting a real one. He probably stays all night watching my son's videos. My son doesn't even watch his videos. He doesn't even care about that. He leaves that shit to me. Because at the end of the day, he's gonna do what I tell him to do in the corner.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. Yo, and sparring going great too.
Yeah, sparring's going amazing. We're sparring with bigger guys right now. We're gonna tone it down a little bit now because he's already into that peak zone. Like, we gotta bring him down now. You know, get him the smaller guy so he can get his quickness in. And by the time the October 17th is here, bro, he'll be more than ready.
How you like it, man? That's what's up. How you liking the promotion? You think the promotion is doing good? How you liking it?
I think everything. I mean, you don't even have to sell this fight, bro. Everybody knows what's going on. You know, and whoever doesn't know what's going on don't deserve to watch this fight.
Exactly, man.
You know, that's the way I see it. You know?
Yeah, man.
But,
yo,
bro, we're going against the whole world, bro. We're going against everybody that believes all this bullshit this guy brings to the table, bro. I'm telling you, we're going to make it look so easy, bro. They're going to say that Lomachenko was too old, that his injuries affected him. They're going to come up with so much bullshit, bro. And I can't wait for October 17th, bro. Because my son is going to take over the whole fucking boxing, the whole boxing. It's going to be Teofimo Lopez, bro. And that's it, you know. And then we go and we take all the belts at 140.
That's the plan after this. Take this and we moving up to 140.
There ain't nothing else to take from there, man. We're gonna have all the belts, you know.
Okay.
You know, they know, you know, the only belt that they saying that is more prestige than what this kid Devin Haney has, because he didn't even fight nobody. We already gonna get it. So why we gotta go fight? If they want to fight us, they gotta move up to 140 and come get us. You know, we fighting champions, real champions. We don't want to fight. We want to fight the guys that are real, the real champions. Take all the belts. You know, this kid could have 8 belts in 2 fights. Well, I forgot. We're fighting for the Ring Magazine one too.
Yeah, the Ring is 5 belts, right?
Yeah, it'll be 9 belts. You know, if we go back to back and take the 140 weight division, you know, by the time we get there, they'll probably be unified by then. You know,
damn, that would be in the span of a year to beat Loma and then go to Jose Ramirez Otela.
That's exactly what we're gonna do. That's exactly what we're gonna do. And my son loves bigger guys, bro. He does much better with bigger guys, you know, because he's way faster, way smarter. So there's nobody that could beat my son, man. I already said it. I've been saying this shit for the longest, and it's becoming true right now. You know, now everybody believes me. You know, so that's just the way I'm gonna leave it. Come October 17th, the whole world's gonna know who's the real one, and that's my son.
Yo, that's what I'm talking about. Yo, do you want to answer a couple questions from the people out here?
Yeah, I got no problem with that.
All right, I'm gonna put you in World Combat. Would you like to ask a question for Teofimo Lopez Sr.?
Lopez Sr. It's been a while, man. I appreciate Punch Drunk for bringing me on. You might not remember, I was out there with you and the family, man, at Diego Magnolino out in Texas. I actually ate dinner with you and your family, man. Y'all bought me a Long Island iced tea, man.
Yeah, I think I remember you.
Yeah, I was covering your son the entire fight week, man. I truly appreciate what you did, man. I know you was talking the same energy about your son, T.O., how he was going to be champion in 15 fights. And I respect you for that, man, because you kept that same energy the entire time.
I already knew my son's path. I already knew it. I knew that we didn't have to have all these fights like the Gervonta Davis, like all these guys, you know, they got like 20-something fights and they still haven't done nothing and haven't faced nobody. You know, we taking the real fights, you know, and we ain't backing up from nobody, you know. Because why? Because me and my son make the decisions, and my son is his own boss. And my son wants to fight somebody, bro, I back him up all the way. You know, I do the talk and he backs it up in the ring. And that's the way it's been working. So come October 17, man, we taking over, man. We're gonna take over the world of boxing. And I cannot wait. And I promise you guys, man, you better be tuned in, because this is gonna be one of the best fights that ever happened in boxing. I can just see it.
Yo, we tuned in, man. We going to, and it's free TV.
Yeah.
So
and it's free, man. I almost convinced Bob to make it pay-per-view, but he says, "Are you crazy?" You know. But you know, after the fans win, everybody's gonna start believing in my son, you know. And they should have, like, everybody should have already believed in my son from when we beat the hell out of Magdaleno and all these guys. Just the way he's doing it, it's just unbelievable.
That's it.
So now you know for sure, after this fight, win or lose, Lomachenko, you're heading up to 140. Done.
Listen, we ain't losing, so I don't know what what people thinking that we're gonna go, man. I don't go into a
I
fight
heard you on the
losing.
video. I thought you said win or lose. You was going up to
Nah,
140. I thought
we
I heard
ain't
you in
losing
another
this
video.
fight, man. Trust me, we ain't losing this fight, man. If you smart, you put all your freaking house, you put all your jewelry, your house, all the stuff, anything that's worth money, man. Put it on my son, bro. You're gonna get 3 times that money. That's what I
Absolutely.
gotta tell you. And
Absolutely,
I'm
man.
guaranteeing that, man, because there's no way this 126 pounder is gonna beat my son. It's impossible.
Yo, BDA, want to ask a question to Teofimo Lopez Sr.?
Yes, please. Thank you, Pastron, for the opportunity. Hey, Teofimo Sr., how you doing, man? Listen, it's a two-parter. One thing I always like about YouTube is that I can always find sparring footage of your son. A lot of fighters and trainers, they seem to want to guard sparring footage because they're afraid of giving away secrets. So I'm curious about what your philosophy is behind that and actually putting it there on YouTube in public. And number two, there's a video where somebody suplexes your son during sparring. I was curious what happened there, what was the backstory, and what happened afterwards, because the video cuts off at that moment. It's like the end of an episode, the last season of the episode. Now you gotta wait all summer to find out the answer. What happened?
I didn't understand a word you say, man. You're talking too fast, so I can't hear you. I didn't understand what you're saying.
I repeat that for you, BDA.
Yeah,
he was talking about sparring the video. Say it again, BDA.
Your philosophy behind actually posting sparring videos, whereas other trainers, they don't like that because they want to keep their secrets, and you actually post the video. So what's your philosophy behind posting sparring videos in public? And what
Believe it or not, bro, believe it or not, I don't even post those videos. Those are people that be posting videos, like all the videos that I got of him kicking Sean Porter's ass, the videos I got of him kicking Javante Davis' ass, all those videos I deleted them. I didn't delete them, but I put them in my box. I'm the only one that can see them, so I got them private. I don't put no sparring out there because I got sick and tired of people talking shit. Oh, they're working on him. They're taking it easy on him. I got videos of guys and I got videos of a lot of other fighters, but these videos have been taken from me and people are putting them up now. But that's not me putting up videos. My son is not even half the fighter that he was back then in those videos, Those were videos like when he was 17, 18, 19. He's a grown man now, so there's nothing out there new that everybody could look, could see unless you watch his fights.
Yo, the takeover's here. The takeover is now.
Here, no, they don't believe, man. You know what I'm saying? They think you be prejudiced because you're so they think that you're gonna rock with us. You're I know that you're not that type of person. I told everybody, bro. You speak it like it is. You speak it like it is, and we haven't been lied. We haven't lied to nobody yet.
Yeah.
Everybody want to trash talk me on October 17th. Let's see what happens.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Yo, God bless you, my brother, man.
I'm hyped. I'm hyped,
We
bro.
hype.
Yo, I'm so hyped. It's only like, what is it, like 27 days left?
It could have come any sooner.
Something like that?
Yeah.
27 days left?
Yeah, right
I'm
about.
so happy. I just can't wait.
In Vegas, right? Vegas.
Yeah, it's gonna be at the MGM in the bubble, but we just trying to figure out how everything's gonna go. I'm just so excited, bro. This is a good experience for us. A lot of people like question it. Oh, is he gonna be like? Because a lot of people think that my son gets off the audience. Like he gets off the audience, but he really doesn't. He gets sold out when he's in there. He doesn't even hear nothing. He goes into he got his vision, and he just goes for what he does best, and that's boxing. He likes to entertain people, and but the crowd is not gonna bother us. We're ready for this fight, and I can't wait. And the good thing is that the freaking ring is small, so I don't see Lomachenko running too much.
Oh yeah, that's it's gonna be that the ring is gonna be smaller or what?
Yeah, the ring is not that like the regular size ring. I think the ring is smaller, so that's good for us.
So Lomachenko ain't going nowhere, man. He ain't going nowhere.
He ain't going nowhere. He can't hide. He can't hide, And bro, listen, I'm telling you right now, my son is gonna be ready October 17th. Right now, he's doing amazing. Training camp is coming beautiful. No, we have no injuries. And I think, you know, everything's gonna be fine by the end of the training camp. And I just can't wait.
Yo, I can't wait either, man. I can't be hyper than this fight. This is a present for the boxing fans. Early Christmas present. Teofimo Lopez, the captain of this generation, the commander-in-chief.
You know what's so
of
funny?
the generation.
Everybody's gonna be talking about this fight. Everybody's gonna be talking about this fight all the way to Christmas and New Year's, bro. It's gonna be amazing. I can't wait.
I can't wait either.
Yo,
man.
I love you, man. Anytime I'm here, bro. I gotta go.
All right, my brother.
Take care.
God bless.
Anytime, baby.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Ooh. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, am I hyped? Are you hyped?
I was gonna ask him a question, man, but he's gone, man. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you know, I don't think this fight is undisputed. Because Haney got that belt. I do believe that Theo is gonna win the fight, but I believe like before he goes up, he needs to see Haney. He needs to see Haney, man.
Hey, man. Hey, that's people's prerogative. I understand it as well. You know what? In my estimation, I would love to see that fight. I said it to Bill Haney. If Teofimo Lopez beats Lomachenko and he moves up to 140 to fight the winner, or if they fight Taylor or Ramirez to unify, I'm going with that fight moving up.
Yeah, but the thing is, so the narrative is gonna be like, he was undisputed at 135 when he's not undisputed. So that's what I'm saying.
I mean, depending on whoever's putting out the narrative, all we know is for sure that Lomachenko is the man at 135. If nobody thinks that, then you haven't been watching boxing. Who's the man at 135?
Loma.
Right? Okay, so he's beating the man. Now, if he goes up to fight a Ramirez to unify one, and I'm just saying, if Teofimo Lopez wins, beats Loma, unify, and then jumps to 140 and fight Ramirez or Taylor, y'all rather have Teofimo Lopez fight Haney than going up and fighting Ramirez? What you think is greater?
It's definitely greater to face obviously Ramirez, but obviously this
Or
undisputed
Taylor,
thing,
because we don't know who's going to win.
this undisputed thing is doing my head a little bit though. It needs to be proper undisputed, and for him to face Haney, I even got him beating Haney, to be honest. You know what I mean? If he faces Haney, you know, I'm confident that he will beat him because Haney is not a proven fighter. But at the same time, like, you know, I just want to see a proper undisputed, man.
Man, I look, that Haney and Teofimo Lopez will be a good fight. I say if Teofimo Lopez stays in the 135, then I want that Haney and Teofimo Lopez. If he stays at 135, if he's going to 140 and go for unification bout at 140, go to 140, man.
You know what I think? I think he's struggling with the 135 weight, because he was saying like he's 146 now. He's got like 11 pounds to go, and he said he can do that in 1 week. So
yeah,
it feels like Theo is actually, you know, he's like a 140 fighter already, because the fight is about 26, 27 days away. So
yeah, that's great.
I think that's his comfort zone at 140, and it's a shame because, you know, it would have been lovely to see him facing Haney for the real undisputed belt.
Hey, you should have. Hey, he said if Haney wants him, you got to move to 140. Hey, man, this is why it's good for Devin Haney right now to fight a real challenge. No tailor-made fighter for him to look good. A real challenge. A challenge where we're looking at, just like we see how Teofimo Lopez and we see Ryan Garcia. Damn, we don't know who's going to win, Ryan or Luke. That 50-50, that you know, underdog. We need to see that from Haney to really entice a Tio, if he beats Lomachenko, to not go to 140 and fight Haney. That's my opinion, because right now he's Devin Haney, which have all the potential in the world, you know, still have not fight an overall 20 rated fighter. Overall, I'm not saying 10 in the WBC. I'm talking about overrated fighter. He still haven't fighted next. He gonna fight Gamboa. probably November 7th. I don't know if that fight is gonna convince or legitimize it for people. We understand the situation with the WBC. I hate the WBC and what they have done, but Teofimo Lopez is facing the guy in Lomachenko, the guy that actually won the belt in WBC. And then we move, if he moves on to 140 to fight Ramirez and Taylor, come on, are we really gonna like it? I don't know. That's just me. Now, if he stays on 135, get that Haney fight.
I think the only reason why Tio is getting that fight is because they're both with Top Rank, and that's why it's so easy to make that fight. But
Glenn, good looking. Let me just say with Super Chat. Glenn, good looking out, my brother. Good looking out. Great show and great questions, BDA. I know you wanted to ask the suplex one, but I know he needed to go.
I don't know if he wanted to answer that. Do you think he wanted to answer that one? Or
I really didn't think he listened to that. He heard you on that one. Good question. Work combat sports too.
I like Tio a lot, man. I like his family. I was on a black platform, so to speak. Yeah. And once again, this is kind of like what we have to go through when it comes to the media. But individuals that don't really do research on how much work you put into this boxing, like yourself, like I do, got to make the phone calls and everything. But when I had the opportunity to cover Gordo, right? Mm-hmm. One of the best group of people you can cover. I'm being absolutely honest. Like, he is a good dude, man. Yeah. His dad may talk a lot, but genuine good dude, man. And T.O.'s mom, his team, everybody. Yeah. But when it came down to
shout out to Mama Lopez.
Yeah, Mama Lopez, man. Good people. Yeah. Having the opportunity to cover him for an entire weekend, man. I was on this channel where they told me to rank, the lightweights. And I ranked T.O. number 1 because of the shorter time he was able to get this title shot. I'm not talking about the IBF, but the unification title shot. And I put him above Lomachenko only because Lomachenko became franchise title holder. Yes, I was being a bit facetious, but I was saying, damn, I put a lot of stock in the Teofimo Lopez. But the individuals that was on the group, they started trying to act like I was selling out and doing this typical, black media shit. Oh, man, like a grown man can't think for himself. I said, man, T.O. is very talented. You know what I'm saying? But just because I wasn't going with Devin Haney as being number 1, I got kicked off the panel. I wasn't right.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
I wasn't
right. Yo, that's the bad thing about it. I feel like we all get along. We all have a platform or building our platform. We all commit. That's why I don't. Somebody told me in the comment box, go to this channel, and I dare you to debate. I went to that channel. For me, it was like, you already know what happened on that channel. Yeah. And then I'm saying to my no wonder I really don't want to go to anybody else's channel. That I'm gonna get cheated like that, or because we disagree, and you go, come on, man. It's not even all that.
Yeah, but punch. Before you go to like a panel, just watch them and see how they like in the future. Like before you go to a channel, just watch what they like and how they treat other people, because sometimes you can walk into in the room and you don't know what it's like. So sometimes you have to be careful in these YouTube streets, man. Some places are crazy, man.
No, I'm not going. I'm not going. I think I'm a fair person. I know that there's people that talk a lot of trash about me. I keep the panel open or stuff like that. You don't talk about my wife or my kids or nothing like that, man. I don't care, man, because I know this is just the airwaves and stuff. It's just like when I went first to World Combat Sport, hey, I'm a guest, man, and this guy went at me, and I'm like, yo, my man, can you respect the channel first, man? Can we handle this? Can we handle this in your channel this way? It's my first time in his channel, and then it's going, come on. It's like
it's not gonna happen because just like he did me, he's gonna have the power to mute and kick you backstage, because that's what's been done to him. Now he's emulating those same deterrents. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You could be making a solid point, and then he put you backstage and act like he's controlling you like a little pet. Yeah.
Yeah, like right now I asked y'all, because I want to feel everybody's okay. Like, I'm not that type of person, man. I want everybody to win. If I could have, network or whatever past information now, and it works for you, man. Come on, it's like it's building the sport of boxing. In my opinion, I love the sport of boxing. I want everybody to win, man.
You know what I don't like? I don't like the this whole landscape when it comes to, just say, World Combat Sports, right? I built this shit as much as I possibly can, right? I didn't get one black media to help me build this shit. They wasn't volunteering, none of that. So they see me on your channel, and I get all this dang, shit in my inbox. Man, you know this, you know that. But little do they know, I move as a man. I make my own decisions, and I'm never been a pack rider, so I can make my decisions however I see fit. See, when I tried to let my guard down a little bit and be in a group and show support, genuine support, all of a sudden I'm a dick rider, I'm a bandwagon rider when you ask me to come over to your group. I'm not you, I'm talking about them.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, do you want the support or you don't want the support? But don't dog me out because you don't like somebody who came over, did it the right way. Punch, I gotta commend you for that. You didn't run the fuck away. You stayed there, you dealt with it, and then you even talk boxing afterwards. I have to respect that shit, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's boxing. Look, I said it the other day. I went to Blues channel. Like, yo, there's certain, people be like, oh, Punch, you don't like the LDBC. There's certain channels I don't know really who's all the LDBC. I'm coming in thinking it's just like 5 channels or something like that. I'm in Blues channel. I never see him say LDBC. I'm in Blues channel. Couple of interviews he had. I went there the other day in the panel, and they say, Punch Drunk, what are you doing here? Get the F out of here. And they timed me out. Like, you don't know if I'm gonna support Blue and give him a super chat. You taking money out of his food because you're being mad ignorant. I wanted to email Blue and be like, you gotta check people that you give your wrenches, because I'm there to actually support your content. I didn't know nothing about
I agree, man. I agree.
That's I'm like, when they time me out, I'm like, yo, you're not supporting the guy that you think you're supporting by timing me out. I'm saying salute Blue, good interview. But I guess people are groupies. I don't know.
It's amazing how the army is formed, ain't it? It's amazing how they can form behind one person. And I'm trying to ask myself, what does it take for people to identify you as a leader? And this day and time, it just seems like it takes anything reality based, a little bit of controversial, whatever the case may be. But I don't feel I have to be part of a group in order to grow my channel talking about boxing and MMA. I don't have to be part of a group. Exactly.
I was like that, man, in the streets, man. I was like that in the street. Yo, I lost a lot of friends when I went to college because my friends didn't go to college. I'm a loner, man. I'm a nomad. But I'm cool with everybody. In my channels, in my videos, I always preach. If people follow me, they know I always go one race where we're brothers and sisters. But it seems like the more I say this, it's like there's some people that don't like it. Like, people don't want me. No, Punch, you got to understand the blacks and then the white. I'm like, yo, we one race, man. That's it, man. The more we come to that type of conclusion, and we just block everything out there trying to leave us from that type of mentality. Come on, man. At the end of the day, we one race. We're one race. What makes us beautiful is different culture, different language, different cuisines. And that's it, man. We're a buffet.
The thing is, though, like a lot of the group is actually fine. It's the people in the chat. Some people in the chat don't understand that. Like, like they just like go to the wrenches, just like, and even in here, like I see wrenches, blocking people and hiding people. Because what it is with wrench, when people get a wrench, they feel like they got power, but little do they know that it's just a wrench.
Now I'm gonna tell you,
the owner can easily unblock it. Like Johnny Boy, I seen him earlier blocking someone and saying like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like, what the hell? This is on your channel.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you like this, as the host, the people I gave the wrench, I said, don't block, don't take anybody out. The reason why I gave wrench is because when I did an interview, I forgot who it was. I did an interview. I think it was Luis Colazo, and there was a lot of people talking trash and stuff. And other people, my family, there's family members that see my son, see my stuff, and then people just disrespecting the dude when I'm doing the interview. You know, there's a time and a place. You know, there's a time and a place. Oh no, and Victor Ortiz was there. He's a bum and all that. Why would you even?
That's bad.
You know,
That's
so I'm
bad,
like,
man.
you know, I need to regulate, because in the end of the day, let's say World Combat Sport BDA, they want to do some interviews. First, they're gonna look at it like, okay, this guy's independent. He's not masked. I don't want to walk into a zoo. I don't know what to expect. You know. But then they see it that it's like, oh, there's disrespect. They're not going to put themselves in position to be disrespected, whether it's in the comment box or nothing. So the people that have been supporting me, you know, and that I've gained trust, you know, they have gotten the wrench. And also, if people are going at each other's families and things of that nature, that's whack. I time those people out. We don't need that, man. We're gonna keep boxing. You're gonna disagree in boxing, disagree all you want at the comment box, but there's just certain type of time that it doesn't look good. You know, when it's like a zoo, it doesn't look good. And I can't be, you know, having an interview looking at the comment box. Then I'm losing my train of thought.
Exactly. I feel exactly what you're saying. Yeah, obviously, like you do need to time to people out and stuff like that. But I mean, having a range doesn't mean you're a Superman. So just just control it a little bit. Yeah, just time it out, delete the comment and stuff like that. And unless they're being racist, then yeah, block them. But other than that, keep them. But yeah, man, it's at the end of the day, it's all about every single channel. When you go to chats, people just think they got like some power or something in it. So that's why like people just a lot of the content creators, sometimes they forget to even look at their list. Like when you go to like your YouTube account, like you have to look at how many people are blocked, man. Because even on my channel, yeah, there's like one time there was like about 200 people that were blocked.
I'm gonna look.
I don't go live no more.
I'm
you have to check it, man.
I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look.
I don't go live no more though. I quit YouTube, man. I basically upload fights now and then, but once a week, like if I get away with it.
I'm gonna look at it when I time out. I'm about to time out almost like in 2 minutes. So yo, anybody want to have final thoughts?
Yeah, basically, yeah, it's been a nice topic. It was nice talking about all this stuff to hash things out, and in the end, we had a treat. Senior came along. That was a great interview. I enjoyed tonight, man. I really enjoyed it. It's kind of late up here. I was supposed to sleep like 4 hours ago. It is what it is. It was worth it.
Good looking. Yeah, man. Remember what we talked about the other time, man? Get strengthened with the faith. Remember with Muslim, man, read the Quran, get strengthened with the faith, man. Don't get sidetracked. Man.
No, definitely. No. I'm definitely need to keep up the faith, man. It's kind of hard, but I have to, especially living in the UK and all that. And, the girls are out here. You know what I mean? Even though I'm a married man, but temptation. There's always temptation. The alcohol, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. But yeah, man, it's a nice night. But I'll definitely be coming back soon. Yeah, man, shout out to you guys. Have a good evening. I'll see you guys soon. Cheers.
Man.
Wa alaikum salam.
Oh, yeah, man. BDA, any last words?
Well, first of all, I'm going to start calling you Glue, because you kept the community together on this one, man. You brought it together and it stuck. So I'm going to start calling you Glue. Why not? Super Glue. If you manage to
Good look at it. I like that. That's positive.
I think it was a necessary episode. It really was, man. And the only time I ever talked to you was a couple of days ago over at DJ.
Twitter. Yeah. Which channel? On D's or
Speak Your Mind.
Yeah. D's channel.
So I said, and I saw the title. I said, well, hopefully he'll have me on so we can, because it got to a point where he was making videos about this, and who else was making a video about it? Mark was making videos about it. So I said, you know what? The situation got to a point where the YouTube boxing community was getting into a zoo. It was turning into a zoo. And I said,
that's what I said.
But you did a very good job, man. I mean, I'm surprised at how it turned out, because really mended fences with a lot of people. So, and then you shout out for letting me ask the question to Teofimo Senior. That was one question I've always wanted to ask him. And by the way, in regards to the Canelo Andrade thing, where we left off, because this stream got shut off, I want to do that over on my channel, but with GIFs. That way we don't get shut down. So you're welcome to come. And,
yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah,
everybody in the comment box, subscribe to BDA Boxing, man. Cool dude. Subscribe to World Combat Sports, man. And everybody, Ring IQ, y'all already know, Jedi. Don't be too hard on my boy Johnny. That's my boy Johnny. Subscribe to, you know, Sports, Speak Your Mind Sports, Unravel.
Yeah.
Mark, my boy. Everybody, IBT.
Hopefully you'll have me back on next time if you're doing another boxing show. I really enjoy talking to you, man. You're a knowledgeable boxing fan, and you look like the type of guy that doesn't want any type of circus going on around. And World Combat Sports, I didn't get to talk to you directly too much. I don't know you too much. I don't know where I stand with you, because sometimes people, for some reason, seem to they hear things about our channel and they think we're bad people. But I'll check out your channel too, World Combat Sports, and have a good one, everybody. Really.
Good one. God bless.
All right, peace out, man.
All right, World Combat. Last word. You going live
you
later
did.
on, or are you done for the night?
Who, me? Oh no. I mean, I'm not going live tonight. Hell no. I've already did enough live, you know. But I'm tuning into your show, man. It's very informative, man. Just want to tell you, you're doing an outstanding job with the topics. You know, you kind of you're diversitizing yourself. You know, you're proving that you can talk on boxing, and you can talk about current situations that we're experiencing on a daily basis, which is very, very important. You know, so having all these people on today, man. Hopefully, you know, there was some change in between all the talking points.
Yeah.
But we'll see, because I think
we got to chip away on there. You know, we just got to have more probably dialogue on more solution. Because I feel like we have a great idea what's the issue, but I think we need to get behind solution talk. You know, and I think that would be better, man. You know, because that's how I feel.
It was educational for sure. You know, I just got to learn something from the channel to keep on tuning in. You know, I have to learn something. It doesn't always have to be about sports, but just learn about, you know, something in general. I dropped my email in the private chat, man. I want to link up with you about something. We'll talk about that later. You probably already know what it is after tonight, but anyway,
all right.
Thanks for professionalism, allowing us to, you know, speak with Lopez Sr. You know, like I said before, good group of people, man. And really in this fight, I'm going for Teofimo Lopez, period. You know, he's a good dude, and I support Teo. You know what I'm saying? I usually call him Gordo only, but only the people that know him know who Gordo is. But anyway, man, keep doing what you're doing. Fully support it, man. Damn good panel today, and leading and hosting the right way, the way it's supposed to be done on such a sensitive topic.
Yeah,
you know
man. Yeah.
So salute to you, man. That's all I got.
Salute, man. Salute. Thank you for being a panel. Everybody, God bless y'all. God bless everybody. Hope you're having a good day. Y'all already know, keep God first, everything second. Fight plus survive equals true champions. Y'all already know, man. Boxing translates to life itself. Sometimes it's not going to be all about boxing, but we all live in a 12-round bout, and, you know, we got to adjust. There's going to be some knockdowns. You got to get back up, but we're going to finish the fight, and, you know, man, walk on to paradise. Love y'all. God bless, and on to the next.